the race stories and all that, and what a great day. So here in just a little bit, we'll give away some of these trophies and then hopefully get right into the 170 races.
As soon as we get the official times from our live timing, we will have them officially, and we can do our awards and then move on to the 170 class. The little tiny tots will be out there.
We're going to be cutting it close on time, that's for sure.
Yes, we will. We will go live with the awards as long as it's not running over into another
available.
Race.
So there's Sean Ranch Sr.
There's Sean Rance back here.
So where's that put him unofficially for the 4,500 class?
That puts him in third position unofficially.
Okay. So we're still waiting on Troy Digby. We heard Cody St. Clair was broke. Dwayne Garrettson was broke. So we'll see how this all shakes out. But here's Jody Ford. And
right behind him
is Ryan Webb. So Ryan Webb and Jody Ford drag racing towards the Bronco Boilers.
Is definitely going to be awesome.
Finish up their race. This is awesome. What a great race.
Looks like Ryan Webb got around Jody Ford in the Bronco Boulders.
They're heading down to water the 170 track as we speak. Remember, this race is on adjusted time, and he's got a right front flat tire. Jody Ford does. He's been pushing hard all day long. They were in the AMSOIL hot pits. I don't see a spare tire on the back, so they had to already change that tire. Tires are the issue today. What a wild, wild ride.
Look at Ryan Webb's definitely on it, trying to get through, but he will be hitting that 25-mile-per-hour speed zone right now. Oh, you got the checkered flag. That's right. But still, it's 25 miles per hour.
Yep. We'll be kicking off the 170 race here shortly, and then going into the 4900 Can-Am UTV race at 11 a.m. And then at 1:30 p.m. we'll kick off the 4400 Unlimited race.
And you definitely race to the flag, so you stay on it as long as you can, get right through that flag, and good to go. We have our Mid-America crew over here giving us some waters. Thank you, ladies. And that's Jody Ford on screen there.
He's already caught his checkered flag, but I believe he was a lap down. So it looks like unofficial 6th position for him.
All right, sounds like we are going to take a commercial break here shortly. So we'll be giving our sponsors some love here momentarily. We have a lot of stuff going on, as you saw behind us.
Yeah, we got some Laser Nut trophies to hand out. We're going to kick off the 170 race here shortly. So we'll be right back after this.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play? get old.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
I am Monster Mate.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate in off-road performance.
for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning. Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I need it to try. Need it to fall. I need it to love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And then to stay frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at Warn.com.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
What a great day of racing it's been thus far, and we are not over yet. The four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park has been one heck of a day. We are just wrapping up the Everyman Challenge classes. We'll be giving away these Laser Nut trophies here very, very soon, and then we'll have the 170 classes yet to come, then the 4900 Can-Am UTV race, and then the grand finale, the 4400 Unlimited class. So it sounds like Pam, she's about ready. So Pam, take it away.
We're up here with our stock sportsman class in second position, Mr. Roger King. You made it through a brutal course out there today, quick and short and sweet. Tell us what you thought about it.
It's always rough at AOP. It's just rough.
Definitely, you had no issues with any rocks and flats?
Well, we do now, but we didn't then. I know of.
Well, that's awesome. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
I need to thank Raceline Wheels. And I have another co-driver, and Wednesday night his wife had to go into emergency surgery. So he's with her, but I just want to tell Stephanie we hope you get well quick.
Yeah, definitely prayers to her. Now, how'd you think about the race course out there today since you were thrown into it all of a sudden?
It was rough, just fun.
Well, awesome. Congratulations on your number 2 spot up here on the podium. This definitely was a very rough course, and you get to party later on. All right, and over here in the number 1 position, how are you doing, Jason? Jason Dean?
Actually, Jason.
Hi. Yeah, Jason. Yeah, he's over here. He separated his shoulder and asked us to hop in for him, and so we were able to bring home a win for him. And pretty uneventful day. It was definitely rough out there, but didn't kill any tires and only had to winch once. So.
Jason didn't do that out here pre-running, did he?
No, but he did pre-run and decided it wasn't for the shoulder pain. So he asked us to step in, and we're going to leave here and go hop in 4900. So.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Who do you guys have to thank for getting you up here on the podium then?
We want to thank Raceline Wheels, Warren Winches, Brannick Motorsports, and Jason and our wives, and Milestar Tires too. They were great today, actually.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to our first and second, our stock sportsman class. You guys get to go jump in, so go hydrate and get on in, and let's do some celebrations. All right, congratulations again. That is our Jason Dean in the number 1 position in the stock sportsman, and Roger King in second.
Well, thank you, Pam, for giving away those amazing Laser Nut trophies. The sports stockman class is a lot of fun. It's kind of new to the Ultra 4. It was part of the America Pro Rock, but we just want everybody to come out and race, everybody to come out and have some fun. So we're going to rearrange some cars and get everything set up, and we'll keep on everything rolling. I know we're a little bit behind time. We apologize, but hey, there's nothing you can do when you're doing racing out in the middle of the woods, and if cars don't come in, they don't come in. There's nothing you can do. But JT's running a great thing. We will be kicking off the 170s here very shortly. But again, thanks everybody for tuning into the four-wheel parts. The four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. I keep wanting to say the Everyman Challenge because that's what I used to say at King of the Hammers, so sorry if I stutter every once in a while on that. But yeah, four-wheel parts has stepped up in a huge way this year once again, and we just want to give them a huge shout-out to making everything possible. So yeah, and again, with a little lull in the action from time to time, make sure you switch over to Mid-America Outdoors, the side-by-side championship series at Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma. They're racing as well, so you can switch back and forth. Go to that MAO app and switch the different links. Go to the MAO and Ultra 4 Facebook and YouTube. You can hit that share button, start a watch party. Let everybody know what we're doing out here at Adventure Off-Road Park in Tennessee and back in Jay, Oklahoma. So it's just like I said, it's been a wonderful day. We'll kind of, it's just we're going to keep running with what we got, and that's all we can do. This is our second race in the Eastern Series. Our third and final race will be in Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House over Labor Day weekend, so make sure you don't miss that. We'll be heading to Visions here in about a month. We'll end up in Legends of the Fall, and it's been a great deal. So we need to give a huge shout-out to all of our amazing partners to make this possible. We need to thank Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Four Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holly EFI, Laser Nut, Griffin Race Radiators, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, King of the Hammers, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, PCI Race Radios, Axial RC, Method Race Wheels, Amsoil, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon Gear and Axle, HCR, Warren, Factor 55, Traction Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Brannick Motorsports, Rigid, and ARB. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing partners, we would not be racing here today for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. We are going to be giving away some more of these Laser Nut trophies to the 4600 Spider Track stock class here very soon. So stay tuned in. We still have a lot of racing yet to come, a lot of hardware to give away, and it's just been a wonderful day. So again, thank you for staying tuned in. So let's kind of give you the flow, what we're going to try to keep on going on today. Obviously, we are going to be running a little behind schedule. I apologize for that, but here's the run of flow. We'll be doing U170s here shortly, then the 4900s, and then kicking off the day with the 44s. So it looks like we'll be kicking it back to Pam Hall here in just a second for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So giving up the Laser Nut trophies. Looks like Pam's running over. We should be ready. So it looks like Pam Hall, it's going to be your show. Take it away.
Spider Track stock class. I love this class. I would love to get a car myself to do this. But in the third position, we have Cody Lusk out there. Great day of racing. A couple words sum it up for us out there on course.
It was rough, and today was actually the first time I've actually got any seat time behind this rig at all. Last year I was co-driver, so it was different, learning experience.
Well, I have to say you did pretty good. You're up here on the podium.
That was all my co-driver there.
Yeah, you do have to give them credit for sure, helping you get through those rocks and everything. But who would you like to thank for getting you up here on the podium today?
First, I would like to thank the family and friends that got us here and helped us out. I'd like to thank my co-driver with Digging Deeper, Warren Winch, Method Race Wheels, Radflow Shocks, Barnes Off-Road. I'd like to thank everybody.
Are you ready for the next one?
We'll see. We got to do some wrenching to see if we can make it to the next one.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that number 3. Are you going to stick around and watch the rest of the racing?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Going over here to the number 2 spot in that Toyota. Whoops. We have Mick Henson. How is that out there today?
It was great. It was long. It was rough. It was hot.
Well, I was rooting you on because I absolutely love your race vehicle. I always root you on at every race, but congratulations on the number 2 spot. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
I've got to thank everybody that was out there that helped me winch. I was co-driverless today. DOA Racing Engines stayed together great today. It got very hot. Stayed together. King Shocks and Hired Gun Off-Road.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on this number 2 spot. See you at the next one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. And on to the number 1 position, we have Mr. John Schaefer. Great day out there. Any issues?
No, I mean, we had a flat there on the first, did like 3/4 of the first lap on a flat, changed it, took it easy after that. The weather was really nice and cool, hardly any rocks out there, so it was like a trail ride.
No rocks jumped out at you or no trees today, right?
No, not after we got to flat. We were good after that.
Awesome. Well, who do you have to thank for getting you up here in the number 1 spot today?
I want to thank friends and family for coming out and helping. Sergio, he does really good on the notes. He knew where every rock was. Want to thank RPM Extreme for helping me build the Jeep. Savvy Off-Road, Rock Crawler Suspension. The Falcon tires did great. Raceline wheel, I mean, we drove on a flat for a long time. It held up. We got MCE liners, which really helps. And our ADS shocks, I mean, we haven't had a problem with it all day.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the top of the box here today. Let's give it up for our 4600 Spider Track stock class, John Schaefer, Mick Henson, and Cody Lusk. All right, back to you, Miles.
So we are racing the 170s as we speak. Sorry for the little mishap there, but they are out there. The young guys and gals are out there on course racing. We have Tillman Hewing, Hayden Gibson, Alexander Walraven, Hudson Wilson, Raleigh Hurricane May, Lane Yeager, Dominique Gaddis, J.W. Caldwell and Kimsey Caldwell. So we have a bunch of young guys and gals out there on the course running about a 3/4 mile lap down on the infield. They heard in the Yukon launch. It's great to see them running and having fun out there. Again, this is the youth of our sport. And joining me in the booth, I have Mr. Paul Wolf. How's it going, buddy?
Good. What's going on? It's cool to see these little guys out there. Like you said, they're going to be coming up behind us and probably whipping me down one of these days. Probably sooner than I want to admit, right?
And you got a daughter yourself. You know, I've got a couple young kids, and I hope to get them in this. We'll see. But are you going to bring yours up in the 170s
Oh,
also?
yeah, absolutely. We'll get there here shortly. She's still a little young yet, but I want her to want to do it herself before I push her into it.
I 100% understand that, because sometimes if you try to push it too soon, they get burned out. So we definitely don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's definitely what I want to avoid.
So Tillman Hewing, Hayden Gibson, Alexander Walraven, Hudson Wilson, Raleigh May, Lane Yeager, Dominique Gaddis, J.W. Caldwell, and Kimsey Caldwell are out there on screen trying to do our best, but they're out there having fun. And it's cool to give them a little screen time and let them have their little highlight.
Yeah, they're moving pretty good. I mean, we're kind of watching them here on the screen too, and they ain't cutting them no slack, that's for sure.
Yeah, there is a limited and a modified class out there. There is no timing, so we're just going to kind of let them have a little fun out there, and we'll give you the results once we get them. But, yeah, the young guys and gals are having a lot of fun. Looked like that was the number 108 of Kimsey Caldwell.
That's definitely some cool. It's a little dusty out there. They're
Yeah,
fighting a little bit of dust. So
And
I wonder, do they have fresh air pumpers in them?
I don't know that answer. I would sure hope so.
Oh,
So
there
it's
we
a
go.
great shot of everything that's going on out there. And there's the high and wide. Like I said, it's about just over a half-mile short course for the 170s, and they're out there having a ball. So we got one camera and one drone out there.
Yeah, they're definitely making some good progress. They're carrying quite a bit of speed out there, so that looks really good.
Yeah, the 170s are a lot of fun as they bypass the four-wheel parts. Start-finish, and it looks like the white flag is out, so we'll see how it all plays out, and we'll get to the results when we can. We're trying to do the awards up here for the EMC and the race of the 170, so a little bit too much going on at this point, but we're having fun with it, and I know those kids are having a ball.
They're doing good. They're doing great, and since their white flag's out, it sounds like my race is up next, so I probably better head back over that way.
All right, well, Paul,
good seeing you again.
You're going to be in the 4900 Can-Am class and then straight in the 4400, so you got a long day ahead of you. Best of luck, and there's a lot of chatter. You better bring your A game. Yeah, you got a target on your back.
I need to. I know for sure I do, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited.
All right,
It'll
Paul,
be good. These trees are tight out here, though.
Always
so
a pleasure and good luck.
We'll throw down.
Thank you. So we still have Tillman Hewing, Hayden Gibson, Alexander Walraven, Hudson Wilson, Raleigh May, Lane Yeager, Dominique Gaddis, J.W. Caldwell, and Kimsey Caldwell. Looks like the checkered flag is out, so we'll wait for the results. I'll give them to you here in just a little bit. But I know Lane and Raleigh May were out there battling strong. Checkered flag is out, and these young guys and gals are having a ball. And how cool is it they're able to race during the Ultra 4 event here at the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. So we'll bring the young guys and gals up here and have a quick chat with them, but we're still got some of the hardware from LaserNut to give away. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in. It's been a great day of racing, and we are not done yet for the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. This is an amazing place just outside of South Pittsburgh in the Appalachian Mountain foothills. It's almost 600 acres, more than 120 trails. There's everything from mild to wild. They're open 7 days a week, $20 a person, $5 a dry camp. There's a great shower house and bathroom here on site. So, again, thanks to Benji, Karen, and Eddie for making everything possible here at the Adventure Off-Road.
Troy Digby's out there on his last lap changing a flat.
So right behind me, you can see the, let's see, that's going to be the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class getting ready to do some awards. And then we'll be kicking off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class here very shortly. We're a little bit behind schedule, but hey, that's racing. That's just part of it. And I know you guys all completely understand, so thank you for your patience. It's going to be a wonderful day, so we'll see what happens. Looks like we have one more car to park, and then we'll be giving away some of these Laser Nut trophies. Again, thank you to Cody Wagner and company for giving away these amazing trophies. They did it all last year. They're continuing this whole year. They've been a peach to work with, and they make some of the best trophies out there that I've ever seen. Sounds like we have 2 more awards to go, and then we'll give some recognition to the 170s before we kick out the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. We'll have 3 races going on at the same time in there as well. We'll have stock, pro modification, and open. So, again, a huge shout-out to Jason and Gayla Robinette for putting this on with Mid-America and Ultra 4 and all of our media, all our volunteers, everybody here at AOP. It takes a whole team to put this together, and we're doing good things with it. And then we're going to kick off next year once again with King of the Hammers as the first Ultra 4 race of the season. So it's going to be a great, great rest of the year and a great next year. There's a lot of things in the works. We are super, super excited about it. Sounds like we are just moments away from the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
All right, send it to Pam right now.
Sounds like we're heading up to Pam Hall for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Thank you, Miles. Now we are down here with the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class in this number 3 position. Mr. Buddy Carlton, how is it out there for you today?
Oh, it was really rough. The course was great, though. I can't complain. It was the driest I've ever seen AOP. Love the course. Man, I can't say nothing. Just one flat from getting on the top of the box, but still we got on a box, so we can't complain.
Yeah, it was definitely awesome to watch your guys' race for sure. It was down close to the wire. So sum it up in a couple words, what you thought of that race course.
Oh, it was good. It's tough. It's just a lot of pinch points. You can't drive as fast as you want to. As soon as you get in a rhythm and you think you can push it a little bit, you pinch a tire and then you have to slow way back down. So it's almost as slow as fast.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes that is, smooth as fast for sure. But who do you have to thank for getting you up here in this position today?
Oh, I'd like to thank Carlton Custom Motorsports. That's my shop back home. We do all the work on the car. Jimmy's Chassis for holding up. I mean, I've had a car that I haven't had any chassis problems or control problems or anything. Carolina Driveline does all my drive shaft stuff. Toyo Tires. We did have 3 flats today, but it's not the tire's fault. It's the driver's fault.
Driver's error, sometimes better.
But that's pretty much it. I mean, I thank my co-driver. I got a new guy co-driving for me. He works at the shop now, Sam, so he's here, my regular co-driver. He had some personal stuff he had to do this weekend, so it's the first time he's missed a race, but I wished he was here.
Well, it's awesome you're up here, rounding out the top of the box, so congratulations on the number 3 position.
Thank you.
All right, moving on over here to the number 2 position, Mr. Trevor Foltz. Let me get my microphone over here before I trip everybody. Sorry. So you came in, your battery was dead just now, tires are a little bald. How was your day other than that?
We had a great day besides 2 flats in the first lap, but after that we slowed it down a little bit and were able to pick our lines like we wanted to and how we prepared to.
Awesome. Well, you got up here on the 2nd position today. Who would you like to thank for getting you here?
I'd like to thank Top Tier Suspensions, Warren Winches, Schaefer's Racing Oil, Yeet Sunglasses, and Final Images.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on this number 2 position. Going to hang out, watch some more racing?
Yes, ma'am. I got another car racing today in the 4400 class.
Awesome. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, and on to this number 1 spot. I know he's been waiting for this for quite some time. Came in with a flat tire and got that number 1 position. Evan Sherman, awesome racing out there today.
We did the best we could. It was a hard course, a lot of flat tires, just drove, and pushed as hard as we could. Didn't realize that we were in first till we pulled in, and we were happy as could be. Couldn't imagine anything better. I can't thank my co-driver, Chris, enough. He also works in our shop. I took him out of the shop for a few days, said, let's go racing. My girlfriend, Brianna, for helping coordinate all the pit situation, everybody else that helped us in the pits. The Jimmy's chassis we run was absolutely amazing, holds up to the abuse. I mean, it got drug across every rock on this side of the Mississippi. It had a rough day. I mean, it was hard on that poor car. I feel bad for it. I'd like to thank Rugged Radios, Carlton Custom Motorsports for all their help, Weldon Fuel Pumps, S&D Diesel for a sponsorship, and thank you very much to everyone else that helped out.
Awesome. I know you were super excited. I was over there, saw your look on your face when you found out you got this #1 position. So congratulations, #1 on the box today, and go finish watching some racing. Are you going to pit for anybody?
Absolutely. We'll be pitting for Cade Rod in 4400 and probably a few other 44 cars as well. And best of luck to him, and he'll probably do good out there.
Awesome. And that rounds out our 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. #1, Evan Sherman. #2, Trevor Foltz. And 3rd position, Buddy Carlton. Congratulations. Back to you, Miles.
Well, thank you, Pam, and what a great showing by the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Behind me, you see the young tykes pulling up. We're getting ready to kick off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, but we still have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class yet to go for awards, so we're going to try to keep everything going flow quick. I know we're a little behind schedule. Thank you for your patience, but what a wonderful day. I'm going to throw up next the course for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and kind of it's basically the same thing. The only thing that switches is now it's the HCR Hot Pits. So down at the center bottom is where the start line is, and at the bottom right is where the finish is. So we're running clockwise. So we start and go either or one up the Recaro Rise, and work yourself way around. You hit the Rigid Ridge and then zigzag through these mountains, these tight trees, and make it back into the Bronco Boulders, hit the Yukon Launch, and then hit the four-wheel parts finish line. And then it's a 25-mile-an-hour speed zone through the HCR Hot Pits, and it's probably about a 300 to 400 yard spurt of 25 miles an hour, and then it's resumed race speed around this 6-mile loop. The 4900 class will do 5 laps. There are 12 either-ors. It's going to be a great race, so stay tuned in. We still got a lot of trophies to give away, a lot of racing yet to come, and if in some of the downtime, if you want to tune in to Mid-America Outdoors at the MAO app for the Side-by-Side Championship Series, do that as well. They're racing in Jay, Oklahoma. And if you weren't able to make it this race, let's throw up the year-end schedule. And so obviously we are here at AOP in South Kirkwood, Tennessee. Up next is Visions Off-Road. That is our biggest event at Mid-America Outdoors this year in Jay, Oklahoma, July 13th through the 17th. And that's a double points race for us. And then from there we head to the Black Hills Throwdown in Sturgis, South Dakota at the Buffalo Chip, August 5th through the 7th. And then our last Eastern race is the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin, over Labor Day weekend, September 2nd through the 4th. And then we end up the year at Legends of the Fall once again in Jay, Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors, another huge off-road festival, October 26th through the 30th. So it's going to be a great year, so be sure to tune in. We have the Mid-America Outdoor Side-by-Side Championship Series, so be sure to tune in that MAO app. Go to the MAO and Ultra 4 Facebook and YouTube, and make sure you tune in all season long. It's going to be a great, great season of racing. We still have lots of action yet to go today. So it looks like, look at the line. Look how many UTVs we have out there. I believe we have roughly 38 UTVs that'll be hitting the track here in just a little bit. We have the stock production UTV NA. The stock production class. That is NA and turbo. You have to have an OEM chassis, 33-inch tire. That's the biggest tire you can run in the stock class. Must use stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing is allowed. Must run front body and side plastics. Rear bed can be trimmed to fit a spare tire. Then we have the Pro Modified UTV class. It's based on an OEM chassis, but aftermarket chassis are allowed. Must use stock suspension points there as well. Reinforcing is allowed. Must run full front plastics. And you can have up to a 35-inch tire. And then the open class, that's just what it is. It's open. The only rule there is it can't be more than 1,000 cc's in the engine, but it's run what you brung, build what you want. And we have Scott Raymer running that one in the open class, and it's going to be busy. So we'll be kicking off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class here in just a little bit. Getting everything lined up. The weather is starting to heat up out here. The wind is blowing, but not very much. So we are hoping for that. It's going to be roughly 90 degrees today. Hot and humid, but a beautiful day to be racing for the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park just outside of South Pittsburgh. Just finishing up the limited class racing, just finished up the Youth 170s, and they'll be kicking off the UTVs, and then we'll probably be a little off schedule. So I'm going to guess 2 o'clock for the 4400. It's scheduled for 1:30, but we'll see how it pans out. We still have a little time to fudge some stuff here and there, because off-road racing, you can never plan it perfect, because it throws a little bit of everything, and that's why we love it. Hearing through the PCI race radios, we're checking everything out, making sure we have a clear course. So we will be sending the 4900 Can-Am UTV class here in just a little bit. And it sounds like we have Pam up there with the 170, so let's let her give a chat. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. We're down here with the 170 modified class. We have Miss Kimsey Caldwell. Really quickly, because we're moving on to the big cars here in just a moment. What'd you think?
It was very fun.
Awesome. Thanks, Mom and Dad, right?
Yes.
Well, congratulations on that number 3 spot up here. We'll see you in the big cars maybe later on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, and on the number 2 spot here, we have Miss Riley May. She's a seasoned driver. She races all over the place. Congratulations today. Are you going to smile for us? Want to thank Mom and Dad?
Yeah.
I know this is a new car. You're having fun in it, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 2 spot.
Thank you.
All right, and over here in number 1, we have Lane Yeager in the 170 modified class. Congratulations. Who do you have to thank?
My mom and my dad.
Well, you did pretty awesome out there. I didn't get to physically watch your race, but you're up here on top of the box, so you had to do good, right?
I guess.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. We'll see you guys in the future in the big cars, but congratulations to our 170 modified class, Lane Yeager, Riley May, and Kimsey Caldwell.
I just absolutely love watching the youth of our sport out there running around and just the smiles they have. It's just a great feeling all the way around, the young guys and gals out there. I mean, that is the future of our sport. They'll eventually be driving in Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoors, so it's great to see them out there enjoying it as much as their parents are, and sometimes it's more of the parents having fun. And at the bottom of your screen right there, that's Mr. Cole Shirley with Mad Ram 11. He's out there getting some action shots. Sounds like we are very, very close to going live racing action for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And on the pole is going to be Mr. Jamie McCoy. Right behind him will be Paul Wolf, then Tyler Gibbs, Jay Shaw, Cole Clark, Mike Park, Brian Stone, Carson Atkins, Robert Parker, James Cantrell, Levi Metzinger, Philip Papapo, Adam Kinnett, Mitch Wofford, Dustin Robbins, Zach Pollard, Aaron Lynch, Justin Barth, Cody Quattlebaum, Jason Tidwell, A.J. Stratman, Trey Price, Alex Rose, Matthew Walraven, Heath Taylor, Cody Martin, Jeremy Blackburn, Scott Raymer, Cameron Meek, Aiden Gilbert, Cameron Zollers, Eli Engel, Patrick Murray, Brian Hamby, Matthew McIntosh, Peyton Dunford, Sarah Duffy, and Steve Engel. Remember, there will be 3 separate classes racing at the same time once again, so it'll be a little tricky to see how it shakes out, but it's going to be a fun one to watch, so be sure to tune in. So there's a great shot of Mr. Jamie McCoy, our pole setter. He had a 1:08 fastest lap of the day out of every single car. Almost 90 cars qualified yesterday, and Jamie McCoy was the fastest overall. Behind him, I believe, was Eric Miller with a 1:11 in his 4400 King of the Hammers winning car. So it looks like we're getting close. We're hoping to do some more trophies for the other 170 class and the 4500 class, but we're also getting ready to ship off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. So it's going to be busy. Lots of chatter through the PCI race radios. It sounds like once we have a safe and clear course, we will be racing for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. We need to give a huge shout-out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Four-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Mid-America Outdoors, Holly EFI, LaserNut, Griffin, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, and King of the Hammers. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing partners, we would not be racing here today. Sounds like we're getting a clear course. There's JT Taylor, our race director, with the 5 count. Here we go, the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. On the pole position, Jamie McCoy with Jeremy Dixon riding shotgun out of Kingsport, Tennessee, with G-Force Racing in a 4900 Pro Modified class. He's in a Can-Am CA built. G-Force Tune Shocks, STK, MRT, Evo Power Sports, Keller Ball Joints helped Jamie get on there. So great run by him. Remember, this is an adjusted time race, 30-second increments, so we'll see how it all shakes out. Right behind him is going to be Mr. Paul Wolf. This kid is on a mission now. Number 86 out of Brighton, Illinois with Wolf Racing. He's running the Pro Modified class. Running a Can-Am, MRT, Raceline, HCR, CA Technologies, G-Force, Zollinger Racing, MAO, EBC Brakes, RCV, and Halo Lockers. Next up is going to be the 926 of Tyler Gibbs out of Cattlesburg, Kentucky. He's running a 4900 Pro Modified class. He's in a Can-Am, MRT, Method Race Wheels, and Fox Shocks. So Tyler Gibbs hot on course, number 926. And again, this race is on adjusted time, just like our previous race. They are taking off in 30-second increments. This race is a 6-mile loop. There are 5 laps. There are 12 either-ors out there. It's going to be awesome to see how this pans out. So this is a 30-mile race, 5 laps, 6 miles. So up next is going to be Mr. Jay Shaw with Bryce Lane riding shotgun out of Springville, Alabama with Adventure Lifestyle. He's running a Can-Am built by CT Raceworks. This is Kyle Cheney's King of the Hammers winning car this year. He just wants to give a huge shout-out to Adventure Lifestyle. It's the only way he's back racing with us. He kind of took a little time out, but Adventure Lifestyle stepped up in a huge way, and Jay Shaw is fourth off the line. And another heavy hitter, number 24, Cole Clark, in a single-seat RS1 RMS built machine out of Cortez, Colorado with Jimmy's 4x4. He's in an RMS built Polaris RS1 with a Turbo Razor drivetrain, KMC, rugged, PRP, RCV, HCR, and ZRP. Cole Clark is definitely going to be one to watch today. There is a lot of heavy hitters in this class. The UTV is probably the fastest growing. They've got, what do we have? Just under 40 cars will be racing in this race today. Up next is going to be number 904, Mike Park. Had a fun chat with him and his team last night. Number 904 out of Callahan, Florida with Team 904. He's running the Pro Modified class. He's in a Can-Am, Maxxis Raceline wheels, Double E Racing shocks. His first race was this year at King of the Hammers. He comes from a mud run background, so it's great to see him running here at Ultra 4 and at Mid-America Outdoors. So up next is the number 5012 of Brian Stone out of Edders, Pennsylvania. With Brian Stone Racing, he's in a Can-Am X3, RCV, G-Force Tune, Fox Shocks, Maxxis Tires, Raceline Wheels, MRT, Walker Evans, Big B, CT Raceworks, Hess, Keller, and Jason Watt. Up next is going to be the 722 of Carson Atkins, a new to him Yamaha YXZ out of Seymour, Tennessee with Devone 722 Racing. He's in a Yamaha YXZ 1000, Nitto Tires, Raceline Wheels, and Fox Shocks. And that's interesting. You can see him, you can hear him take off, and he's actually shifting. Most of these cars are belt driven with a lot of Ultimax belts, but he has got a transmission, so he's going to shift with that thing. So he definitely has an advantage not having to run with those belts, but in some of these rock sections, that can be a little tricky as well. So Carson Atkins 8th off the line, and 9th off the line is going to be number 900. That is Robert Parker out of Benson, North Carolina with Team Momentum Racing. He's in a Can-Am, Maxxis Tires, KMC, Fox, Fuel, PCF, Mr. RPM, and Wheel Pros helped Robert Parker get across the line. This is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And up next is another fan favorite, fairly local, number 502, James Cantrell out of Louisville, Kentucky, racing for Mad Ram 11 in the Pro Modified class. He's racing a Polaris Pro XP, HCR, BFG, Keller, Zollinger, Brannick, all things UTV, and PRP. And that machine right there is for sale. So if you want to come racing Ultra 4 or Mid-America Outdoors, get a hold of James after this race, and you might be able to take home a race car. Up next is going to be the 823 of Levi Metzinger out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania with Levi Metzinger Racing. He's got a Can-Am, RCV, PRP, MRT, Muscle Race Wheels, G-Force Shocks, NRP, HCR, Dynojet, Keller Ball Joints, Simpson, and Dry Brake Trucking. So great to see Levi Metzinger here. He had some issues pre-running, had some battery issues or whatnot, but him and his whole family are a never-quit attitude. Love to see that. So Levi Metzinger out there on a mission trying to chase down the top leaders. Taking off in that 12th position is going to be number 6, Philip Papa Poe out of Shannon, Mississippi. With the 4900, he's racing in the 4900 Pro Mod class. He's in a Can-Am, MRT, Jamie McCoy Racing, G-Force Racing, NOS Suspension, JW Performance, CA Technology, MRT Raceline, and Fox. So we have 12 competitors out on course out of roughly 38. So up next, just fresh out of the stock sportsman class, Mr. Adam Kinnett, number 470, out of Moreland, Indiana with Kinetic Customs Racing. He's in the Pro Modified class. With Corey Day riding shotgun and a Polaris Razor 1000, MRT, Brannick, and G-Force. So up next is going to be the number 253 of Mitch Wofford. He had a great success in Rush, Kentucky just a month or two ago. He got second place. So Mitch Wofford, number 253 out of Ashland City, Tennessee with Razor Extreme. He's in the Pro Modified class. Polaris RS1, STI, Rocktanes, OMF, Elka, and Rhino.
All right.
And Pam, you've been busy running around, so I'm going to let you give me a little hand here.
All right, so up next is going to be the 311 of Mr. Dustin Robbins.
Out of Decatur, Alabama with all things UTV. He's in a single-seat Can-Am, all things UTV, Vision Wheel, Super ATV, KMC, BFG, Walker Evans, Dragon Fire Seats, KB3, Warren Bikeman Performance, and G-Force.
And he is off the line. Next up is going to be the number 645 of Zach Pollard.
Out of Fayetteville, North Carolina with East Coast Cowboys Racing. He's in the Pro Modified class. He's in the Can-Am X3, Maxxis, Metal FX, and Fox.
All right, on the line is the 113 of Aaron Lynch, starting in that 17th position.
Aaron Lynch out of Powell, Tennessee with MFN Performance. He's in a Can-Am, MFN Lynchworks, CA Technologies, TinFab, Maxxis, STI, G-Force, Fox, and Right Coast Off-Road. Again, this is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. They are taking off in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time as we're watching the Recaro rise as we speak. What a great, great, great race we have. And there goes Mr. Aaron Lynch.
All right.
Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park.
And then next up is going to be the 417 of Mr. Justin Barth.
Justin Barth out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing. He's in a Polaris, RCV, MRT, Walker Evans, Warren, Hess Motorsports, PCI, G-Force, Keller Performance, HCR, and ZRP. Justin Barth just hopped out of his Jimmy's chassis car out of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class and is out there running. So Justin Barth pulling double duty today, and he is off the line in 18th position.
And then in the 19th position, next up is the number 33 of Cody Quattlebaum.
With Bandit Off-Road Racing out of Macon, Georgia. He's in a Polaris Turbo Razor, Warren, Brannick, MRT, Rugged, OGIO, Keller Performance, Cast Lake Metals, Walker Evans Shocks, Trinity Racing Aftermarket Assassins, Kryptonite Suspension, and KWT. So off the line is Cody Quattlebaum.
Lots of UTVs out there today.
Yeah, 38
of them.
UTVs should be taking the line, Pam. This is going to be a great race. Again, there are 3 classes racing at the same time. It's going to be action.
Action and quickly paced as well. I mean, well, I say quickly, but it's because they're more nimble.
I think they're going to be right around that 21-minute mark.
There you go.
For the leaders.
Okay. And then the 20th position next off the line is going to be the 778 of Jason Tidwell.
Out of Gravette, Arkansas with PST Racing. He's in the stock class, running a Can-Am, KMC, and Fox Shock. So in that 20th position, Jason Tidwell off the line.
And then next off the line in the 21th position is going to be the 4906 of A.J. Stratman.
A.J. Stratman's been racing with us for quite a while. Great to see him out there running strong. A.J. Stratman, number 4906.
And then next off the line after A.J. will be the 4954 of Trey Price in that 22nd position.
So there takes off A.J. Stratman, the number 4906. Getting a little ahead of ourselves, I apologize.
Sorry.
No, we're all good, Pam. It's good. There's lots of cars taking off. Up next is Trey Price, number 4954. So Trey Price should be taking off soon.
30-second increments, is that correct?
Yes, 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time. I apologize. There were a little bit late entries, and I didn't get them added to my list, but number 4954, Trey Price, is off the line. Yes,
all
Pam,
right.
This is 30-second increments. This is a 6-mile loop, 5 laps, so 30 miles of some of the gnarliest terrain out here at Adventure Off-Road Park. Tires are going to be the issue. Heat's going to be the issue as we're watching them getting ready to head up the Recaro Rise.
And then next off the line is going to be the 119 of Alex Rose in that 23rd position.
And I believe this is his first race with us. He's in that pro modified class. He's in a Polaris Razor, running Fox Shocks. Remember, there are 3 classes racing at the same time, so please tune in to ultra4racing.com/live for the live feed. Go to the MAO and Facebook for Ultra4. Hit the YouTube. And for timing, go to live.ultra4racing.com for live timing so you can see some of your favorite drivers.
All right, and next up is going to be Matthew Walraven in that 24th position in the 118. His son just stepped out of the 170 class.
Out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina, with a Can-Am MRT Method and G-Force. So Matthew Walraven off the line.
And then next up will be the number 182 in that 25th position of Mr. Heath Taylor.
With James King riding shotgun out of Pea Ridge, Arkansas, with Taylor Racing. He's in the 4900 stock class, racing his Polaris Razor, BFG tires, Warren, and Walker Evans.
Miles, as we were talking right now, I know we're in the Can-Am UTV class, but over there doing the interviews with the drivers that just came in, they were excited, they were happy, but you could see on their faces, besides the excitement and happiness, you could see how much
they're worn
body,
out.
exactly,
Yes.
how much their bodies endured just now out there, and the attrition that set in with just their bodies, not only their vehicles.
And just think, Justin Barth just got finished racing. He's racing again. Paul Wolf's out on track now. He'll be racing in the 4400 class. So it's going to be a long day for some of these guys and gals.
Yes, it is for sure. And then that was the 296 of Cody Martin that just took off the line.
This is a fast young man. He's got his brother Cameron riding shotgun out of Gallatin, Tennessee, with Team Martin Racing. He's in a 2020 Can-Am X3RR. Nitro Racing Parts, Moto Race Tire, all things UTV, EB Racing, Raceline Wheels, and G-Force.
And then next off the line in the 27th position is going to be the number 40 of Jeremy Blackburn.
Out of Pikeville, Kentucky, with On the Gas Racing in the stock class. He's in an RS1 Polaris Razor Tusk, Walker Evans.
And he is off the line. So in the 28th position, next up will be the 4934 of Scott Raymer.
So Scott Raymer, number 4934, out of Springdale, Arkansas, with Fuelworks Racing. He's the only one in the open class. He's in a Pilgreen built chassis, Polaris 1000 turbo drivetrain. He's running portals on this machine. Nitto tires, Fox, Raceline, brake feet, and Fuel Works. So off the line next is going to be the 144 of Cameron Mink. This is Chicky Barton's nephew out of Middlesboro, Kentucky, with Chicky Barton Racing, running a Polaris RZR, BFG, Vision Wheels, Fox, Next Level Motorsports, and Star Septic. Great to see Chicky Barton back in the game, letting his nephew Cameron have a little fun. We saw Cameron during qualifying take a little tumble, so that's why he's taking a little bit of a rear start. So up next is the 618 of Aiden Gilbert. This is Casey Gilbert's son. He's riding shotgun with him out of Fenton, Michigan, with Gilbert Brothers Racing in a 4900 stock class car, running Polaris, Nitto, Method, Fox, Brannick, Big B, Funhaver. It's great to see everybody pitch in and help the young Aiden Gilbert out. He decided not to qualify, just save the car, save himself. But he's out there racing with the big guys and gals. Aiden Gilbert has a bright future in our sport. And we'll see Casey out there running next.
And that is the 395 of Cameron Zollers in that 31st position.
Out of Canton, Ohio, with Cam's Motorsports, another young gun in our sport. In the stock class, run a Polaris Turbo S, Super Grip tires, Raceline wheels, Walker Evans shocks, and RCV.
In the 32nd position, next up will be the number 77 of Ellie Engel.
He was another late entry, so I apologize. I didn't get all of his information, but Ellie Engel out there running strong, taking off in that.
Number 902, that's Patrick Murray.
So I do not see Ellie Engel out there. So that's number 902, Patrick Murray, out of Voss, North Carolina, with Murray Off-Road Motorsports. In the Pro Mod class, he's in a Can-Am X3, ZRP, RCV, G-Force Tune shocks, MRT, KMC, Warren, and Keller.
We apologize. We cannot see which car is next off the line, but it should be the number 817 of Brian Hamby in that 34th position.
It is absolutely 817. Brian Hamby out of Winchester, Tennessee, with Limited Budget Racing in another stock class. Can-Am, Extreme RZR Performance, CA Technology, Turner Cycles, Trinity Racing, Halo, KMC, Bohr, Maxxis, KMC, and Fox.
Next off the line should be the 4918 of Matthew McIntosh.
So that is the 4918 of Matthew McIntosh. Out of Marietta, Georgia, Polaris Turbo RZR, Keller ball joints, G-Force, Walker, and Maxxis. Again, this is the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. As Matthew McIntosh heading through the Recaro Rise section, they'll be taking a hard left here very shortly. So here's the number 1993 of Sarah Duffy, out of Harrisburg, Arkansas, with SBC Racing Team and a Kawasaki Terex 1000, Fox shocks, MRT, Corbo. This is Martin Duffy's daughter. He's with Off-Road Worldwide. Great to see her out here racing with us. So this is number 7, Peyton Dumford. Out of Cincinnati, Ohio, with Dirt Princess 7. She's in a Polaris Turbo S, MRT tires, Off-Road Vixens, AJK, Raceline wheels, Extreme Muddin, and Walker Evans. I know she took a pretty good tumble during pre-running. She didn't qualify, so she may have just took the start just to get her start points. So I know she was a little banged up, but she is okay. She's just a little sore, so we'll see how it all plays out. But it looks like we have 36 cars out on course as we speak. This is a 6-mile loop. They are running 5 laps, so it's a 30-mile race. They got about an hour and a half to roll with it. It's going to be a great, great one. So, yeah, number 77, Steve Engel, did not take the line. And, yes, Peyton Dunford is just going to take the start and pull off instantly. She isn't feeling up, so tough break, but at least she was able to take the green flag. So we are looking at the HCR hot pits as we speak. There's lots of action all over, and I hear a UTV already coming out of the woods. So is this going to be Jamie McCoy or Paul Wolf, Tyler Gibbs, Jay Shaw? I'm sure unless Jamie McCoy has issues, it's going to be him. And it is absolutely Paul Wolf. I was wrong. So where is Jamie McCoy? Paul Wolf got around Jamie McCoy in the woods. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. They took off in 30-second increments, so Paul Wolf has already made time on Jamie McCoy.
That's awesome, Miles. I was just now discussing the little 170s, the Tiny Tots, and that is
Jay Shaw.
Jay Shaw.
Where is Jamie McCoy? Where is Tyler Gibbs? The track is already starting to eat some of these cars.
And
so
I'm sorry,
K&M's
Jay
up
Shaw,
front.
he started in 4th position.
Correct. So he got around Gibbs and McCoy. So on adjusted time, it's going to be very close between Jay Shaw and Paul Wolf. Look at the amazing aerial shot from FPV Believe Cam drone. There's the HCR hot pits. This is going to be a great addition. So again, thank you to Rock Racing TV production crew.
The dust that was in the Bronco boulders right there was pretty amazing. You know, you don't usually want to throw water down on an area like that with rocks being dusty.
Look at the drone going through the woods. That's equally as impressive as some of these race cars. So we only have 2 cars. Is there a bottleneck out there somewhere? What is going on?
With so many either ors out there, some of them it's hard. You might not know there might be a bottleneck and you get into it and then you can't get out of it because you can't go backwards on race course.
And remember, in the HCR hot pits, it is a 25 miles an hour
but you hear
speed zone. But I hear,
Can-Am.
yep, that's going to be
That's
Paul
probably
Wolf, I believe.
Well, no, I believe that's going to be Jamie McCoy. Paul Wolf is already gone through.
Well, no, he's going to be coming through the HCR hot pits is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, this right here. So yep, there's Jamie McCoy with a right rear flat
tire, and then Brian Stone gets around. So that is why McCoy is off pace. He's got a right rear flat as Brian Stone makes around Jamie McCoy. So it is Paul Wolf physically out front still. And remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. As Jamie McCoy with that flat tire heading through the
Jay
Bronco
Shaw
boulders.
on corrected time right now.
I was just saying that I think it was going to be really close. What is the time split between those two? 20 seconds?
No,
40 seconds.
On corrected time, Jay Shaw is at it says 19:52 and Paul Wolf at 20:40.
So wow, I called a 21-minute lap, and they've already
broke it because their lap
20.
times. Yes.
That's pretty impressive. So adjusted time is Jay Shaw up front, but at physical it is Paul Wolf.
Wow.
This is going to be one heck of a race. Those Can-Ams up front are going to be pushing hard. There's Brian Stone coming through the 4-wheel parts finishing his first lap out of 5.
Brian Stone started in that number 7 position.
So there's Jamie McCoy. He'll be heading into the HCR hot pits. And there's another chase through the woods by our Believe Cam FPV drone.
There's the 904.
That's Mike Park. We had some fun with him and his team last night.
Out of Florida.
They're new to Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoors as he's heading into the Bronco Boulders. And they'll head in the short course and hit the Yukon launch. So Brian Stone heading out, physical in that 3rd position. But hey, Pam, look at this on adjusted time. Brian Stone is actually out front, so he's got a really good race.
His lap time was in 18:56.
Wow! Like I said, I called 21 minutes. I'm 2 minutes off this one.
All right, Miles, I'm going to leave you for just a moment. We're going to go talk with the kids that finished in the UTV 170 class, so I'll be back here in just a moment.
Pam, have fun. Again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. And there's Carson Atkins getting chased down by our drone. And that's 722. That's the first and only Yamaha out on course today as he's getting ready to check up for the Bronco Boulders. So Carson Atkins has a great run going. He started in that 8th position, but he'll be 6th out on course, so he's got a great run. Hopefully McCoy can get in there and get a quick tire change and get battling out there. That's what we talked about. The course is going to be what's going to change this. So Jamie McCoy all over the gas. He is out there trying to run down. There's Cole Clark coming to screen as he's going to hit the Bronco Boulders, but Jamie McCoy with a quick tire change back out there quick as Cole Clark running strong. There's Carson Atkins coming back into screen. We've got 36 cars that took the green flag. We know Peyton Dumfer was just going to take the green flag and pull over. She just isn't feeling up. She took a pretty good tumble, but she's a young gal. We know she'll come back as this is going to be a great shot of Cole Clark. He'll hit the Yukon launch, do a little bunny kick, and have some fun with it. So Cole Clark running around the outside of this short course, and look how dusty it is out there. So lap traffic, I believe, will become an issue later on today. There's Carson Atkins coming through that 25 miles an hour speed zone. Again, we want to give a huge shout out to Jason and Gayla Robinette for bringing the Ultra 4 and Mid-America crew out here to AOP. We've got a lot of volunteers here on site. The entire Ultra 4 and MAO crew is here. Media Safety, USAC. I mean, it's a great thing as Cole Clark's hitting that 25 mile an hour speed zone right now. And like I said, it's about 300 or 400 yards coming through the HCR hot pits until he hits resume race speed and back on the gas. And I know it's getting hot out there, but we have the MAO Ultra 4 merch trailer. We have Angel, Carly, Bailey, Tristan, the whole crew. They've got a lot of shirts. They got a lot of hats. They've got tank tops. They got sunscreen. So make sure you go buy and check them out. They've got all of our swag, and they've got some cool stuff. That's about the only thing I carry in my closet. We've also got a coffee shop over here, the barbecue joint. We had that last night. Thank you to the Robinettes for the Driver's Appreciation Dinner, and it is excellent. So make sure you go over there and grab some grub. They've got plenty of it, and it is great. Sounds like I have some more action coming out of the woods. That's maybe Mitch Wofford, I believe. It's definitely a single seat RS1. That is the 253 of Mitch Wofford out of Ashland City, Tennessee. Cole Clark heading out lap 2 of 5. Mitch Wofford had a great showing in Rush, Kentucky earlier this year. He got 2nd position. Remember, we do have 3 classes racing at the same time. We have the stock production, that's NA and turbo. Then we have the pro modified and the open. We only have 1 car in the open, that's Scott Raymer. But it's going to be a great race out there, so don't go anywhere. Get on our social media, hashtag it up, start a watch party. Share it. Let's blow it up. That's what grows the sport. So we need to give a huge shout-out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King, Recaro, Spider Tracks, Baja Jerky, PCI, Axial, Method, Amsoil, Off the Grid, MBRP, Yukon, HCR, Warren, Factor 55, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, and Action Sports Canopy. So please support who supports the sport as we're chasing down Mr. James Cantrell, Mad Ram 11 sponsored machine. As he's heading into the Bronco Boulders. James Cantrell is running a strong pace. Remember, you can buy that car. It's for sale right now. And he chose this race to be his double points race. Since the merge of everything, there was a few people that weren't able to run King of the Hammers early on this year, so we made an exception. This is his double points race outside of King of the Hammers for him. So he just said he's going to run about 70%. He just needs to finish to get his finisher points. So I see Dustin Robbins coming through. There we go. We got that Believe Cam FPV chasing him down as he hits the Bronco boulders. So Dustin Robbins with all things UTV still running strong as Mitch Wofford hits the gas, heading out for another lap. And that's a great aerial shot as getting ready to hit the Yukon launch as Dustin Robbins hits the little launch. It's a little bit of a donkey kick, but he's running strong. Still waiting to see Levi Metzinger come through. Should be seeing him here shortly. There's James Cantrell coming out the other end of the HCR hot pits at 25 miles an hour. There's Dustin Robbins heading in the HCR hot pits. Remember, it's 25 miles an hour from here to where you can see the dust. So it's a pretty good little jaunt. There's the 113 of Aaron Lynch coming. He'll be coming towards the Bronco boulders. We'll see him there. You can see his dust getting kicked up. So Aaron Lynch hitting the Bronco boulders as we speak. 645 is Zach Pollard right behind him. The dust is thick out here today. And look at the flags. They are just barely moving.
Oh, there's Dustin Robbins just came on through here.
Yep, he's heading out for lap 2 of 5. Remember, this race is on adjusted time, 30-second increments. So, Pam, why don't you give us a little catch-up on the live.ultra4racing.com timing?
All right, it looks like in the number 1 position. Let me do a refresh because I've been away from the computer for a minute.
And remember, this is going to be on adjusted time.
Yes, on adjusted time. We have in that number 1 position the 5012 of Brian Stone in that UTV Pro Modified class. In the second position, number 17, Jay Shaw. Third position, the number 86 of Paul Wolf. And then we have Carson Atkins in that 4th position, Mike Park in that 5th, Mitch Wolford, 6th position, Jamie McCoy, 7th, Dustin Robbins, 8th, Aaron Lynch, 9th, Cole Clark, 10th, James Cantrell in that 11th position. We have a guest up here.
We have Mrs. Peyton Dunford with Dirt Princess 7 in here. We saw you take the line and then pulled off, and I heard you took a little tumble. I'm glad to see you're okay, but you're just kind of playing it safe, I'd assume?
Yeah, we kind of broke the car a little bit.
You broke the car.
You were the one driving, right?
Yeah.
I hate to see that for you. You've been racing with us for a little while now. It's always fun to see. You've got a great social media thing going on. And I love how you know the car's hurt, but you still took the green flag.
Yep.
So how's everything else been going? What's next on the schedule for you?
I think Visions.
Oh, you're coming to Visions. That place is awesome.
What?
You've been there already, right? You've raced MAO
Yes.
some.
And it's close to you, right? You guys live not too far away from there?
No, we live 12 hours away.
Oh, 12 hours away. I thought you were closer than that. Wow.
Yeah.
About like me, I'm 16 hours away from there. Whoa. Have you guys been watching any of the racing there since you've been here? I mean, since you got out of the car?
Yeah.
Yep, awesome. I know we were kind of flipping back and forth ourselves here. What was your favorite part about the race course today?
I'm not sure. I didn't. I did
Yeah,
like
she
going
didn't go
up
out.
Oh,
some
you
of
right
those
here. That's right.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I knew that. I've been back and forth between all these race cars. So.
What's your favorite part about Mid-America Outdoors? Let's go there.
I would say the short course.
The short course is awesome, isn't it? And then what about the amenities? Do you like the lazy river and the pool and all that
Yes.
stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. So we'll see at Visions here in a little bit. Anything else you want to let us know?
But you pre-ran, right? Did you go pre-running out here?
Yeah,
little
but
bit?
we flipped a little.
You flipped a little.
Up there a little bit.
Up there a little bit.
And that's when she hurt her car.
Were you having fun until that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Good. Good. That's all that matters.
Well, it's a family affair. I see your dad over there, all smiles. You know, it's just part of the racing thing. Without everything, you just can't make it happen. So, Peyton, best of luck to you, and thanks for having a quick chat with us.
Thanks. Awesome. See you next time. All right, lots of action going on behind us here. We've had the 170 podiums. We have the 4,500 we're waiting to do. It's just been an action-packed morning here, and we have on screen, we have the 4,900 Can-Am UTV class. I didn't get to see the very beginning of everything, but I heard the cars taken off the line, and already we had Paul Wolf come in physically, but he is on corrected time in 3rd position. So it's been a crazy race day here this morning.
So it looks like Levi Metzinger was out there on course. He just got a time credit. He was out there helping the number 11 car. So that's why we haven't seen him. So great sportsmanship out of Levi Metzinger for that.
And that was the 296 of Cody Martin.
And that kid is fast. I suspect to see him work his way through the pack. But on adjusted time, it's Brian Stone, Jay Shaw, Paul Wolf, Carson Atkins, and Mike Park running out the top 5. And we just saw Cody Martin. He did move in that 6th position, and he started quite a ways back. Yeah, Cody Martin started in that 26th position, so he has adjusted time on his side. So I suspect that it's going to be really hard for Stone, Shaw, and Wolf and Atkins to run a strong run.
And that's Justin Barth just came out of the woods.
Because Cody Martin's going to have that adjusted time, so he's got, what, 13 minutes
and
or so?
And he barely even made it here yesterday
Yeah.
for qualifying. I put on Facebook that he was about an hour out, hoping to make it before the end of qualifying, and he made it, but yeah, he cut it really close.
There's Justin Barth heading through the Bronco Boulders, number 417, out of Springfield, Missouri. So Justin Barth getting ready to hit the Yukon launch in the back section.
You can see him checking up for sure right there.
Gets a little bit of airtime. Again, USAC is here on site. They're our sanctioning body and will help with timing, scoring, race operations, safety, and tech. We have our USAC rep, Leo Donald 23 here on site, helping everything run smooth and doing a great job at it. Justin Barth getting ready to finish his first lap.
We'll see where that puts him. I mean, he's going to be worn out tonight, just getting out of the race car doing, did he 4 or 5 laps earlier? 4?
I don't. He was supposed to do 5, but I think he only did 4.
Definitely, and you hear a horn off into the distance, so that usually means that somebody's getting ready to pass or trying to pass.
And I could see our leaders coming back through here anytime.
Paul Wolf had that time of 19:43, but Brian Stone, fastest lap so far of the day, 18:56, 6:15.
18:56. So now they're putting me 2 full minutes off my guess.
I didn't even do any guesses.
They are really stepping up. So that's number 900 of Robert Parker heading out. So I heard the sirens, but I don't see much right now.
I don't see any either. Haven't heard them get any closer. But then again, we're kind of in a bowl here, so if somebody's up on a hill, we can always probably hear the sirens coming down. And 417 of Justin Barth just went through. He did not stop at the Amsoil hot pits. Out here at AOP, it is roughly a 600-acre off-road park. It is open 7 days a week. Miss Karen and Benji and Eddie, they're out here working the park all the time. It's an amazing place to come out here and do some wheeling. They are definitely some, I call them black diamond trails because they are definitely hard. If you guys know the, ski style trails, a black diamond definitely is what one of these are out here during this race. If you are at home and you want to watch the live timing, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com and see the live timing as we do. It is on corrected time. Also, we have the Mid-America UTV short course racing, side-by-side short course racing going on this weekend. It's going on right now as well. Make sure you download the Mid-America app because you can see not only our schedule for Mid-America, but also all the Ultra 4 races. It'll give you a daily schedule so you know what time everything is starting. Can hear some people coming through out of the woods right now, and that looks like that was an RS1, and it is. That is Mr. Jeremy Blackburn.
Yeah, there's a few of them out there running, and they're running strong. So Jeremy Blackburn, number 40, heading towards the Bronco Boulders. Pam, what a great day of racing.
It has been awesome.
And we are not even halfway through. We still have this race to go, and then the 4,400 Unlimited class. And what do we have there? I think we have, let's see, 20 cars racing later on today.
We have somebody else that's getting ready to come out of the woods here in just a moment. And that was the 119 of Alex Rose that just came out of the woods. He was on the pedal for sure.
So there's the number 119 of Alex Rose, and coming out of the screen is the number 4906. That is A.J. Stratman out of High Ridge, Missouri, heading towards the Bronco Boulders. And Jeremy Blackburn heading out for his second lap. A.J. Stratman heading down towards those trees, and it's kind of a little pinch point right there, so you kind of have to check up just a little bit. There's a little step down, and then you head right into the Yukon launch. And I hear a horn, so I think our leaders are coming through, finishing their second lap out of 5. This race is on adjusted time. They took off in 30-second increments. There's Heath Taylor being chased by Paul Wolf. And Levi Metzinger's finally coming through, but Paul Wolf is fighting some lap traffic already. He gets around him, it looks like, in the Bronco Boulders. I don't know if he did or not. We'll see if we can see it coming at us. Yes, Paul Wolf gets around Heath Taylor. So Paul Wolf physically out front, but on adjusted time. It's going to be interesting. And look at the dust. The lap traffic is definitely going to be an issue. But remember, to finish first you must finish. Paul Wolf is definitely a heavy hitter in this race and next race. He's sitting right behind Eric Miller. He's taking off in second position in the 4,400 class. So Paul Wolf is going to be worn out and have to. So is that an advantage or not? He's going to. Oh, there was Jay Shaw, I believe, but he had a right rear flat tire. So is it an advantage to race this so you know the course really well, or is it a disadvantage because you're going to be half wore out? So Alex Rose heading out for another lap, and look at Jay Shaw. He was running super strong in that third position, but now he's got a right rear flat. He'll have to come into the HCR hot pits and get that handled. Again, if you are just tuning in, we want to thank each and every one of you. This is the 4 Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee, just outside of the Adventure Off-Road Park. So I saw Brian Hamby and Matthew Walraven battling out, heading towards the Bronco Boulders. What a great race we have on our hands for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. We have stock production, Pro Mod, and open UTV. Levi Metzinger. Remember, he's going to get a little bit of a time credit, so we'll have to see how that all shakes out. And I see Jamie McCoy pushing hard once again. All 4 tires right there holding air. So he had a little bit of bad break early, but it's looking good for Mr. Jamie McCoy. But is that going to be enough? Is Paul Wolf going to get a flat tire? We saw Jay Shaw having a flat, but Paul Wolf has had no issues yet. I don't think Brian Stone has as well. And remember, this race is on adjusted time, so we'll see how it all shakes out. So lots of action all over this race course. Thank you for tuning in, ultra4racing.com/live.
Miles, I've been stepped away here for just a moment, but wow, what a race that's going on out here. I saw Paul Wolf coming through. There were 3 cars all at once. Lots of racing action.
Brian Hamby and Matthew Walraven are heading towards the Recaro Rise, nose to tail. And look at the sun, look at the shade, look at the dust. This is hard to see. That's definitely going to play a figure into things.
And there goes Jamie McCoy.
So he'll be coming right at our drone right now. There he is. So Jamie McCoy heading towards the Recaro Rise. What a race we have on our hands. Where is Paul Wolf? There's Jay Shaw. Did I miss Paul Wolf? Must have. But on adjusted time, it's still Jay Shaw up front. Heath Taylor heading out for another lap. He'll be running right into our drone. Lots of excitement all over the place. There goes Patrick Murray, the number 902. That is the 144 of Cameron Meek. That's Chicky Barton's nephew. Pushing hard.
It's a great drone footage. You can see part of the pits. There's been so many people came and watched and spectated. There are some people out here that wants to just wheel, but the majority of this is racers and their families. It's been an amazing weekend out here at AOP. It's been, for the most part, awesome weather when you're in the shade. And that right there is the Bronco Boulders on screen. The number 33 of Cody Quattlebaum. He's getting ready to go through into the short course where the Yukon launches. I hear cars getting ready to come out of the woods as well. And that is the 4934 of Scott Raymer that just came through. He's going out on his second lap. What a day of racing. So right now in the number 1 position, we have the number 17 of Jay Shaw, 86 of Paul Wolf in that number 2 position, Jamie McCoy in 3rd, and then Brian Stone is in that 4th position. But that's what we are at on corrected time right now. That's an awesome shot right there of our short course. Sounds like we have some people coming back through here in the woods. You can always tell when the photographers are getting ready because they know they're coming right there. Oh, and it looks like he does that. Sounds like Mike Park has a flat for sure. So after this race is over, we're going to be doing the 4,500 trophies. We had to wait for Mr. Troy Digby to get in. His car's still out in the woods. But because he made it farther and more laps, he actually ended up in the number 1 position. Yeah, so our official results of our Yukon Gear and Axle 4,500 modified classes: the first position, Troy Digby; second position, Cody St. Clair; third position, Sean Rance. So we will be doing those awards later on. We told them to pay attention to the race, get hydrated, check it out, check out the 4,900 race, relax, come back over here, and we'll get you all on your live feed. I hear horns in the background again. I love hearing that because it's going to be a good race coming in at some point. And we just finished up with the 170 limited class. Or the modified class. It was super awesome seeing those kids out there. They had a blast. They'll be getting some of those awesome LaserNet trophies as well. But if you're here on site, go on over to the Mid-America merchandise trailer and go see them and pick yourself out a tank top, t-shirt, event shirt. We have everything over there that you need. Water cups, if you're missing a water cup, everything that you possibly want, they do have over there. And that's the 904 right there of Mike Park that just went through. He's going out on his second lap. Actually, he's going out to his third lap. Cannot see the number right now, but there is a car getting ready to come out of the wood section. All right, let's see who this is right here. Ooh, sounds like they might have a broken belt. They're not moving all of a sudden. Oh, nope, shifted out of gear. That is the 618, I believe. Aiden Gilbert. So that was Aiden Gilbert just coming through. It's awesome seeing such a young kid out here following in his dad's footsteps. All right. And the 33 of Cody Quattlebaum just now came past us at the start-finish line. He's headed out. So still the fastest lap time is by Brian Stone with an 18:56. That's an awesome lap time. Another RS1 out on course. I did not catch their number. But it did not look like they lifted whatsoever on that Yukon launch. And that will be Aiden Gilbert right there on camera. Aiden did take a rear start today as well. He did not go out and qualify yesterday.
And if you are just tuning on, we want to thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 4 Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park just outside of South Pittsburgh. This place is absolutely amazing. It's starting to heat up once again. We had a little bit of rain yesterday afternoon, but it didn't really do much here. It was just a sprinkle, but it cooled down great, and it's not miserable today. It's just hot, and you can see our wind blades blowing just a little bit. This is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. We have 3 classes racing out there at the same exact time. We have the stock production, the Pro Mod, and the open class. Sounds like Heath Taylor, number 182, is broken. Sounds like he may have got tangled up a little bit. Not sure if somebody got caught up in the dust, it sounds like, but a tough break for Heath Taylor. So we are just about a half hour into our race here. It's been a great day, so thank you to everybody for tuning in. A huge shout-out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Mid-America, Holley, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King, King of the Hammers, Amsoil, Method, Axial, Spider Tracks, Recaro, Baja Jerky, PCI Race Radios, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Warren, Factor 55, HCR, Yukon, MBRP, and Off the Grid Clothing. Those are our official sponsors of Ultra 4, so please support who supports the sport. We also want to thank Mid-America Outdoors, the Off-Road Syndicate, 360 Wraps, Ultimax Belts. And there's Aiden Gilbert heading out for another lap. Now, not 100% sure, but I know Casey Gilbert was planning on riding with him. James Cantrell fresh out of the woods. He's got a strong running, and Dustin Robbins is right behind him. He'll be chasing him down. I hope this drone catches him coming in the Bronco boulders. It's going to be close between Cantrell and Robbins. There he is. You can see him catching him. Dustin Robbins is definitely pushing harder than James Cantrell, but James Cantrell last night during the dinner told me he's going to run about 70%. He just wants those finishing points. So Dustin Robbins should be able to get the pass right now. So a pass right into the Yukon launch, and Robbins is on a mission. He's going to check up at the Yukon launch. And look how thick that dust is. And there goes Paul Wolf. So he was in the pits. So I think what happened was between Heath Taylor and Paul Wolf, and this is just what it looked like to me, is Heath Taylor was in front of him, and the dust was so thick when they came into the Bronco boulders, it looks like that Paul Wolf probably bumped into the back of Heath Taylor a little bit because he was just lost into the dust. And look at Dustin Robbins just doing a little drift card out there, looking good. And look how dusty it is. Here's Paul Wolf heading up the Recaro Rise. He was, I expect to do extremely, extremely well today. But he's, like I said, had that little mishap, got in the pits, got back out. So we'll see if he can have a little redemption in the 4400 car. So this is the 113 of Aaron Lynch. That's coming out of the woods. As our FPV Believe Cam drone is chasing him down before he hits the Bronco boulders. The Rock Racing TV production crew has done an amazing job. And Dustin Robbins heading out for another lap. As we're watching Aaron Lynch making quick work through the Bronco boulders. Top of the screen, that's James Cantrell heading out for another lap. So I'll give you a quick rundown here for live.ultra4racing.com of our live timing. On adjusted time, it is Jay Shaw, Paul Wolf, Jamie McCoy, Mitch Wofford, Mike Park, Dustin Robbins, James Cantrell, Brian Stone, Carson Atkins, Cody Martin. But actually out on the lead lap is just James Cantrell. So the top 8 are finished their second lap, heading out for lap 3. So we are just about halfway done with this race. But I hear some more noise coming through the woods. This is number 24, Cole Clark. This young man I expect to do good things today. Out of Colorado, running for Jimmy's 4x4. Bumped into Randy Rod a little bit yesterday, a little bit this morning. So he's on scene helping out all of his cars and supporting everybody. As Cole Clark, he set the pole at King of the Hammers this year and did some amazing things out there, but took a quick tumble early on. Had done well in Moab this year. This young man has a bright future in Ultra 4. Definitely a fan favorite. This young man is extremely fast. As you can see him getting ready to hit the Yukon launch.
Stock production is 113.40 and 817.
Mitch Wofford passing me by right now. There's Robert Park, I believe. So we're following Mitch Wofford right now, heading towards the Recaro Rise. And we had just missed Robert Park.
Estimated finish for the leader is 102. Matt, do you copy? Matt, do you copy? I don't know if he had a radio, but he just left out. He said, your way. Alright, I was going to tell him to get a different cable. I think we got a longer data cable as well. I think we only got 100 feet.
Run that Dustin Robbins and then straight into commercial.
What gap were we doing for the stock production for launches?
It's been a great day of racing, and it is not even close to being over. We saw Dustin Robbins come through just a little bit ago, and we were able to catch up with him. So let's see what he had to say. So I'm down here with Dustin Robbins in the All Things UTV pit with this 4900 car, and if I remember right, you took this thing for a pretty good tumble here recently, but you got it back together.
Yeah, we crashed at Rush during qualifying and came back from 34th and secured a podium position there. And then we did some upgrades to the car, and during shakedown, we actually crashed it again, which is becoming a bad habit, but it's, you know, a comeback story. Once again, here's what we're looking for.
Yeah, and comeback's what you're going to try to do. And we're in Tennessee. The woods are tight. This is going to be fast. What's your kind of game plan out there?
I've raced this course plenty of times, and I've had decent success here. I've always finished here. And I never try to take anything from this course. I take what it gives me. So.
And if I remember right, McCoy's the one that won this race last year, so he's got a little target on his back. How hard are you going to run to try to chase him down?
I have a totally different suspension this year. My head shouldn't be moving, and my kidneys shouldn't be bleeding after the course, so I expect to be faster.
Yeah, well, it's going to be fun to watch you. You're always a fan favorite for sure. If I remember right, this is a 6-mile course roughly. You guys are going to run, I think, 5 laps. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be wide open from start to finish. The rocks are big, the trees are tight, and we'll see how it all shakes out.
We've prepared the car for the tight trees and the rocks. We have a couple different tire combinations. The main thing that's going to be cool here is my family will be here. So.
And that's what it's all about with Ultra 4 racing in Mid-America is family first. I mean, it's that's what it's all about. You're here to have fun, and if you can't do it with your family, what can you do it with? You know what I mean?
You know, and I like the venue for 4900s at 11 o'clock now. You know, that makes it more conducive for the family to come out and watch. So.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it shakes out. Best of luck with you, and always a pleasure, my man.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Miles.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Welcome back to the 2022 Four-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee, and I believe that is Jamie McCoy. So is he our physical race leader now after changing that tire, or did I miss something, Pam? I'm not sure. We'll find out here shortly.
We've both been trying to stuff our face here for a moment, getting some food into our bodies and fueling ourselves, so we shall see what happens whenever the timing loop happens. It goes by.
But I think it's going to be Jamie McCoy after changing that tire in the HCR hot pits has made it around some people. I know Paul Wolf was in the pits for a long time having some issues. We saw Jay Shaw have the tire issue. So, again, tires are definitely going to be playing their part out here. This is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, so and it is Jamie McCoy physically out front. He is our pole setter, so he has to beat everybody else. He had a tire issue on his first lap, got it switched quick and easy in the HCR hot pits, and Jamie McCoy is back out front.
He's going for
Justin
a three-peat.
Yeah. But if you say a woods race, you think of Jamie McCoy.
Exactly, for sure. He definitely. I rode with him one time at Rush, Kentucky, on a pre-sight lap, and oh my goodness, I could not believe the way that man drives.
So here's the Rigid Ridge out there, and that's a Can-Am. I can tell for sure. Can't quite tell who that is, but
they're hiding behind
some,
the tree. Whoever
some
it is.
issues. And McCoy heading out for his fourth lap. So next time around for McCoy, he'll be getting the checkered flag.
And that's Paul Wolf right there.
No, that's yes, it is Paul Wolf. Sorry. Yep. Where's Papa Poe? I haven't seen much from him.
I haven't seen him either since he started the races. Oh, it looks like we're getting some chatter from our USAC director. He did a little flop, so Papa Poe has turned it over, but all is good.
Okay, yep, Papa Poe flopped over, but yeah, that's just part of racing.
There is definitely a nice battle going on out there in their woods on camera. We didn't quite catch their numbers.
This is at the Rigid Ridge. And look at the drone flying through the woods. That is a very tricky thing to do. It's cool to see. You saw our little rigid flag there. Sarah Duffy still moving strong. There's Gus Fisher, Mr. MAO. He does a lot of the behind the scenes, kind of the manager of everything that's happening right now. A great, great guy.
That is 17.
That's 17.
That's
Jay Shaw. So that's going to be physical second, and on adjusted time, it looks like he's in that second position as well.
All right, and it sounds like also the 5012 of Brian Shaw has also turned it on his lid as well. So we have a couple that are on their lid.
Well, you said Brian Shaw. You mean Brian
Stone? I
okay.
said meant Brian Stone.
Yeah, we just saw Jay Shaw.
You said Jay Shaw, so I'm like,
I get it. I'm just making sure I'm correct.
You are correct, Miles.
So Brian Stone was doing extremely well, but this course is starting to eat all of these people up. There's number 17, Jay Shaw, heading towards the Recaro Rise.
So Jamie McCoy is on adjusted time still in that number 1 position right now, and Jay Shaw, the number 17, in that 2nd position. They're the only 2 that are out right now on their 4th lap.
So finishing lap number 3, out on lap number 4 is Jamie McCoy and Jay Shaw. So we know Paul Wolf had some issues. So Mitch Wofford could move up. Mike Park's having a good day. Dustin Robbins is having a good day. And here is James Cantrell, I believe, with Jeremy Blackburn right behind him. This is the Rigid Ridge section. No, that's Mitch Wofford, I apologize, right behind James Cantrell. And that just shows you how tight and technical this Rigid Ridge is back here. What a cool section. That's about halfway through the race. Remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. Go to ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the Ultra4 and MAO Facebook and YouTube. Start a watch party. Share it. Hashtag it up. So it looks like Cantrell let Wofford around. And remember, Cantrell's going for points, so he's playing the conservative race game because this is his double points race for the season. So I think James Cantrell is playing a great strategy right now. Yeah. So McCoy and Shaw are super close. And Shaw started in 4th position, so he's a minute and a half on adjusted time. McCoy has to beat Shaw by a minute and a half, and it sounds like they are nose to tail still.
It's going to be a very interesting race for sure at the end. You always race to the checkered flag like we were talking about earlier.
It's going to be a race to the finish.
Race to the finish for sure, exactly. Coming out of the woods, I'm not quite sure what that number is, but it's amazing the drone following them through. That's the 49.08.
That is A.J. Stratman, the 49.06, I believe. But the mud's getting a little hard to tell car to car, that's for sure. But the mud holes are apparently starting to get it blown out just a little bit.
And there's a 9.04 right there. Mike Park just came out of the woods.
So that's going to put him, I believe, physical.
5th position.
No, I think that's going to put him in physical 3rd.
Physical 3rd, yeah.
Yeah, well, next time around. He was in 5th last time. And Brian Hamby still pushing strong in that number 817. Look at the dust out here.
And that is the
Yukon
launch over there in the short course.
And
whoa, look at him.
Mike Park. He is sending it. And he's getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. So Mike Park is going to be in that physical 3rd position. And he started in 6th spot, so McCoy and Shaw got him by a little bit. But right now it looks like if Mike Park can push strong, he could get a podium. Mike Park is fresh to the UTV world, to the Ultra 4 and MAO world. He came from a kind of a mud run background. Great to see him out here playing with us. There's the number 902 of Patrick Murray. He's raced with us off and on for a long time. He kind of got caught up with work. He serves for the the armed forces, so he had to take a little bit of a break. Great to see him out here back racing with us again. I believe he's in the Army branch. Brian Hamby coming in the screen. He's getting ready to hit the HCR Hot Pits 25-mile-an-hour speed limit zone.
I'm not sure if it's the orange of his car that's so bright and clean or if he has something on there like we've talked about before. People put certain things on their cars that helps keep them cleaner. Makes the dust come off or the mud not stick.
A.J. Stratman heading towards the Recaro Rise. Right behind him is going to be Mike Park, physically in 3rd and on adjusted time. And they are all in the Pro Modified class. So right now it's Jamie McCoy up front, Jay Shaw, and then Mike Park in the Pro Modified class. There's A.J. Stratman heading up the Recaro Rise with Mike Park hot on his heels. Sounds like Cody Quattlebaum is broke down at mile 3. So is he out of the race? Tough. What's wrong? Sounds like 2.5. Cody Quattlebaum is broke out of the race. Tough break for him. Sounds like it's a spindle that took him out, just like at National. So tough break for Cody Quattlebaum.
That's such a bummer.
With
I do
Bandit
not like
Off-Road?
hearing that.
Oh, absolutely. There's Matthew Walraven. And we're back at the Rigid Ridge right now, chasing down one of our UTVs. This is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park just outside of South Pittsburgh. We are right in the middle of Nashville, Knoxville, Birmingham, and Atlanta. This is an amazing park. Oh, just about 600 acres, 120 trails out here, and they've got everything from mild to wild. So come on out anytime. They're open 7 days a week, $20 a person, and it's only $5 to camp overnight. On the dry camping?
Exactly, dry camping. But what's super cool here is you can rent a spot that has power and water.
Yep.
And
There's a handful of them.
Exactly.
They got a few cabins as well.
And they have some new cabins that just came in. It's really cool out here. And then Miss Karen and Benji always take such great care of us when we come here to this park.
Sounds like Matthew McIntosh was stuck for a little bit, but was able to self-recover and keep on moving.
All right, in the number 1 position, we have Mr. Jamie McCoy still sitting in number 1. We have Jay Shaw, number 2. Mike Park in that 3rd position. Paul Wolf in 4th.
Well, and those are the only 3 out on the
That
lead
is very,
lap.
very true. So we'll just go with the top 3 right now. And thank you to everybody who is tuning in on Facebook. People loving the drone pilots. It's awesome. It's amazing. Thank you so much. They are doing an amazing job out there. Josh Spots is cheering on the Mr. Brian Stone.
So we got lots of people out in the crowd. Looks like Drew just showed up. He's out here enjoying some of the UTV racing.
We're going to get him over here, Miles. He's going to come over and get a
fun little
chit-chat. I mean, he's been in this UTV world for quite a while, I think since the beginning.
There's Scott Raymer coming out. He's running the open UTV class.
We normally see Drew at Mid-America, but this weekend we're all here for the most part, and here he is. Drew, what's going on?
And you've been working for USAC for quite a while, but it looks like you got the weekend off, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Took the weekend off and just came out to racing anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Funny how that happens.
Days off, you go racing. Huh?
Yep, that's how that works.
Yeah, you do. What do you do for USAC on your side? Because we have Leo Donnell. He's our rep for Ultra 4. But what's your role in USAC?
Yeah, Leo Donnell's a great guy out here at the Ultra 4 races. But I do the Porsche Sprint Challenge. So we do all the asphalt stuff and travel around the country with the Porsche series.
And then you come out here to have fun.
Yeah, this is my fun. Getting dirty and being in the humidity is a lot more fun than being in the asphalt and on the humidity.
Absolutely. And you used to race UTVs. So what's your take on this course so far?
This course looks gnarly, actually. I was pretty surprised by it. I kind of want to go check out inside the woods and see what the rocks look like.
The rocks are big.
It's gnarly.
It's
gnarly.
tight. It's a gnarly course.
It looks really aggressive in there. It looks fun as hell, though.
And
look at that section right there.
There's the Rigid Ridge.
There's Mr. Paul Wolf. It looks like he had maybe a right rear something
Absolutely.
going on.
Paul Wolf is coming out. And there's Jay Shaw, one of our leaders. But Paul Wolf is coming through with a right rear flat tire.
So give us a little bit of a background on you. I know you've been racing UTVs since the beginning, right?
This is Drew.
Yes.
I don't know if we formally
you said
introduced
Drew.
him. Okay.
Yeah. I've been racing UTV since 2008, so I came on right when the Razor program was developing. I did a lot with Polaris and the snowmobile stuff, so when they decided to come into the UTV program, I just kind of jumped on board with that, being out in the Southwest anyway. So, yeah, I've been racing Razors since their inception back in 2008.
That's pretty cool. So what all series have you raced? Short course and desert, or what did you start out racing in?
Yeah, I started out in the Work Series, which is like partially motocross, partially desert, and then I did Best in the Desert at the same time, and then we did a couple score races down in Mexico, and then I ended up going up north to the Torque Series and did just short course for a while.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I did Torque for their last season, and then I did a little bit with
So the 4934 just went through, and
That's Scott Raymer.
Scott
He's running
Raymer.
the open class,
But
and that's a Pilgrim built machine running on portals. So you saw the
He had
extra ground clearance, pretty wild.
But he had a left rear going down.
And he just left the HER hot pits. That's interesting.
It was a little. Did you see it when he passed by,
I
Drew?
missed it.
How much
Yeah.
longer are they going to be out there?
Leaders will be getting the white flag here shortly.
Jamie McCoy is leading right now on corrected time, so
and
we'll
now
see.
Paul Wolf is physical 4th position.
And Paul Wolf is jumping in as 4,400 right after this. So it's we've had a couple drivers that are doing cross driving this weekend in different classes, and it's going to take a toll on them because it's been hot. This is cool right here.
Yeah, this is nice in the shade.
And there's
here.
Levi Metzinger heading out for another lap. And I want to give him a huge shout-out for some sportsmanship. He helped one of his fellow competitors. They had some issues. They got him righted, for safety reasons. So they logged their time, and we're going to give him a little time back. So shout-out to Levi Metzinger for stopping and helping a fellow competitor, and we're going to help him out on his time.
That's It's awesome that they do that for sure because, you don't want to see somebody over there upside down needing help to get back over and possibly finish their race as well. And it's definitely, like you just said, sportsmanship at its finest.
And I just saw Cody Martin riding with JT Taylor, so that's a tough break. That young man is super fast, but obviously something bit him.
And he was running really good as well. That is the 253.
That's Mitch Wofford. So I believe he's going to be leading in the stock class, if I'm not mistaken.
He was on the
No, he is pro mod. I'm sorry.
Who was he on the tail end of? I think it was Jeremy Blackburn earlier.
Yeah, they've been battling pretty good.
So Mike Park is in that 3rd position. Jay Shaw 2nd. Jamie McCoy in that number 1 position.
Paul Wolf was doing double duty at MAO last time we were there, weren't we?
Yeah, he's racing.
He did the Southern
course.
Rock.
Double duty. He was doing short course, and then he did the rock bouncers in the 4400 car.
In the 4400, and he did a side by side.
Yeah, that guy's an animal.
Anything he could enter, he was just out there. That was good.
Yeah, he'll be with us at Visions here in a little bit.
He's definitely becoming a fan favorite of people that have not known who he was in the rock bouncer world. Like Miles has said, we've always heard his name and knew who he was, but we weren't sure, all about him. Oh, Dustin Robbins and James Cantrell just came through. They were bumper to bumper. You can see on screen the drag race going into the Bronco Boulders.
And I'm just getting some race-off information. It looks like Brian Stone has a broken spindle and knuckle, so he's going back to try to get parts, but it's going to be tough for him to get that back. And, that's Cody Martin. I did see it. So, yeah, Cody Martin having some part issues as well.
Look at the
we'll
dust,
see how that
Miles.
shakes out. Man, the dust is thick down there for sure.
Well, and Brian Stone was on his lid earlier, too, so more than likely something happened within that little rollover.
And Scott Rains at Mid-America Outdoors right now tuning in, and they must be between races. He's enjoying it, so thanks for tuning in, Scott. Looks like Josh Spots is there, Damian, Kitty, Jared, Casey Park. So we got a lot of people tuning in all over the place. So thanks for tuning in and checking out all this amazing racing here for the 4 Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park.
It's awesome to see that Scott made it there. We were wondering if he actually made it because he was having issues getting his flight. It got canceled. He had a whole, over 24 hours he had to wait in Houston.
That sounds miserable.
Travel these days is a lot of
It's always
fun.
something, isn't it?
That sounds miserable.
Yeah, definitely. We have some drivers walking back this way. Oh, and look at that. That is awesome.
So Adam Kinnett is broke, too. I hate to hear that. Oh, no, there's Carson Atkins.
Wow.
So we got a lot of broken cars. There's Sarah Duffy on screen. Well, Drew, always a pleasure seeing you, buddy. Thanks for hopping in. I'm going to bring in one of our racers.
You're going to stay around, right?
Yeah, I'll be around.
Cool.
So there is Sarah Duffy out at the Rigid Ridge right now. So there is so much action going on everywhere out there. The attrition is definitely sitting in. I just saw Adam Kinnett give me the broke sign, and then right behind him is Carson Atkins. I flagged you over here.
Yep.
What's going on, man?
So I lost throttle.
Well, you can't go
Throttle
anywhere
cable
without
broke.
that.
Yeah.
So you like a throttle cable then?
Yeah. Well, I fixed it. Went about 30 yards, and the car wasn't steering, and I lost the steering rack. So
So
That was a
no
tough
gas,
day.
no steering.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Definitely can't make it through the rocks without a steering or throttle
No,
pedal.
no, you can't.
I'm gonna.
At least
just-
it was cheap.
Yeah, no doubt. So I remember a few years back, it was Toby Price running a trophy truck, and they broke a steering, and he's running over 100 miles an hour with a shoestring on the throttle. I don't know if you ever saw that video
Yeah.
or not, but that's pretty wild. Did you do something like that, or how'd you fix it?
Well, I got it fixed. I don't know how it happened. I thought I was going to have a tool, but I got it back in the little slot it goes in. And
So it just popped out of the little
yeah, pretty
rivet.
much. So.
Well, that's a bummer because I know that car's new to you. You've tore it down, fixed a lot of things with it, and you're
Well,
finding
just-
the little
yeah, we're getting the
gremlins, right?
kinks worked out of it, and we'll be ready for Mid-America.
Heck yeah, you're gonna be there for Visions, right?
Yep.
So you and your dad will get it home, tear it back down, and
Yeah, it won't be much. The bolts is what came out of the steering
okay,
rack.
so
That's
it is
all
an
was.
easy fix. Okay.
So did you forget to tighten them down?
Nope. There's a.
I'm just kidding.
There's a brace. There's a brace that goes behind it that we need to start running.
Gotcha.
That'll keep it from loosening up.
I was just messing with you, though.
Yeah. I understand.
You
and,
gotta laugh, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's just part of it.
It's part
but,
of it.
But I see the smile, and
Well, I was running. I think I was in fourth.
yeah, you were,
know, I
running
was-
strong for quite a while.
Yeah, we was working up through there. Cars was just broke down everywhere. I was just trying to stay in the race.
Yeah, so let me catch
didn't
you
catch
up
that
on
number.
I'm going to catch you up on broken parts. So 49.18, that's Matthew McIntosh. He's out there broke on course, trying to stay out of the way but still moving. The number 926 is Tyler Gibbs. He's broke. He's self-recovering. Number 470, that is Adam Kinnett. We just said he's broke. And now, we got you,
there's me.
Carson. So
Yeah.
I just got a text that you're broke out there.
Perfect.
Just now. But
Yeah,
you're right
I
here.
just talked to the guy right up here.
That was Brian Stone they had on screen there just for a
So
minute
tough
showing.
break there.
his
But,
break.
uh,
So
that's
what
part
was
of
your
it.
what was your favorite part about the race course today?
Probably the short course out here, honestly.
The smoothest part.
Well, it's a new car and the suspension needs worked on, and we didn't have time to send it off to Gary, and it's not handling real well, but it was just beating me up bad in the rocks. But we'll get it figured out.
What was
We'll
your
be
least
ready.
favorite part?
Honestly, that creek bed, because you gotta go so fast to keep momentum up to get up through there without.
So you got to be a
without
little
getting
rough on
stuck.
equipment?
Yeah, and it's just beating around, and yeah, it's rough on you because you're like your head's moving around and stuff.
Banging, yeah.
So how was the heat out there? You don't look too bad, actually. I mean, it's obviously
Well,
hot.
once
but
I think I just had a water.
Okay.
Thank you though,
Mm-hmm.
but kind of an adrenaline rush. You
Yeah,
don't-
okay.
You don't think about it.
So
You
it's
just
not
go,
even
go,
a
go.
thought in
That
your
is
mind.
our
So that's
leader
our
right
race
there.
leader.
That's what
so
I-
white flag
Okay.
should be coming out for Jamie McCoy. It sounds like Caleb's tuned in watching. Miss seeing you around, buddy, but we'll see you soon.
Yeah, I just seen my first lap I came through. It was like a 20:50. So I mean, I was on pace
Yeah,
to do
you
well.
were doing decent
I mean,
for
there's-
sure.
He ran yeah.
Our fastest lap has been at 18.
Right at 19 minutes, I think. Just an 18,
Yeah.
just shy of
Was it
of
Jamie?
19.
No, it was not. It was
Jay
actually.
Shaw,
Let
if
me
I
see here.
remember right. No, it's Brian Stone, but
Okay.
he went upside down, so he's gonna be down
Yes.
on your list.
Yeah, that first lap wasn't too smooth for me. I got hung up in a few spots, but I ended up coming around here and I was in fourth. So I was like, I started in eighth, ended up in fourth on the first lap. So I was like, we'll just keep on this pace. And
I love what's going on with everything with the adjusted time and whatnot. The 30-second increments just really throws another element into the game. And it looks like the white flag for Mr. Jamie McCoy is out. 6 more miles, 1 more lap to go for Jamie McCoy.
That's funny. I just heard Star Wars in my head.
yeah, I did too.
You got a lot of music playing in your head.
The things we hear. You're getting to
So-
hear it, so you
Yeah,
get
I
to see
am.
what Miles
I
and
can see what's going on here.
There's a lot going on,
Yep.
isn't there?
This is actually kind of quiet, actually.
Yeah.
I believe that's Jeremy Blackburn coming into screen. I'll get a visual on him here shortly. Yes, it is number 40, Jeremy
And
Blackburn.
there's Jay Shaw just came
Jay
out of the
Shaw.
woods. He's on screen right now.
So on adjusted time, Jamie McCoy has to beat him by a minute and a minute 30 seconds. So I believe Jamie McCoy is going to have a slight advantage over Jay Shaw, but Jay Shaw's pushing hard, and I haven't seen Jamie McCoy yet.
I think I hear him. Oh no,
Nope,
that's
nope.
not Jamie.
I'm the same way.
That's
it's like
Robert
I know
Parker.
which ones.
I'm going to run out.
Miles is going to take a peek down
He's gonna
the
see what's going on. I'll take his
hot
job
pits,
over.
HCR hot pits. Nope, that's probably him right there.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Jamie McCoy. Let's see if he picks up his time because he knows that Jay Shaw's coming in. So normally what they'll do is they'll either pick it up or be conservative.
So I'm not sure if he pulled in the pits or not. I didn't see that. But his left front tire is leaning pretty heavy, so I don't know if it's what's going on, but he's hit something. It's leaned pretty good, but when he took off, he was all over the throttle.
Yeah.
And look at Shaw just drifting that corner. So Shaw is pushing hard. He knows he needs to catch McCoy.
Yep,
so this is 25 miles an hour right here. It's going to be super close. What's the split?
He's a minute 30-second.
Okay, so he's 3 minutes ahead of him because there's a minute 30 time to make up. So he's got to make up that minute 30.
Yeah,
wow.
We'll see what happens.
So
if Jamie has to let up, that minute 30
insane.
can shrink real
or
quick.
If he breaks them.
Or, well.
I mean, to finish first you must finish, and this is a brutal course out there.
It's going to be awesome if Jamie ends up finishing first place. If he does, this is his 3rd year in a row to finish first place out here.
He's on it.
Yeah,
all the time.
that guy always is.
All the time.
But it's going to be a race to the finish. Jay Shaw knows where he's at. He knows where Jamie's at, and I know Jamie knows where Jay's
exactly.
at. They're both in those Can-Ams running hard for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. So Jay Shaw pushing hard.
And did Jeremy Dickerson actually get in with Jamie today? Or did Jamie go out solo? Do either one of you know?
I think he got in there with him.
Okay. Because I know yesterday it was like, yeah, he might or might not run with him.
Yeah,
so.
no, I think he did, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so Jeremy Dixon,
that's what I wanted
buddies.
to ask you. Did you have a co-driver?
No, I don't want anybody with me in there.
Sometimes
I do, but really the only option I ever have is my dad, and he gets scared. So.
But he's good in the pits, too, so there's a happy medium,
I'd rather
too.
just have him in the pits.
Some people don't like to run co-drivers either because they don't want anybody talking to them.
Well,
too.
and it's a weight issue too.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me that bad. But I got buddies and stuff that I was like, hey, let me ride with you and stuff. It's like, dude, you don't even know how to run
read a
winch or
GPS.
something, yeah. So
you need to get some better buddies.
Yeah.
Or teach them.
I got a few that can do it, but they're always at work or something.
That work thing always gets in the way, doesn't it?
That happened last year at Sturgis. I actually ended up riding with Jason Watt. He was driving Jamie McCoy's car, and he wanted a co-driver, so I hopped in with him and did I was supposed to only go out for practice, and I ended up practicing, qualifying, and racing with him. It was a lot of fun because I used to race the Can-Am myself, so good times for sure. And look at that drone footage going into the woods. It's so awesome to see.
He was on me a few times when I was over there trying to fix my throttle cable.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I seen him come by.
They tried to give you guys enough room to where you're not kicking dust up into your eyes and stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive how they can fly one of those things.
And I see Gary with G-Force up there running up, checking out the Jumbotron. You know he's on the – I don't know if he's talking to Jay Shaw or Jamie McCoy, but he's got a couple good cars up front.
He's making a new walking path.
Okay, he's talking to McCoy right now, and he's knowing the time splits right now, and he is pacing in circles. This is going to be down to the wire. Well, Carson, always a pleasure having you up here, buddy. I know you were walking. I'll let you go chat with your dad, but thanks for hopping in the Nitto Lounge with us.
Appreciate it.
So right before we do the 4,900 Can-Am UTV trophies, we are going to do the 4,500 awards. We did not get to do those earlier. So if you are out there close by, or you hear us, or you're watching it live on your TV right now in your RV, make your way over here to our top 3 podium finishers so we can get you guys going.
And that's going to be Troy Digby, Cody St. Clair, and Sean Rance, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct,
right, Pam?
100%.
And there's a great shot of somebody coming down towards the Bronco boulders. Oh, they just passed the Bronco boulders, sorry.
So they're
getting ready to hit the
gas.
Yukon launch.
So we both know that Mr. Paul Wolf has to get into his 4,400 car here very shortly. So I'm wondering if he's out on course limping it back in, or if he has had to come back in. Some of them will have to walk back in and recover their car later if it's off course safely.
There's Jason Tidwell just making quick work through the Bronco boulders, and that's a great aerial shot of the HDR hot pits and everything else.
Zach Pollard has got onto the Facebook feed, and he said he's out. broke down. But he
bummer.
said there are free parts at race mile 3.
He's ready to give some stuff away, huh?
That's awesome.
And honestly, he could do that. He's broke down on course. He could give a fellow competitor some
Exactly.
of his parts.
'Cause
So
we've
I
seen
don't
that
know if he's
happen.
being funny or being a class act, but
He
I
put
love
the
it.
laughing, crying emoji afterwards. So, yeah, he's definitely being funny about it. But, yeah, that has happened at King of the Hammers, though. I believe it was one of the Gomez brothers. They ended up giving a part to Sarah Price, and I'm not sure who the other teammate was or the other racer was, but they have given parts off their car to help another racer finish because they were out of the race.
The white flag is out. And I believe it'll probably be out for the rest of this race. That's just my take because we're getting a little close on time.
Somebody else said there's pick apart here at Teardown.
Yeah, there are parts and cars parked all over this 600-acre park at
Yes.
Adventure Off-Road Park.
And Martin Duffy is going for Sarah, saying whoop whoop.
Well, that's his daughter racing.
Yes. Colton's going for Mitch Wolford Racing.
Wofford's kind of new to our sport, but he's running great in that RS1.
And Christian's going
Polaris
for
Razor.
Cole Clark in the number 24.
And there's James Cantrell back by the Rigid Ridge. So it sounds like 904. Mike Park will be getting the white flag as well.
And that's the 4954 that just came out of the woods.
So there's Mike Park right now hitting the Yukon launch. Jason Tidwell taking out for another lap. So that's the 49.54. That is Trey Price. And look at Mike Park. He is pushing hard. And he is in the mix. We'll pull up our timing here in just a moment.
So we have Jamie McCoy in that number 1 position. Jay Shaw in number 2. Mike Park is in that 3rd
So
position
he just
now.
crossed the
Yes.
line, so he's in the mix to be on the podium. This is his first season with Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoors, and Mike Park is on a mission. He's in the HCR hot pits as we speak, doing 25 miles an hour, and you know he wants to push. There is 6 more miles to go, 1 more lap, and we'll see how it shakes out. There's Mike Park. Looks like he may have a little lean on the front of his also.
Miles is out checking out the cars that are coming through, and it sounded like he just dropped the mic. Dropping the mic, Miles. And that was Mike Park just came through.
Check, check. Yep, I threw the mic down to run out there and check out the car. And
That's why you
caught
shouldn't
my
wear
foot.
flip-flops to
Hey,
to
that
work.
wasn't the fault. I promise that. So we should see Jamie McCoy and Jay Shaw in the next, I'm going to guess, 5 to 10 minutes. And there's the Rigid Ridge. And look how fast he's going. It's
Is
just
that
a blur.
Cole Clark? It kind of looked like Cole Clark's car, but I
Your
cannot
guess is
tell
good
you.
as mine.
I mean, the shape of it was kind of like Cole Clark's because the way his is it's kind of distinctive in a way.
And we were talking about the top 3. That is in the UTV Pro Modified class. So on adjusted time and physical out on course, it's Jamie McCoy, Jay Shaw, and Mike Park. But first and second is going to be super, super close. There is Justin Barth just finishing in another lap, heading into the HCR hot pits.
I
So
can hear
it
some
does-
cars. It sounds
yeah.
like they're going to get ready to come out of the woods here in just a
We're
moment.
hoping to see something. So let's take a quick peek at the course out there once again, because this will be the identical course we're racing for our last race today, the 4400 class. So again, we start at the bottom center of the screen. We run clockwise, so we hit the Recaro Rise first, make our ways around all these either-ors, go across the Rigid Ridge, snake back and forth over this amazing mountain here, and then we come back into the Bronco Boulders at the Yukon launch, and then the four-wheel part start-finish at the beginning of the HCR hot pits. That's a 6-mile lap, and it's quick and easy to talk about, but it's taken the fast guys and gals about 20 minutes to make it around. We did have a sub-19-minute lap, and I think that's going to be hard to beat. I'm going to guess the 4400's They may be similar. But again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate everybody. This is the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park, and we're looking at the map right now for today's racetrack. The next race will be identical as this as well. We still have some Laser Nut trophies to give away. And this is the Rigid Ridge as we speak. That was Levi Metzinger, I believe.
Oh, wow.
And the
well,
drone
that's what
takes a
happens.
dirt nap, huh?
Drone took a tumble by the car. I'm not sure, Miles, but I thought that said 900 on it, but I could not be positive. I have 900.
You know what? You might be right. Robert Parker and
Yeah.
Levi Metzinger look very similar.
Well,
so if
Levi,
you saw numbers,
I don't see numbers on Levi's car, to be honest with you. I have not seen it, so I'm pretty sure that might have been the 900.
And where is this? Oh, this is coming towards us.
That might be Levi right there.
I would agree with that, actually.
And yes, it is. That is Levi Metzinger right there.
Levi Metzinger out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania. And again, I'll give him a shout out for being a sportsman. He pulled over and helped one of his fellow competitors, so we're going to give him a little time credit back as he's making his way through the Bronco boulders. If you've never been to Adventure Off-Road Park, it's definitely a destination just outside of South Pittsburgh, Tennessee in the Appalachian Mountain foothills. The elevation here is roughly 600 feet. There's over 600 acres here to come play out, 120 trails. Where they've got everything from mild to wild. They are open 7 days a week, $20 a person, $5 to dry camp. They've got a nice shower house, great bathrooms. So again, thanks to Benji, Carrion, and Eddie for bringing us such an amazing park to come play at. And we need to thank Jason and Gayla Robinette with Mid-America Outdoor and Ultra 4. We need to thank all of our amazing volunteers, Ultra 4 and MAO crew, Media, Safety, and USAC.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're here on site, make sure you go see Angel, Carly, Bailey, Tristan, and the entire crew at the MAO Ultra 4 merchandise trailer. They've got a little bit of everything to offer, so go check it out. That's the 4906 of A.J. Stratman, and Cole Clark is all over his tail. So it's going to be close coming into the Bronco boulders. I hope the
But look at Cole's,
drone will be able to check it out.
Look at Cole's left rear. If the drone picks that up, it kind of looks like he might have a left rear flat. It sounds like the 918. Where's 918 here on my list? 4918, Matthew McIntosh. I heard some chatter on the radio about them. And that was Levi going out on his next lap.
Boy, I couldn't tell through the dust there, Pam, on Cole Clark.
Oh yeah, he was hot on the rear end, but I think he might have had something going on in that left rear. And on screen, there's Jay Shaw.
Oh, that's Jay Shaw. That's at the Rigid Ridge. So did we miss Jamie McCoy, or did Shaw get around him? I have no clue. We didn't have a visual on it, but
we shall see.
This is going to be down to the wire.
This is where I can't sit down hardly. Like when they start coming in and they're closer and closer, it's like cannot sit down and watch this racing anymore.
Patrick Murray, we're following him into the woods section. He'll be heading up to the Recaro Rise here very shortly. Patrick Murray out of Vass, North Carolina with Murray Off-Road Motorsports.
And I want to announce again to our 4,500 class, Troy Digby, Cody St. Clair, and Sean Rance. We are going to do your awards right before we do the 4,900, so please make your way over here. They will be getting a checkered flag here shortly. So if you want to do your awards, you better move on this way.
And chatter through the PCI race radio, it sounds like the rest of this race will be white flag only. Regardless of their lap, they are getting the white flag. So 49.06, A.J. Stratman heading out for his final lap.
Let me go to that timing there, Miles. got timing up everywhere here.
So it's still Jamie McCoy, Jay Shaw, Mike Park, and then Jeremy Blackburn. We haven't. I apologize for not saying much about him, but he is in first place in the UTV stock production class.
That he is.
So let's find second and third for stock class. Pam.
Stock production class second and third will be Aaron Lynch in that number 113 in second position. And then A.J. Stratman in the 4906
just saw him head out,
in
so
that
he's
third position.
Got a strong run going.
So Cole Clark must have either gone into the hot pits, but this is definitely a
no, there's
Polaris.
Cole Clark coming into screen right there.
Yes, and there's a Polaris
So it looks
coming
like he
through
did come
here.
out of the HER hot pitch. Yep, you are correct. I'm going to get a visual on his car.
Miles just got a visual on screen there. You can see we running back and forth to get the screens, and the 86 of Paul Wolf got going again because he just exited the wood area.
So he will get the white flag there as well, and I was able to run out to the start line
Yes,
here
you
and
were
get
on
a
camera.
visual. I was getting a visual on Cole Clark's car, and it looks great. So it's
Awesome.
kind of fun to see how those cars look on their last lap as Cole Clark comes into screen heading up the Recaro Rise.
Now, did he come out of the pits?
It looked like it.
I think he had a
I
flat.
think so. Yeah, you called the flat. I didn't get a visual, but it's very possible.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. Oh, look, there's Paul
And
Wolf
there's
on
Paul
screen right
Wolf
there.
hitting the Yukon launch.
Now, Paul Wolf, his plan, he is running every single Ultra 4 race all over the United States this season in his Can-Am UTV and his UFO fabrication.
Yes, it's, that guy's committed for sure. He's really
Exactly.
stepped up his game this year.
He is getting the white flag right now.
See Martin Duffy patiently pacing around, checking on his daughter.
Troy Digby's here. That's awesome. We're going to be getting all of our 1, 2, and 3 of our 4,500 class here shortly.
So Paul Wolf getting the white flag. So that should put him into fourth position, if I'm not mistaken. Fifth position.
Fifth
well,
position.
fourth in class. So Mitch Wofford is just in front of him. And there's Sarah Duffy getting ready to hit the Bronco boulders. The heat is definitely starting to soak in. There's minimal wind out here, so make sure you drink plenty of water out there. If you're spectating, racing, working, whatever you do, let's definitely try to stay hydrated. As Mitch Wofford passes me, heading out for his final lap in the 4,900
And it looks like Paul
Can-Am
Wolf
stock
just,
class.
Paul Wolf came out of the pits just now.
I'm
so
going to
he'll
get
be
a
coming
visual
by.
on his car.
Make sure you stand in front of the camera. That was a quick visual. Paul Wolf will be ending this race. He just got the white flag, and he will be going back out into his 4,400 car.
And I kind of forgot to mention the car owner is riding with Paul Wolf.
Yeah,
That's
Chris
Chris
Hickman.
Hickman's in there, so it's kind of cool to see them enjoying the racing action. Look at the left front on that car and that can.
That's
oh,
Brian
that's Brian
Stone.
Stone. It is.
Yeah,
You're
Brian
right.
Stone.
So he's got that knuckle issue. So tough break for him. But
The drone keeps going over, and he keeps looking at it every time it's been over there by him. He's either saying, leave me alone, or
I
send
mean,
help.
it's just all in smiles.
There's James Cantrell just exited the woods. And there's Dustin Robbins. He's not too far behind.
And Dustin Robbins was pushing pretty hard. Remember, James Cantrell is in just finished this race for points, but Dustin Robbins was pushing hard. This is a 5-lap race. The leaders are on their fifth and final lap. We should see them
There's
as
Jamie
it is.
McCoy
There's
right
Jamie
there.
McCoy coming in. So we'll hopefully the drone will. Not sure if Dustin Robbins was showing out or if he's having some steering issues, but hopefully we find our leader Jamie McCoy here very shortly.
My heart just started beating so fast because I wasn't sure, like, how far behind is Jay Shaw, and we know it's so close between the two.
And
this is
I
when it
will
gets really
start-
exciting.
So the 49-18 of Matthew McIntosh is going to wait for a cold course to limp the rest of the way out. He is out of the race, so tough break for him.
That was James Cantrell, just got the white flag.
And that is Jamie McCoy right there, right?
No, that's
not.
Dustin
Robbins.
That's Dustin Robbins. He
Yep.
just got the
Sorry
white flag.
about that. So Dustin Robbins heading out for his last lap. And then the checkered flag is coming out for Jamie McCoy right now.
Unofficially in that number 1 position for the 3rd year in a row out here at AOP.
So where is Jay Shaw? How far back is him? I started my unofficial stopwatch right now. He's got 1 minute and 30 seconds to cross that flag. And if we don't see him in the next 10 or 15 seconds, I think Jamie McCoy is going to get a three-peat here at the AOP Park.
So Jamie McCoy definitely picked it up on that last lap. So Gary over there telling him to pick it up. 20.49, that's what his last lap was. That was his fastest lap of the race as well.
And if I'm not mistaken, only 1 flat tire. That's pretty impressive.
That
but
is
that car,
awesome.
he definitely put it through its paces. Dustin Robbins heading out for one more lap. There's Gus Fisher.
He's patiently awaiting.
So Dustin Robbins, we're chasing him through the woods, getting ready to hit up the Recaro Rise. There's Sarah Duffy pulling over. That's great to see the sportsmanship out of her.
Ooh, it just got a little warm, Miles. Where'd our breeze go?
There isn't much. Yeah, look at the sportsmanship out of Sarah Duffy. She's at the Recaro Rise section, and it looks like everything's going great. So that's number 900, I believe. That's Robert Parker. So it looks like Jay Shaw is not going to beat out Jamie McCoy. So unofficially, Jamie McCoy just wrapped up this race.
All right, our 4,500 classes. If you could make it way over to your vehicle, you can stand in the shade right by your vehicles because we are going to get you guys quickly as possible.
See Jeremy Blackburn. So you had Troy Digby, Cody St. Clair, and Sean Rance Sr. If you could come this way, we'd thoroughly appreciate it.
I see everybody but Sean Rance, so if you hear us, then go ahead and make your way this way. That's the 113 right there. Just came through Aaron Lynch. He just exited the woods. Yeah, if you guys just stand in the shade by your car so you're closer. I was like, they were wondering where you guys were. Sit there and look pretty. Thank you.
Heading through the Bronco Boulders is Aaron Lynch. What a great day of racing it has been. We started at 8 a.m. this morning with the limited classes. Then we went in the Youth 170. Now we're about to wrap up the 4,900 Can-Am UTV class, and then we'll be kicking off the grand finale, the 4,400 Unlimited class. So we'll be a little off pace, I believe, but we're going to do our best to keep everything flowing.
So Jamie McCoy with his fastest lap on his last lap this afternoon. He finished all 5 laps in 1 hour and 48 minutes in his fastest lap of a 20.49. But you know what? That wasn't the fastest lap of the day, which is amazing, but he has just definitely kept a steady pace. 1 flat tire is all he had. It's all you need to do. Great view right there of our watering vehicle, keeping the track watered down for us.
Bobby's out there driving along the track, keeping everything, trying to keep the dust down best as we can.
Oh, I hear a Can-Am in the background. I'm going to guess that that's Jay Shaw.
I mean, it could be Mike Park.
No, it could be Mike Park. You're right. He's in a Can-Am as well.
I was expecting to see Jay Shaw a lot sooner than we have. So.
Oh, that is definitely Jay Shaw because Mike Park is not yellow.
Yep, Jay Shaw. So physical second position and on adjusted time. But
wow.
Could Mike Park sneak up on him? It's going to be interesting. So Mike Park started in 6th position, so 1 minute behind Jay Shaw. So I'll start my unofficial time clock once we see him class.
We have Matt Walraven over here. He's not in the race, but he's got some ice going on. I'm not sure what's happened, but if he wants to come on over here and talk with us for just a moment, let us know. They like to tell us over the fence. They're afraid of coming and visiting with us, Miles.
Maybe they're scared of you.
I don't know. I think he might have said he broke his wrist.
Well, we're about to find out.
Come on over here, Matt.
So there's Aaron Lynch pulling out of the race, it looks like. So, Wall Raven, you're all iced up. What happened there, buddy?
Oh, well, we made a car switch from Polaris to Can-Am in between motos, or in between rounds, and cars running awesome. CT Raceworks, MRT Tires, all those guys. Daniel, Alex Reed, David at CT hooked us up, and we were running strong, qualified 5th. Made a couple physical passes on the first lap, and then Papa Poe flipped over, and we got out with Levi.
Okay, you were the one. You helped Levi help Poe.
Yep, and
That's
we got
cool.
him.
Great on you.
Well, it was he's a buddy of ours, so we wanted to get him back going or at least safe. So we got him flipped over, and we were making good time. Caught back up to the front of the guys, and we were coming up the hill, and my seat was moving a little bit, and I was pushing myself back in the seat to hold myself stable coming up the uphill, and hit a rock, and the wheel turned hard left and caught my thumb, and that was the end of it.
I have to be honest with you. My husband broke his thumb because of the same kind of thing.
Yeah. So, that's racing. We were excited to be here. The track was amazing and tough. We had the car to win, but next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of racing. I hate hearing that, but I still see the smile on your face.
Oh, yeah,
I
it's
mean,
racing.
That's why you're here to have fun.
Well, your
so.
son ended up on the podium
Yes,
today, so
sir.
that's what's awesome.
Yes,
He was in the
ma'am.
170 class today. I was second place, correct? Were you in second place? Yes. Yes, ma'am. I love this.
And
Yeah,
he's
that's awesome.
in a barred car who blew up his 200 yesterday in practice. So
Oh, my goodness. Oh,
couldn't be
it's
proud
So
of
you
him.
got a loader
Brand new.
car. So you
Yep.
so you drove it like a rental, right, buddy?
Yeah.
You drove it like you stole it. Does Dad tell you to do that? No.
Chris May hooked us up, so big thanks to those guys. We were driving Raleigh's backup car, so couldn't be happier for the weekend, though. And my co-driver's out there right now running my car. So
Okay.
Oh, okay.
We'll
So
see.
you hopped out here in the
Yep.
pits?
Yep.
So,
Okay.
did you go to medics right here and have them check it out, or you're just going to go
no.
straight and know you what
Yeah,
happened?
we've filled out our accident report, and I'm going to go bum a ride from somebody because all we have is our toter. So.
Oh, gotcha.
So you go get it looked at?
Yes, sir.
Well, tough break for that, but hopefully everything pans out and you get back there, get healthy, and hopefully your co-driver doesn't tear your car up too much.
Well, he already turned it over once. He's got it back on his wheels, so we'll see when it gets back.
Now he'll have to fix it for you since your hand's a little damaged.
We'll send it down to CT, get those guys.
Let them
up.
get it fixed up.
Yeah,
they do a lot of work on a lot of cars.
Yeah, they're amazing guys, and just again, thanks to CT and MRT, and shout out to the family of Chad Pedersen. He was a big part of getting us with MRT, so I just really appreciate it.
All right,
everybody's helped us.
Wall Raven, always a pleasure.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for coming to race with us. Tough break, but we'll see you at the next one, buddy.
All right, I appreciate
Awesome.
it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. There's a
So
904
there
Mike
is
Park.
Mike Park, physical third place, and on adjusted time. That's how it's going to shake out unofficially. So it looks like it's as long as he can come in here. It's Jamie McCoy, Jay Shaw, and then Mike Park. So his first season with Ultra 4, getting on the podium here at AOP, he is going to be excited about that.
All right, Miles, I'm going to go over there. We're going to start getting going on the podium because we do have our 4500 Yukon gear and axle that we did not get to earlier, so I will be back here shortly.
Well, thank you, Pam, for that. And we're watching Mike Park hit the Yukon launch. And we still have the stock class yet to go.
Oh, sorry.
So we've got another UTV racer hitting, hopping into the Nitto studio with us. Cody Quattlebaum, how's it going, buddy?
Yeah, I had a rough day. Flat on the first lap. Second lap, broke my tie rod bolt. Same thing happened in Nationals. Sheared it right off and took me out of the race. So.
And we just saw Mike Park grab the checkered flag, unofficial third place for him for his first season with Ultra 4. So great effort by him and his whole team. We had a lot of laughs with them last night. And I still see a smile on your face, Cody, and I love that about you. But, I mean, it's just a tough break, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hot out here. My wife got me a sundae, so I'm good to go.
An ice cream sundae.
Yep, ice cream sundae. Looks like my buddy Jeremy right there is in 4th overall, so that's first in class.
Yeah, first in class, absolutely, yeah.
So that's awesome.
So what's your next race with us?
It'll
Coming
be
to
Visions. Coming
Heck
to Visions.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's going to be a good time. I'm excited for that one.
Got my camp spot and everything. We're going to fix a few things and get rid of this bolt that I keep breaking.
What are you going to move to?
I'm going to try to find something that's double shear.
All right, yep.
It's a single shear system, and apparently I just don't know how to drive on it. So,
well, it's definitely hard on equipment. That is for sure.
Yeah, this is a very tough race course, but it's fun.
But it's fun. Yeah, I was just going to say, it's tough, but it is fun out there.
It's challenging, and there's a mix.
What was the hardest part out there on the track?
Probably some of the downhills. They took out one of the big mud climbs, so everybody was taking the left line there. But there's some really bad drops, jerk the steering wheel and stuff. So some big rocks out there.
Yeah, no, it's and the trees are tight too. Did you ever kiss a tree at all?
Oh yeah, the cage has marks all over it, little green spots, bark in the roof and everything. So tons of trees out there.
What a great race by everybody out there. Unofficial, it looks like it's going to be Jamie McCoy, Jay Shaw, and then Mike Park.
I'm happy to see Jay Shaw back.
Yeah, he's stepped out for a little while, but he's got a great crew behind him. He's got Adventure Lifestyle that's helped him get back in action.
That's awesome. Did y'all say yesterday that was one of Kyle Chaney's old cars?
Yes, Jay Shaw. That's Kyle Chaney's this year winning King of the Hammers car.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's cool to see it out here racing with us and see Jay back in the seat and having some fun.
Whew. Yeah, it looks like we're about to wrap it up. I'm going to go ahead and finish my Sunday before it melts.
Before it melts all the way. Well, Cody, always a pleasure, buddy. Thanks for coming out here and racing, and better luck next time. We'll see you at Visions.
Yep, better luck at Visions. Thanks, Smiles.
What a great race it's been today, and we still have a lot more yet to come. We're still waiting for Jeremy Blackburn. So there's Scott Raymer. You'll see him coming in the screen. He's spitting and sputtering just a little bit. So it looks like we got Pam ready to do some awards for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, giving away some of those Laser Nut trophies thanks to Cody Wagner and company. So this is the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. And it sounds like Pam Hall's about to take it off. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. We are here with the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. We had to wait for one of our drivers to get back over here. We'll go into that in just a minute. But with us right now, we have our third place, Mr. Sean Rance. Awesome job out there today. What did you think about that race course?
The course is, every year it's tough here. Everybody had tire issues. Everybody had breakage issues. There's a lot of things going on out there, but it's just wonderful to be here.
And you were just saying that you have about a 1,500-mile drive home. Are you ready for that?
Yeah, it takes us 24 hours. Chuck and I will just tag team and get there. And 1,500 miles, we just wanted to come out here and race with our good friends.
Awesome. Well, congratulations for getting on the top of the box, or on number 3 on the box today. Who do you have to thank for getting you here?
Well, my wife and family, Chuck Richardson, my co-driver, Milestar Tires. They got great tires, rough stuff, specialties, a little bit of everything. It just takes so much to get out here every time.
Well, we greatly appreciate you coming all that way. I think we have somebody that might have came a little bit farther, but I'm not sure because we have our new Canadian team that showed up here this weekend. But thank you so much for coming and racing with us again. Will we see you at Visions?
Yes, we'll be at Visions, and I'd like to say thanks to the new Ultra 4. It's been just amazing. I just love the new what's going on.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, and I know that they greatly appreciate hearing all of that from all of our racers. And congratulations and safe trip back home.
All right, thank you, everybody.
All right, now we're going to go right on over here to our second place, Mr. Cody St. Clair. You guys were on it this weekend. You were having a lot of fun out there. I don't know, did you guys have any flats?
We didn't have any flats during the race, but after the race it went flat.
Oh, you're not the first one that has said that. Like they pull in here and then they all of a sudden get a flat.
Yeah, walked over and tire was flat, so I don't know.
But did you guys have fun?
Oh, it was a blast. Rough, but it was fun.
Awesome. What was your favorite part?
Finishing.
That's probably the best thing right there. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the box?
Cooper Tires, like you said, we didn't have any flats. They hooked up in the mud and the rock's great. PSC, didn't have any steering issues. Dave's Off-Road, Race Line, Dad for co-driving through this rough course. Torco Oil, transmission stayed cooled all race, and Rufus for helping us pit.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. It looks like you got a lot of cleaning to do.
And full throttle batteries.
And full throttle batteries. I heard some people were having some issues with pre-running yesterday with some batteries, but you guys obviously did not.
Not this time.
Well, congratulations on that second position, and have a safe trip back home. You all staying around for the 4400s?
Yeah, we'll be leaving early tomorrow morning.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. All right, into that number 1 position. It's a little different for our number 1 spot right here. There's a good explanation, but he made it farther on course, but you're in that number 1 position, but your car is still out on course. But here you are. What happened out there?
Well, we broke the sector shaft on the steering box, and then the track bar bracket ripped off the axle, and then the steering ram bent in half, and then we had a flat tire, and all at once. And now it's stuck against a tree on a steep downhill, and hopefully we can get it after the 4400 race.
Benji and his crew out here and all of the Mid-America crew, they're awesome. I'm sure Benji definitely will be able to get you out. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the box?
Well, first off, Outlaw Off-Road in Charlotte, they helped us, get the car ready. And then we got Barnes 4x4 with all their joints, and we got Raceline wheels. Didn't have any wheel issues. And then got my boy Luke right here navigating me through everything. And that's about it.
Awesome. Well, we obviously know you're sticking around for the 4400 race, but congratulations on getting on that number 1 spot here today, and time to go party, right?
Oh, yeah, thank you. This is my first number 1 trophy right here. So, super pumped about that.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to our 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, Troy Digby, Cody St. Clair, and Sean Rance. Back to you, Miles.
Well, thank you, Pam and Cody Wagner and LaserNut for those amazing trophies. A huge shout out to everybody that's raced so far today and taken home some of those amazing LaserNut trophies. That was the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. It's been a great day of racing here at AOP for the 4-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee, but we're also racing at Mid-America Outdoors at Jay, Oklahoma for the side-by-side championship series, and we're going to try to throw it back to them and see what Joey and Matt have to say.
That's the only way. I feel like if you're a broker, you have to go for broke. Yeah. That makes sense. We got Scott with an interview. Scott, take it away.
You look way too clean. Hey guys, I just off camera a moment ago, I looked at her, I go, Caitlin, you look way too clean. That's what happens when you finish up front. Hell of a run out there. I'm sorry, but I gotta say this, I gotta go there. In this kind of heat, gives a whole new meaning to heat racing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I need water ASAP. I drenched myself in water before I went out there.
What was it like out on the track?
It was actually really nice. There were some areas that were slick, but it was perfect, honestly.
Are you able to take any kind of homework from this event and turn it around and adjust this car for this afternoon?
Yeah, I think we'll probably tighten up the shocks in the back end, but it ran great.
I tell you guys, this is confidence right here. She doesn't look like she's sweating. She doesn't look like she's tired or hot or any of that. This car looks like it's almost ready to go. So good luck this afternoon, Caitlin.
All right, looks like we are back, and I had misspoke earlier. I had said that we were going to water. I think they made a call, executive decision. I am not the race director, and I am not a track specialist. and it did hold up after that class. So they decided they're going to go ahead and run Pro Turbo, it looks like.
Oh, here we go.
Well, we got to get this one right here off the top of the course.
We got one person on the track. We'll have to get that clear.
Yep. Looks like she lost a whole front tire and the other side too. Maybe a steering rack folded them in.
Are they going to possibly get a sight lap right here? What do you think, Joey?
They might. Sometimes they let these guys do that. I'm not really sure what they're going to do, but we've seen them do things like that before.
Got them loaded in right here. Looking at this line.
Yeah, this is a stacked up heat, so you're going to read that right there?
I will do it. Cheney, Boodle, Beavers, Baker, Huddleston, Clifton, Hughes, Rimmereed, Tewksbury, Martin, Corbin. They changed it on me. Did you see that?
Yeah, you missed Champion, Baker.
Yep, Champion, Baker. A couple others. We'll go through it again once they get them back out there. But
Rowden.
Yep.
Graham, Boodle, Yoshimoto.
That's different class.
I'm just kidding, man. They went back to the women's.
But I'm
you were about to say,
right
are they really going to race with them?
Well, I was just thinking that some people are going to be a little scared. They're fast.
Yeah, I know that's right. So if you look at the bottom, you got looks like Edmonds, Cash LaCroix, Vanover, Willis,
Yep.
Corbin,
Martin,
Tewksbury, Champion, Rimmereed, and then I think you got all the others.
So we'll have to figure it out.
So we got Young Guns in here. Let's
misspoke
talk
if we
about.
got-
Let's talk about.
If you guys want, Tennessee's actually watching us. If you want to welcome them in.
Hey,
We'd like-
Tennessee's here.
Tennessee in the house. We'd like to welcome y'all to our live feed. We've been jumping on yours, and now y'all are jumping on ours. Really cool technology being done by the Ultra 4 and the Mid-America teams this weekend.
Smart people.
We are at halfway point for our race day today. I know Ultra 4 was ahead of the schedule with us, and we are happy to be able to tune in and see all the racing action down there. When we tuned in last, we gave you the top 5 for the UTV. So go over those pages and check out and see who won there. Remember to share their feed and our feed.
Absolutely.
If you're watching the Ultra 4 feed, you can still take a second and share the live feed here for Mid-America. And let's just let's grow our reach together. So we've been having a lot of fun. We want to report everybody staying safe here.
Yep.
And we are definitely enjoying Mid-America facilities and having some fun up here by the pool, and we're about to go eat at the steakhouse and have some fun. So if you're watching the Ultra 4 live feed and you've never been to Mid-America Outdoors, we encourage you to please come on over and hang out with us sometimes. We would love to have you.
But Joey, first, before we do any of those cool things like go eat lunch or get back in the pool, Pro Turbo, man.
Pro Turbo. So we talk about this. Before the race day even starts, we're always excited to see how this one shakes out because the competition is so stacked.
And I'm just looking at these drivers sitting in the gates, right? And I'm looking at who's in which wave. So they're going to have two waves.
I thought I saw
Lisa.
Cheney on the second row. The way the drone is sitting right now, I can't be certain, but it did look like he was sitting on that second row. This is anybody's race.
I just want to talk about the fact that Champion and Martin and Willis, all these guys, are they all going to be in the same heat? That's what I'm curious about, right? You got some fast guys. You got Cash sitting up there.
Well, I can tell you this. There is definitely a element around Pro Turbo where everybody respects each other and knows they're fast. They know their car's fast. There is a mutual respect given. And they don't jaw off a whole lot. They keep it real professional, pretty tight-lipped. They're kind of even secretive to the point where they ain't telling nobody, yeah, I made this adjustment, that adjustment, I got you this time. There's really not a lot of that. It's real quiet, real professional. Let's leave it all on the track.
That's right. But there is a super, lighthearted fun side to these guys. We got to see that a little bit last time with, Scott and Cash going back and forth in their interviews and kind of dishing it out to one another. But here we go, Pro Turbo.
All right.
Headed up the hill. Look at Zach Beavers. And that's Kyle Cheney. Kyle Cheney was on the front row.
Look at this.
Ooh, they are battling right there.
He was in that other slot, so that other car.
Man, great start for Zach Beavers. That was a really good run right there. Looks like Jeff Boodle in the 3rd position. There's Kane and Baker in that 4th spot. Man, there comes Mitchell Huddleston, the 124 machine. Looks like he may have had a little issue on the start.
Yeah, so very tight for that top 4 right there. That is going to make for some interesting racing as we're getting ready for wave number 2.
Yeah, it's about to get Western before it
So
gets
that means
Western
we're about to
for
see Cash LaCroix.
Right, here they come.
champion.
And how cool is that to be switching back and forth with Mid-America Outdoors for the Side-by-Side Championship Series? We were just listening to Matt Joe, and we saw Scott Rain do a little after race interview. It's awesome to be able to share the feed back and forth, and it looks like Pam Hall should be ready to do some awards for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class for the Pro Modified class. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. We're over here with the 4900 Pro Modified Can-Am UTV class. 3rd place, Mike Park. You were on it out there. You were having a great race. How do you feel?
Feel great. Definitely a rough track, but we didn't have any issues. So never had to stop the car and made a good race.
That's awesome because tires have been an issue for sure out there. And for you to not have any issues, that's awesome. You were just on it, making lap times better and better and picking up places.
Yes, ma'am. We just try to save the tires and keep moving.
Awesome. Well, who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the box tonight?
My family back at home for allowing me to come do this, and all our Team 904 and their support, and then CT Raceworks and Evo, Raceline Wheels, Cryo Heat, and Turner Axles.
Awesome. It was fun hanging out with you and your team last night, getting to know all y'all. It was a hoot. So congratulations for getting up here, and are you sticking around for the 4400s?
We'll probably be around all day.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. We're going to go on over here to our 2nd place finisher, Mr. Jay Shaw. We were about ready to start standing up because we thought you were going to catch up to Mr. McCoy over there, but did you have any issues this race?
Yeah, I mean, going into the first lap, we blew a tire, so we had to get that swapped over, and, we stayed sort of consistent 2nd through 4th lap, and then I told my co-driver, I said, hey, hold on, man, we're about to go for him. So we put the hammer down, and I felt like we were making some time up on him, but we ended up blowing a belt, so had to get that changed over, man. He swapped it within no time, and it kept us here in 2nd. So super happy, man. We hadn't been in a car in 2 years, so, man, we're back, and it just feels good to be up here.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here besides this little tiny one right here next to you?
Yeah, it's always good when you bring the family out, man. My wife and her come out, and it just makes feel like home, But Adventure Lifestyle, if it wasn't for them, man, they bought this car for us. They got us back out here racing, and it's just a huge shout-out to those guys, man. They've stepped up in a big way, man. They got us back out here and really just sort of floating the bill, so we couldn't do it without them at all. And then, co-driver, I got Dirt Monkey Performance out here helping us out with the car, and NOS Suspension, G-Force Racing, man, everybody that helps, it's just an awesome time.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 2 spot, and we'll see you at the Visions maybe?
Yeah, I hope so. That's the plan.
Awesome. Well, hopefully we see you there, and congratulations again. All right, over here to our number 1. This is a 3-peat for Mr. McCoy. You are on it. This must be your backyard, right?
Yeah, welcome to Tennessee.
Jamie McCoy, he has literally 3rd time in a row. Every time we're on the East Coast, you seem to be, on the top of the box somewhere, 1, 2, or 3, and it's pretty awesome. What is your strategy when you get out there to do this?
I hate this place. I just want to get out of here.
I was going to say, do you just close your eyes and go because you already have the course in your head?
It does have enough woods in it that I really like that part of it. But the rock section, it's not my strong point. But I can hold my own back there in the woods, I think.
Yeah, I was explaining earlier how I got in the car with you when you were pre-running at Kentucky, and I could not believe the way you drive. I was just like, whoa, you're an amazing driver. You have your family here with you this weekend. Normally, you're already halfway packed and wanting to go home by the time you get up here on the podium, but how does it feel to have your family back here with you?
Oh, it's sweet. I got up this morning and I said just how blessed I am that, my daughter and my wife wanted to come with me, and then I looked over at Facebook and it said, Father's Day tomorrow, and I'm like, maybe they don't love me as much as I thought. Just Father's Day, man. It's good. No, I'm just kidding. It's just really, really fun to have them here, and she got to go to the creek a couple times, brought the dog and stuff, but it's always a good time. This is the closest race for us, so.
Exactly. I know I don't live too far from you, so it's definitely the closest one for us. And you had Jeremy Dickerson in the car with you, your little girl standing right here by your side. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here at the top of the box today?
Oh, man, I am so fortunate. You walk around these pits, and I'm just welcomed by so many people. It's just a wonderful sport, and I'm just very blessed, man. Have people that build other other types of parts for UTVs. Man just come up and shook his hand, said great job, and he's a competitor of my product, and just overwhelmed by the support. I'll be 57 years old, and I'm very blessed, man, but I got a really neat G4 CA Can-Am. I laced them MRTs up, and a couple guys was doing different tires and everything, and that's all I've tested on this year, so I was very pleased with them. The Halo locker, just flawless. I got a lot of really, really neat parts on this car, and I got a tremendous amount of help by a lot of people, and I'm very blessed, man. I got a really cool Can-Am.
Well, that's awesome to hear. The Can-Ams definitely are usually up here, and here we are today, 1, 2, and 3 up on the box with Can-Am. So that's awesome. Congratulations. You guys are going to stick around, I think, is what you said yesterday. So congratulations for your 3rd year in a row in that #1 position here at AOP.
Thank you very much. Everybody be safe. Happy Father's Day.
Awesome. And congratulations to our 1, 2, and 3, Mr. Jamie McCoy, Jay Shaw, and Mike Park.
Well, thank you, Pam, and everybody who is racing at the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. Hold those laser nut trophies up high and get those pictures, and that's what it is all about. So I think we have unofficial Mitch Wofford in the UTV. Sorry, no, he was 4th place. So we're still waiting for our stock class, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see if we'll get those. The course is still hot, but lots of racing action. We saw it there at Mid-America Outdoors for the Side-by-Side Championship Series. We just saw them racing. We just gave away these laser nut trophies to the Pro Mod class. We still have the stock competitors out on course, and we are going to be sending out the 4400 Unlimited class. I'm going to say we're going to be about a half hour delayed or so. So please stay tuned. Get on the MAO app, get on the Ultra 4 and MAO Facebook and YouTube. Start a watch party. Share it, hashtag it up, and we will be live racing for the biggest and baddest names in our sport here in just a little bit. And again, thank you everybody for staying tuned in for the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee here at the Adventure Off-Road Park. It's been a wonderful day, and while we wait for a few more cars to cross the line, we're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
I am Monster Mate.
Welcome back to the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. It's been a wonderful day today. We are just wrapping up the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and it looks like we have the stock class about ready to go. So Pam Hall, it looks like she's about ready. We'll throw it back to her in just a couple minutes. So Pam, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Miles. We have lots of classes to get through here. We have the 4900 Can-Am stock production class. We are here with our third place, the 4906 of AJ Stratman. Awesome job out there. I heard you had 0 issues with your tires.
Absolutely. I got to thank our #1 sponsor, Braven Tires. They rocked it out here today. We didn't even have to worry about them. We were bashing off rocks. This course was super tough. Thank you, JT. Thank you, Liam. This was awesome. You guys did a great job putting this on for us, kept us safe, had a good time. We were about 100 yards in from the finish and flopped the car. We had to put it back on its wheels and run it in, but we thought we were out of it. We were just bumming, and they called us up here.
You couldn't end it on a good note, right?
We got to, finally, yeah.
This is your good note right here. Yeah. Who else do you have to thank besides your tire company?
Oh, boy. You put me on the spot. King Shocks, for sure. Those guys kill it for us. They're always keeping us going. Best in business with the tuning. Want to thank Hooker Harness for keeping us safe in the seat belts. We have Gateway Powder Coating, takes care of cleaning the car up for us every month, making sure all the scratches I put in it, like today, they clean that up. Show Me Speed for tuning the car, making this thing fast. I mean, it's wicked fast. It's a good time. If I could have kept it on its wheels, maybe we'd have been over there.
Well, awesome job out there. Being up here on the box in general is awesome because this is a tough course, so congratulations on your #3 spot.
Thank you so much.
All right, and over here onto our #2 spot, we have Mr. Aaron Lynch. Awesome day out there today. Except you have a flat, but is that your only issue?
We had multiple flats, bent trailing arm, and ratcheted a front diff, so now we're here, and all that hard work paid off.
Awesome. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
I like to thank my pit crew. Dude, those guys knocked our tire changes out in and out real quick. I like to thank my wife. I'd like to thank CA for helping me out and giving me some parts overnight. And that's about it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your #2 spot. See you at Visions?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. All right, over here into our #1 spot in the single seat, all by his lonesome out there on race course, Jeremy Blackburn. Awesome job out there.
Thank you.
Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
But I'd like to always thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Without God, I don't think none of us would be here. I'd like to thank my wife for allowing me to race. Big shout out to Nate Martinez. He for Albert Racing. He tuned this RS1. That's a naturally aspirated machine, and it was ripping out there. I'd also like to thank Bandit Suspension. They give me a set Tender Springs to run, but after this race, I have learned I am going to have to upgrade my suspension. This track beat the brakes off me.
Well, you did awesome out there. Got you out here on the #1. Did you have any flats?
No flats. I got lucky.
Well, that's a good thing because tires are an issue out there. But congratulations. See you at Visions?
Yes, I'll be at Visions.
Awesome. Obviously, we are wanting all of y'all to be out there. So congratulations again to our 4900 Can-Am stock production class. Jeremy Blackburn, Aaron Lynch, and AJ Stratman.
Thank you, Pam, and congratulations to the 4900 stock class for having such a great day out there on course. And thank you to Cody Wagner and Lasernut for those amazing trophies out there. We have one more class to go. It's just Scott Raymer running in that open class, so we'll get everything reset, set him up for getting his trophy, and then we'll be getting ready to kick off the 4400 class. And we will do the national anthem and a prayer here very shortly. The national anthem, if you are at home, we are going to turn your volume completely off because that'll kick us off Facebook and all the other feeds and whatnot. So you'll see the flag. That'll be our national anthem. And then we have a special guest of Taylor Pickett. He's going to hop in here with me and give us a prayer. And then we'll be ready to kick off the 4400 class. So I hope to be racing here in the next, I'm going to say 15 minutes up to a half hour. We'll see how it all shakes out. We need to make sure the course is safe first and foremost. So there's still a few cars out there on course. So we got a few more trophies to go. And then we'll, like I said, keep everything rolling. So thank you, everybody, for staying tuned in for the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. I am Miles Haskell. We've had Pam Hall in the booth with me off and on all day, and we got a lot of things going. It's going to be a great day, so stay tuned in. We're hoping to do one more awards here shortly, and then, like I said, we're going to kick off everything else. So the biggest and baddest names in our sport, the 4400 Unlimited class, will be racing here in hopefully about the next half hour or so. And those unlimited suspension, unlimited horsepower, unlimited absolutely everything. These guys and gals will be absolutely flying out there. We have we have two-time king Eric Miller on the pole. Right behind him is going to be Paul Wolf, and then Casey Gilbert, Josh Blyler, Tad Dowker, Zandy Willems, Rusty Blyler, Cade Rod, Cody Hardesty, Chip McLaughlin, Philip McJilton, Chris Branton, Frank Vonderheide, Aaron Smith, Brian McVeigh, Liam Morris, Derek Starr, Chad Hunt, Roger King, and Daryl Kresbach. So be sure to tune in. We have 20 of the fastest names in our sport that will be taking off here very, very shortly. So, again, thank you for everybody tuning in. Thanks again to Jason and Gayla Robinette and all of our volunteers, all our media and staff. It's been a wonderful, wonderful day of racing. I think we're going to throw up some of our sponsors real quick while we get everything set up and give them a quick shout-out. So, it looks like Pam's going to have them ready here in just a second. But, again, a huge shout-out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, Four Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King, and King of the Hammers. Looks like Pam will be ready here in just a couple of seconds, and we'll send it up to her. So Scott Raymer in the 4900 Open class will be getting his Lasernut trophy here in just a second. Well, it looks like Pam Hall is ready with that Lasernut trophy and Scott Raymer. So, Pam Hall, it's your show.
All right, I'm right here with our UTV 4900 Open class. Scott Raymer, how was it out there for you?
Hot. It's really rough, but we survived it.
I thought you were going to leave that with one word of hot. That's why I was going to talk again. Great day out there. Did you come in with a flat at one point?
We had a flat on the last lap, about a mile from the finish, but that's it.
Did you change it out on course, or did you limp it into here?
Changed it right before the waterfall. So.
Okay, I thought for some reason I saw y'all come in with it flat, but awesome job out there. What was your worst part about the race course, your least favorite?
It's just rough, but good challenge. We enjoyed the day. It's been a long weekend, so we're happy to finish.
Are you going to stick around and watch the 4400 race here coming up right in just a few minutes?
Yeah, we'll be here.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the top of the box today?
I would want to thank Fuelworks, Ross Pilgreen, Natural State Chassis, and then Ross Pilgreen, Trey Price, Ryan Baskin. We worked it this weekend.
Did you guys ever have to get out on course besides to change a tire for anything? Did your co-driver have to winch or anything?
Nope. We had a good day other than that. Just popped a tire.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number one spot. Enjoy the rest of the day. Hopefully the breeze stays like this and we can all stay halfway cool.
All right. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you. Congratulations. Back to you, Miles.
Well, thank you, Pam, and thank you, Cody Wagner and Lasernut, for those amazing trophies. Joining me in the Nitto Lounge, we have Taylor Pickett. He's going to be doing the prayer here shortly. We're also going to do the national anthem first. So everybody at home, when you see the flag on screen, we're going to kill the audio so we don't get kicked off of Facebook and whatnot. But Taylor, thanks for joining me here in the booth, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So we appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me. It's good to be here. A lot of good racing actions today.
It's been a great day. We started at 8 a.m. this morning, and then we just kept rolling all day long. It's been a great day. What's been your favorite part so far, or are you excited for the 44s?
I like the horsepower, so I like the 4400 class.
Absolutely, yep.
Of course,
I love it all, but the 4400 is where I get in my jam.
I think it was cool watching some of the stock class try to keep the cars together and make them live through the course. It's a tough course. And it wasn't so much about horsepower and speed today. It's more about agility and can we make it to the
saving
finish.
the car. And
saving
tires
the car.
is an issue. I mean, tires, the heat, the trees, the rocks. It's been pretty brutal on equipment.
Yep. A little bit of rubbing today, a little bit of racing. So
well, rubbing is racing. We know that's right.
It's been a good day. So.
And where do you come from?
We're over in Cornersville, Tennessee right now. We do RPM, Revelation Prayer Ministry. We actually started in the big bouncer stuff back in 2016. So we worked with Joey Beck and Trip Pullen in the Pro Rock Series. We've worked with Clyde in Southern Rock Series. We'll be in the Outlaw Series coming up here next weekend at AOP. So we've kind of touched base with a little bit of all the guys, but normally we do safety check and prayer on the starting lines. And then we'll preach a sermon in the middle. Plus we off-road race also. We're in the big bouncers, so
nice.
We kind of
do a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything. Horsepower junkies. So
I like your style, man.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, this is the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. We just wrapped up the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and we're just, I'm going to say 15 to 20 minutes to kicking off the 4400 Unlimited class. So it sounds like we are about ready. So, again, if you lose your audio back home, that's on purpose. We're going to kill the audio so we don't kicked off for music rights on Facebook and whatnot. So if everybody would please stand, remove your hats, and we're going to have the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world, the national anthem. Well, like I said, that's the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world. It really gets the goosebumps going. That means we are about to kick off the main event. But before then, I want to kick it over to Taylor Pickett, and you give us a little prayer and keep us safe today.
I appreciate it. If you will, please remove your hat and bow your head. Our Heavenly Father, we come to you thanking you for a beautiful day. We thank you for the honor to get to race and do the things that you bless us with, Lord, with Off-Road Family. I pray a hedge of protection over each person that's here, each driver, each crew member. Pray that you be with them as they race. I pray that you just be with everybody as we travel. And we praise you and thank you for your son. For it's in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 Miles, I'd like to share a quick scripture real quick for Father's Day, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
in Proverbs 20, verse 7, it says, "The just man walketh in his integrity. His children are blessed after him." So fathers, those that are leading your children in the right way, there's a lot of kids out here today, family friendly. I see a lot of kiddos running around. Fathers, keep doing what you're doing. Lead them spiritually, lead them physically. And from Mid-America Outdoors and from AOP, happy Father's Day from us and RPM to you all. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Taylor. And I mean, I've got a couple daughters at home. They're near and dear to my heart. I'm going to miss seeing them tomorrow, but I'll definitely do the Facebook or the FaceTime deal with them. And I'm telling you, family's first, and it's a great thing.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Taylor.
Thank
So,
you.
Taylor, thank you for everything. We appreciate it. And
you.
thanks for coming up there and having a quick chat with us.
Thank you.
So we are about to kick off the 4,400 Unlimited class. I'm going to run through the list of names here, and then we'll probably take a quick commercial break, and then hopefully we get some live action racing coming here quickly. So first on the pole is Mr. Two-Time King Eric Miller. Right behind him is going to be Paul Wolf, then Casey Gilbert, Josh Blyler.
Hold on, Miles.
Tad Dowker.
Zandy Willems in that number 6 spot.
And then Rusty Blyler in 7th spot.
8th position, Cade Rod.
In 9th spot, it's going to be Cody Hardesty.
In 10th position, the number 4, Chip McLaughlin.
In that 11th spot, number 47, Philip McGilton.
In that 12th position, the 4046 of Chris Branton, who is being driven by
Ryan Webb.
Ryan Webb.
In that 13th spot, 4423, Frank Vonderheide.
In the 14th position, the 178 of Aaron Smith.
In 15th position, number 270, Brian McVeigh.
In the 16th position, the number 40 of Liam Morse.
First-time racer all the way from Canada in 17th spot, number 992, Derek Starr and his son Connor.
And in that 18th position, the 456 of Chad Hunt.
In 19th position, Team Robbie Bobby, number 124, Roger King.
And in that 20th position, the 553 of Daryl Krebbach.
So it's going to be a great day of racing. We're about to wrap it up with the biggest race of the day for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. And while we wait to kick off the axle, we'll take a quick break and be right back after this.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at Warn.com.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
And welcome back, world, of the Four-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. I am Miles Haskell. Alongside me is Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to kick off the 4400 Unlimited class. Like I said, I love the racing we've done all day, but now I go about into autopilot. I just love this part. I get so excited. This is going to be fun. The biggest and baddest names of our sport, and I see two-time king Eric Miller on the pole getting ready to take off. Pam, this is what it's all about.
Exactly, and the ones that are up there on the top of the qualifying, they're all from the East Coast for the most part, and guess what? They're used to the woods, so this is like their backyard. They have fun in it. They know how to drive it, and they're just ready to go. We have Josh Blyler out there, who was last year's winner. He qualified in the 4th position, but we're going to have to see the up-and-coming Paul Wolf of the 4400 class, how he does out here in that UFO fabrication.
Yeah, last year it was Josh Blyler that won. Then second place was Cade Rod, and third place Eric Miller. So they're all going to be in the mix today. So this race is going to be 7 laps. So 6 miles per lap, 7 laps. It's going to be awesome. And now we have the Joker line coming down Riot. You can only run it once, and you must run it once. So it's going to be awesome to see how this shakes out. I'm super stoked for it.
I'm just curious about the strategy, who has came up with the strategy of when they're running that. But look at the line of cars out there lined up right now, waiting to start. You can see their team members and fans. They're all out there waiting to watch the start right there. It's pretty awesome. If you guys come over here on the grassy side as well, you can see the start. And you have the Jumbotron right here as well. But off the line is the 21 of Eric Miller.
Out of Cumberland, Maryland, with Miller Motorsports, he is Mr. Miller Motorsports himself, and that Miller Pro chassis with a Jeff Ginter race engine, LS7 Turbo 400 Atlas transfer case, Spider Tracks, Nitto Method, race wheels, Fox, and Impact seats. He won King of the Hammers back in 2012 and 2016, and was also the National Points Championship in 18. It's great to see him out here racing with us, and it looks like up next is going to be
Mr. Paul Wolf in that 218.
Out of Brighton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing. He's in a 2018 UFO Joe Thompson single-seat IFS machine with an LSX 434 ATO 4L80E SCST case. Raceline wheels, Spider Tracks, Rugged, Nitto, Holly, RCV, and Brannick. This is his first season with us, and he has been in the lead every time he's raced with us for at least a little bit. He's won. He's got second. He was leading wrecked, and now we're going to see how this shakes out as he's checking down.
And this
Eric
is
Miller.
Casey Gilbert right now. The 618 off the line as we speak.
Casey Gilbert, number 618, out of Fenton, Michigan, with Gilbert Brothers Racing. He's in a Miller Pro chassis, Texas Speed, LS7, Tranny Tom, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Nitto, Method, Fox, and Impact. And I'm going to point this out. 3 out of the 4 cars are Miller cars, and they love the woods. So Paul Wolf's going to have his hands full today with all these top names up front.
Yes, and the next up off the line is going to be the number 41, the 2021 winner here at Josh Blyler.
Josh Blyler out of Klingerstown, Pennsylvania, with Big B Motorsports. He's in another Miller Motorsports Pro chassis, Matco LS7, Tranny Tom, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Method, Nitto, Fox, and Sparco. His first year racing with Ultra 4 was 2016, and won King of the Hammers in 2020 as they're heading up the Recaro Rise as we speak.
Yes, and then next up is going to be the 906 of Tad Dowker, up next in that 5th position.
And we do have a full field, so all 20 cars will take the line. Tad Dowker out of Quaden, Michigan, with North Shore Raceworks. With a Trent Fab solid axle machine called Bambi. This has got an LSX 454 Reed Turbo 400 Atlas, Spider Tracks, Fox, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline, and Sparco seats.
All right, up next is the 24 in that 6th position of Mr. Zandy Willems.
This is Mr. Rufus Racing himself out of Allen, Texas, and a Tribe 16 2-seat solid axle machine called Nightmare. He's got a Thompson Motorsports LS 440 LS7 with 800 horsepower, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Vision Wheels, Maxxis, RCV, Fox, Cobra seats. They are sponsored by EcoWorks and Baja Designs and Nightstick. So Zandy Willems is off the line.
And then next off the line is going to be the number 46 in the 7th position of Rusty Blyler.
The Happy Pappy out of Klingerstown, Pennsylvania with Big B Motorsports and another Miller Motorsports Pro chassis, Mapco LS7, Tranny Top, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Method, Nitto, Fox, and Sparco. He was the Rookie of the Year in Ultra 4 in 2018.
All right, the number 4407, number 8 in the 8th position, Mr. Cade Rod made his debut out here last year in the 4400 class.
He's been a heavy hitter in the 4800 class, but you are right. He stepped up last year out of Cortez, Colorado with Jimmy's 4x4. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 48P called Mushu. He's got a turnkey LS7, ATI Turbo 400, SCS TK, Spider Tracks, King, PRP, Nitto, Vision, Holly, and RCV.
All right, and in that 9th position, the 408 of Cody Hardesty on the line, waiting for the green flag.
Out of Louisville, Kentucky, with Hardesty Racing, he's got Chris Wyant riding shotgun with him, doing all the shock tuning. He's got a TMR custom chassis, straight axle machine, BTR LS 408, Turbo 400, SCS TKs, PRP seats, ADS shocks, Nitto, KMC, Tom Woods, and Diddy's Big Block. His dad Bill's out here on site and helping them out in the pits. We'll see the AMSOIL Hot Pits, I believe, are going to be exciting today.
Yes, it will be. And next up is in that 10th position, the number 4 of Chip McLaughlin.
Chip Happens out of Corinth, Texas with Rufus Racing. He's in a Tribe 16 2-seat IFS machine. Thompson Motorsports 440 LS7, 800 horsepower, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Vision Wheels, Maxxis, Fox, Corbo seats. They are sponsored by EcoWorks, Baja Designs, and Nightsticks.
And next off the line in that 11th position, the number 47 of Philip McGilton.
With Dr. Amanda Ross riding shotgun. It's her first time ever being an off-road machine, and she picked the right time to do it. Phillips out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama with B&L Motorsports. He's in a 2020 Jimmy's 4x4 chassis. This is Derek West's old car. This is a 48P Jimmy's car. Straight axle machine, LS 427 with a supercharged by John Bouchard. ATI Turbo 400, Hero TK, Spider Tracks, Yukon Radflow, Nitto KMC, and Vivid Lumen Industries.
And then next off the line is the number 4046, Chris Branton, being driven by Ryan Webb.
And Ryan's son Blaine is riding shotgun with him. They are out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Upside Down Racing. They are in a Jimmy's 2-seat IFS chassis with an LSX 427, Turbo 400, Hero TK, Spider Tracks, Raceline wheels, Fox, and those huge USD stickies.
And then next off the line, the number 13, 4423 of Frank Vonderheide.
With Drew Davis riding shotgun out of Scranton, Arkansas with STT Racing. They're in a Jimmy's 4x4 podium chassis. Rogers Race Engine, it's a 383 stroker. Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Method Race Wheels, Fox, Maxxis, and Corbo.
And then next off the line, the number 14 position, 178 of Aaron Smith.
With Troy Digby riding shotgun out of Plano, Texas with Smith off-road. He's in a bomber chassis today. He finished himself in his garage. He's running a CBM stroked LS3 425, Maximum Turbo 400, Atlas, BFG, Raceline, and a King.
And then next off the line, the 270 in that 15th position, Brian McVeigh.
Out of St. Charles, Ohio with 270 Motorsports in a wide open design solid axle machine with a Jeff Ginner race engine, Maximum Turbo 400, Atlas, Crane axles, Nitto, Factor 55, Trail Ready wheels, Radflow, Liberty Mountain Fab tuned shocks, Diddy's Big Block Race Shop, Buckeye Curb Appeal, Dvorak Heating and Cooling, Wilson Auto Glass.
And then next off the line in that 16th position is going to be the number 40 of Liam Morris.
Out of Pacific, Missouri with Hot Rock Express with a Jimmy's 4x4 chassis, LSX 454 Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, Radflow shocks, top-tier suspension, Show Me Speed, vinyl images, Schaefer oils, off-road lifestyle, and Warn.
All right, and then next off the line, we will have number 992 in that 17th position, the newcomer, Mr. Derek Starr.
With his son Connor Starr all the way from Georgetown, Ontario with Team Hollywood for their first race ever with Ultra 4. They're in a front yard 5 solid axle machine, LS3 6L80E, Atlas, Dana 80 rock wheels, Maxxis Raceline, and ADS.
And in that 18th position, the 456 Av Chad Hunt taking that green flag.
With his buddy Rick riding shotgun out of Plymouth, Indiana with Hunt's Motorsports, running a 2022 Miller Pro chassis with a supercharged Dart LS 427, 4L80E transmission, SES TK, Spider Tracks, Fox, Nitto Raceline, and PRP.
And we're getting ahead of ourselves again, Miles. I said that was him taking the green flag. That was Derek Starr. 456 is now taking the green flag here in just a moment.
Getting a little too excited.
Yes,
I do apologize about that. So we'll let everybody kick it off. But there we go. Chad Hunt and Rick out of Plymouth, Indiana with Hunt's Motorsports. Running that 2022 Miller Pro chassis, supercharged Dart LS 427, 4L80E transmission, SCS TK, Spider Tracks, Fox, Nitto Raceline, and PRP.
And then in that 19th position will be the 124 of Mr. Roger King.
And remember, this race is on adjusted time. They are taking off in 30-second increments, so it's going to be a down to the wire. This is 7 laps, 42 miles of the nastiest terrain here at AOP. And there goes Roger King out of Sparta, Tennessee with Robbie Bobby. He's in a Mike Colville chassis, LSX 427 with 680 horsepower, Magnum 4L80E. 205 T-Case, Griffin, Brannick, Curry, Gearworks, Overson, Raceline, Mickey, Thompson, Switch Pros, ORW, and Fire Aid. And I know his buddy Justin usually rides shotgun. He's at home taking care of family, and I'm proud of you for that, and I'm glad to hear that's a great recovery.
And last off the line, in the 20th position, we have the 553 of Daryl Kirkbox.
Last but not least, out of Waterloo, Iowa, with Full Moon Motorsports and a Super 5 solid axle chassis, LS3 Maximum Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, BFG, Trailer Ready, and Fox. So the full field is out on course. There are 20 cars out there playing all over the place and having a great time doing it. It looks like we're at the Recaro Rise section having a great time, and that is Daryl Krasbach as we speak. Again, 20 cars out there. It's just been a lot of fun. Everybody's having a great time. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee here at the Adventure Off-Road Park. It's an amazing place, and joining me in the booth once again is Ryan Taylor. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How you doing, Miles?
Doing great, man. It's been great racing all day long. I know you had a little bit of hiccup in your race. We'll get into that. But it's been a great day, but now it's the 4400. I mean, you
right?
can't get better than this.
Yeah, gets me excited.
Yeah, so we got Sean Reisky and Ryan Taylor. They're almost brothers, but sometimes, I'm just giving you guys a hard time. Every once in a while I get these guys mixed up, but I'm just having fun with them. How was it for you guys out there on course today?
It was rough. It was a lot of rocks out in this course.
Yeah, alternator failure took us out.
Oh, I hate to hear that. I mean, you guys prep. You guys work on your cars, and then something as simple as that, that's all it takes.
Yeah, it was final day yesterday, and fine this morning, and about halfway through loop 1, alternator quit. We made it back on a flat, changed the alternator, and it's not charging either, so something ECM related.
Oh, that's a bummer to hear.
Yeah.
And you had an okay day. You were a little off pace. What was wrong with you today?
As soon as we got to that rock section coming up where it looks like gravel, except it's 2-foot round gravel.
It's big stuff, right?
We got up there and cased the rock pretty hard and bent the steering ram, and then once that happened, it blew a steel line.
Oh,
not a rubber
bad
one.
Luck there.
So I ended up having to take it off the steering ram, rub that line up over the top of the hood and into the orbital.
Oh, man, a little ingenuity there.
Yeah.
I like your style. A little MacGyver going on.
Yeah, that's what I told Terhune, and he wasn't too excited. He's like, man, we're going to fix it?
And you said, heck yeah. But yeah, I mean, you guys are both heavily involved with Team Indiana. You guys are always a lot of fun to hang out with, a lot of fun to watch in the pits, and thanks for joining me in the booth, and this is going to be a great race.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Miles, I'd like to say thanks to Jonathan for being here because, man, there ain't nothing better than having a good co-driver to give you good support.
Yeah, and just a good friend to share the memories with.
Yeah, exactly. And he's a
anybody
great
that gets
guy.
in these cars with us,
they're a little crazy,
there's
right?
something wrong with them anyways.
Well, that
there's
spells
definitely
John
something wrong with you.
Yeah, that's Terhune to a point for sure.
It is. It's a good time, and I'm glad everybody's here making this all possible. Thanks to Mid-America, because I think they've improved everything. It's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Way more fun.
Yeah, it's been a great thing. It looks like we're at the Rigid Ridge right now, and I believe that's Eric Miller, our physical race leader. And if he has a perfect day, he's going to be hard to beat with that clean air.
Oh, for sure.
So let's hear both of your picks. Let's hear your guesstimate on the podium.
Well, you know who I'm going to pick.
Let's hear it.
Chad Hunt.
I like it.
Well, I thought it's Rick Hunt.
Oh.
That was yesterday. It's a new day, remember?
It depends on if it's Pam I'm talking to or
Pam Hasselquist, right?
That's right. That's it.
Something like that.
No, we told Chad just keep it together and keep tires in the car. Go out and trail cruise.
All right, so that's one. You got two more spots. Who you picking?
I think Miller Carr's going to sweep it.
You think a Miller
too.
sweep, huh?
I don't know, Gilbert, and I'm hoping he pulls through because that's a challenge in itself.
So it was awesome. So I was in the pits last night, BS with everybody when the qualifying got updated, and Gilbert beat both Blythers, and he was giddy as a little schoolgirl, running around just saying, "Hey, I got it home, man!" It was great. But anyways, yeah, thanks guys for hopping in here, and I'm sure you want to watch the race. So Ryan and Sean, always a pleasure.
Thank
you. We'll catch up for some beverages after the race.
Sure thing. See you, Miles.
All right, thank you. So that looks like that is Zandy or Chip. That is Chip McLaughlin, it looks like. So running on the Rigid Ridge section out there. So let's kind of get into the Joker. Let's get in the Joker line real quick. So this is a 7-lap race. It's 42 miles of some of the hardest racing you can do. And here's the Joker line right here. You have to run it once, and you can only run it once. So it's going to be a lot of strategy going into this. I've got we'll do our best to keep you up to date on who's where and what's what, and who's ran the Joker and not. But so it's about I'm going to say probably 100 yards coming down to this section, and that's a 20-foot drop, and it's pretty steep there. And joining me in the booth is Levi Metzinger. You had a rough day out there, but I did hear you pulled over and helped Papa Poe get flipped over, so thanks for being a sportsman.
Yeah, I mean, the race wasn't too bad. We had to stop 2 or 3 times and fix a broke wire. But, yeah, Papa Poe was upside down, and Jamie, when we got there, his co-pilot Jamie was waving his hands, and it was stuck upside down and couldn't get his belt off. And I don't ever take no parts, no tools with me. And I had a pair of cutters, and they cut his belt, and we got him out, and the car was right in the middle. Oh, no. Uh-oh. And then he flipped over, and we got him out of the road, and we were clean sailing from there.
And you were able to log your time, and we gave that back to you, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, I don't know. My dad had some stopwatch going on, so
okay.
I don't know if it was taken care of yet.
Yeah, well,
not,
I heard the chatter here over the PCI race year. It sounded like they were going to give you your time back. So again, just thanks for being a class act on that side of things and making it all happen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, safety is everything around here, and we're a big family. So
there's Philip McGilton coming through. I believe that's the Rigid Ridge area as well. This is going to be a great race. Who's your pick to win this race today? Let's go with the top 3 podium. It doesn't have to be in an order, but just if you had to pick 3, let's hear it.
I'd like to see Eric Miller win. It's been a while since we've seen him at a race, but Josh
well,
is
it's been since King of the Hammers.
Josh is another hometown favorite. He only lives right over the mountain from us. So I'd like to see Josh win.
I mean, he won this race last year.
Josh win, Eric second, and who else we got?
Oh, and we have
I'd like to see Paul on the podium.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I just got updated. It looks like Paul Wolf is entering the Joker line. So it is going to be Paul Wolf, our first victim in the Joker line. So he's going to come right. The preferred line is straight down. So Paul Wolf is grabbing it early, and this is great strategy if I think, because if he can run this super smooth, I believe he'll get around Eric Miller. And look at that, you can't do anything better than that. And Cameron never does it justice. That is a super, super tough little drop there.
I believe that's the one that McCoy wrecked on.
Yeah, absolutely. He accidentally took the Joker line during pre-running. A little miscommunication there. But I hear some horsepower, and it is Paul Wolf. So Paul Wolf physical out front and adjusted time. That's going to have him in the lead over Eric Miller. So is that going to get in Eric's head? We will see Eric here soon, but he does cut a lot of course doing that Joker. So you can only run it once, but you have to run it once, and Paul Wolf gets it out of the way early, and I think that is a great, great idea.
There's Eric Miller there coming out of the woods.
And you know Eric sees
Look
Paul's
at-
dust.
oh
So
my.
there's Eric Miller, two-time king, chasing down Paul Wolf. And I'm telling you, every time Paul Wolf enters a race, he is pushing for that front position. So this is going to be an interesting play of events here. I love the strategy game with the Joker line. But I know you have to keep tires on your car. You have to keep it going. And Levi, this is going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be a good race. And here Eric's going to see Paul's dust and wonder what went wrong there.
So what do we have for a lap time there? Set a 16:57.
16:57.
So that is with the Joker line, which does cut
Right.
some of the deal off. But a 17-minute lap, that is going to be impressive. I'm excited to see Eric Miller's time. We'll get that here shortly. And it sounds like we have another Joker coming through, and that is Casey Gilbert, I believe.
There's Josh. Josh has a right rear flat.
So Josh Blyler right. So Josh Blyler with a right rear flat. He passes the Joker line, but Casey Gilbert does it again.
So Eric Miller came in without the Joker at a 17:57. That's exactly 1 minute slower
1 minute slower than Paul Wolf?
than Paul Wolf,
Wow.
but Paul Wolf hit the Joker.
So it sounds like Joker is being extremely, extremely popular right now.
Oh, Casey Gilbert just came out.
So Paul Wolf physical out front and on adjusted time, and I
16:57.
I don't have confirmation about Josh
Wow.
Blyler
I'm
if he
gonna
ran
have
the
to take
Joker
a
or not.
guess and say that Paul stopped in the pits.
He probably just did a walk around. I'm not sure, but wow, that is a fast time. We never did our bet. I don't know, Miles. I've been kind of back and forth, so I'm not sure.
Eric Miller is chasing down Paul Wolf as they're heading towards the Recaro Rise. And, man, this is going to
Josh
be one
Blyler
heck of a
running
while.
a 17:20 without a Joker.
Yeah, well, I'm having a little – I don't know if he ran the Joker or not. Let's see, 41. So, yes. So, Blyler did hit the Joker line. We
Oh,
just
he
missed
did?
it on screen. So,
Okay.
everybody but Eric Miller has hit it. Tad Dacker, we just saw him.
What about Casey? Did we get Casey?
Yeah, Casey Gilbert hit the Joker. Here's Cody Hardesty.
Cade Rod just came in.
I don't know if he hit the – man, this is wild. We did miss the last one that came through.
There is
Rusty.
Rusty Blyler's just exiting the woods. This is going to be a very fast race as long as it stays at pace that we are at right now.
And I'm wondering if they can keep at that pace as they are driving these things hard.
And you know it's crazy how fast they're going. And what were the UTV times?
Well, I think we got just shy.
Jamie?
Yeah.
No.
Brian
Stone got
yep.
18:56.
Yep, just shy of 19 minutes. So they're already breaking into what, 17?
16:57.
Yeah, 17 seconds. That is absolutely amazing. Here's the Rigid Ridge out back.
992.
That is the 992 of Derek Starr from Canada. This is his first race with Ultra 4. Cool to see him down here playing with us.
That's super cool.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a super fast race, as I said, if it keeps pace as it is.
Duck.
So, wow. So now we have Rusty Blyler, Cade Rod, and Cody Hardesty all run it. So they're doing 7 laps, 6 miles apiece, 42 miles. So, man, it's everybody but Eric Miller and maybe Zandy Willems that have not taken the Joker. So I was kind of expecting that to be down to the wire to see who does what, but it's only Eric Miller up front that has not ran the Joker. So that's going to be to his advantage on this next lap.
Yes, it definitely will for sure.
So I wonder how long he'll save the Joker to see if he can get on him. So I bet you if he gets close to Paul Wolf, he'll run the Joker.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, probably, but
because you get to shave some time off.
Yeah,
so he
obviously.
can get the pass around
sure.
him.
Got Josh Blyler going up the Recaro Rise. There goes Rusty.
Blyler coming through. We'll see him in the Recaro Rise here shortly.
Cody Hardesty at 4:0, the number 48 of Cody Hardesty went through with a lap time of 16:40, which put Cody Hardesty right now in the adjusted time on first place.
Wow.
Cade Rod in second place. Paul Wolf in third place.
How cool is this? Cody Hardesty, he's a young gun. I'm a huge fan of him. I think I met him here at this race maybe 2 years ago. And to see how far he's coming on adjusted time, playing with the big boys, Cody Hardesty has a good thing. Last year, Cade Rod came in and got the pole position. And now on adjusted time, time he's in that second position, it's going to be a wild, wild race. I suspect to see that changing off and on.
This is where we end our race
Gilbert.
standing up. Yes, and there goes Casey
So
Gilbert.
he was
You
in
can
there
hear
quite
that.
a while.
Yeah. Let's say that again, Levi. I missed it.
Casey Gilbert, he was in the pit quite a while.
Yeah, he was.
And you heard him hit the gas. He was
He's
on
it. He's going to be he's going to put down a fast lap here.
But yeah, if you're in the pits, it's going to be hard to recover, I think, because if somebody has a perfect race, they're going to have the perfect day.
So here's who we have out on lap 2 right now in position on adjusted time is Cody Hardesty in that number 1 position, Cade Rod 2, Paul Wolf in 3rd, Josh Blyler 4th, Rusty Blyler 5th, Tad Dowker 6th, Eric Miller, our pole setter, in 7th, Casey Gilbert in that 8th position. So we have 8 cars out of 20 out on their second lap.
And I'm just getting a word that Chip McLaughlin did not run Joker, but basically everybody has, except for Eric Miller, Zandy Willems, and Chip McLaughlin.
I wonder how that's going to be an advantage because Eric Miller is running in 7th position right now. So it's definitely been an exciting day out there.
Yeah, what a great race we have on our hands. This is the 4400 Unlimited class for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. I'm Miles Hasquist, and Pam Hallsman in the booth. Joining us is Levi Metzinger. Thanks for hopping in with us and having some fun. And you got a pretty good seat for this race, don't you?
Yeah, this is the best seat in the shade with the
the
camera.
shade feels
We
good.
have a
doesn't it?
fan right here, right below us. It's
Yeah,
awesome.
so don't stick your toes out too far, may get them.
I might get that, too. Got my
So what was
Crocs
your favorite
on.
part of the race
Listen.
course today?
The checkered flag.
You are not the first one to say that. That's for sure. There's been multiple people say that.
And I hear some horsepower coming from the woods.
That's a McLaughlin or a Zandy.
I believe
But no,
you're right.
I like this the last mile and a half coming out through here. It's more what we're used to, you know. I'm good in the rocks, but I don't like smashing on and breaking
And that is-
things. But the last technical, flowy, you know, that's where I
Yeah,
shine.
where you can
That's
get your
what I like.
jam on, huh?
Oh,
And that is Chip McLaughlin heading into the Bronco Boulders.
Did you see? You probably looked right at the last second, man. He was on it, and he had to check up really hard before he hit the Bronco Boulders.
And now he'll head
Let's
into
see
the
how
short
far
course.
He launches this.
Yep, he'll hit the Yukon launch here very shortly.
Now, Levi, were you checking up before you hit the Yukon launch? Because a lot of drivers were saying if you hit it just right, or not just right, if you hit it going a little too fast, it was going to buck you up.
Yeah, and on top there's a lot of like water drainage ditch. So unless you jumped all the way through, I don't think it was an
Okay.
advantage to
Gotcha.
jump it. I mean, we checked up a little bit and got a little huck.
Yeah, the bucking of it, you don't want to buck that back in and go over too hard because then that can make you nosedive and just send you for a little wild ride.
Especially on a track like this, you don't want to do something silly.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you got a lot of other things that can bite you out there.
It's something silly on the easy part, right?
Right. It's always the easy part because you just relax a little bit. You're not 100% focused. But
Exactly. I like the last 100 yards rolling it. Who was it that I just interviewed? They got to 3rd place. I can't remember right off the top of my head. They just said they rolled it in the last 100 yards.
That's part of it.
3rd in the UTV?
Yes, my brain is faded right now.
Jay?
Nope.
Stock
got
class.
second.
Well, it's a good thing we have a paper right in front of us.
So there is Chip McLaughlin heading through. He gets thumbs up from his pit crew. So he'll be heading out for his second lap out of 7. I see Chris Hickman right there in the middle of your screen, patiently waiting for Paul Wolf. You know he's got to be excited and nervous and all the above.
Him?
Uh-oh, and the dust is starting to blow our way a little bit here, Pam.
Oh, yeah, the dust is going the wrong direction. Who wants to turn a fan on to go the other
And
way?
Pam here is Frank Vonderheide hitting the Joker section.
Is he a new one?
That is
He's
no
been
joke.
racing with us. I definitely remember him here at last year. He's been racing with us for a little bit off and on. Has another Jimmy's car. So do you plan on staying on UTV for a while, or are you going to move up, or what's your plan? And I'm not trying to – I love UTVs. That's where I was racing. I quit just because I ran out of time and money.
Oh, nice. Oh,
Nice
wow.
save.
What a save.
So that was a save and an uh-oh there.
Philip McGilton just came in out of the woods.
Who is
going
that?
towards the
44.
Bronco
That
Boulders,
is
but that
Aaron.
was awesome.
So that's Aaron Smith, I believe, right behind Vonderheide. And then Brian McVeigh.
I believe it was AJ Stratman. That was who it was.
And again, if you're here on site,
No,
the
that was,
barbecue joint
that
has
was
some
Frank
great
44.
food over
Oh,
there.
yeah, you talked
UTV
to.
class, sorry.
Oh,
The
you're
barbecue
good.
joint has some amazing food over there. It sounds like
Who
in
won
the
that?
studio they're eating some
Chicken
chicken
strips.
tenders.
You had some pulled pork nachos
Oh,
earlier.
they were awesome, yeah. And the dinner they put on last night was amazing as well.
That was the 178 of Aaron Smith, just now entering or exiting the woods, going down towards the Bronco Boulders.
Here we got Frank.
There's McVeigh, Brian McVeigh, very close behind. Pretty
So
darn cool out here.
our leaders are out on lap 2 of number 7. So it's a 42-mile total race. Lots of them already ran the Joker. I really thought that was going to kind of play its toll a little bit more than it has, but it's it's strategy, and that's what they're doing. There's Philip McGilton with Dr. Amanda Ross riding shotgun with him.
Oh, it looks like he had a right rear flat.
I think so. I caught that at the last second.
But to answer your question here.
Oh, sorry about that.
We're going to stay in the UTV, I think, for a while here. And, oh.
Oh, no.
So
And that is in the easy section we were just talking about.
Well, nothing's easy.
So that's either Brian McVeigh or that's 40.
That's
two,
Vonderheide.
442.
So Frank Vanderheide, he's the one that just almost took the tumble on the Joker line, and now tumbled on the infield.
And
So,
that's
tough
right there
break
at
for
the
him.
finish line as well.
Almost finish
Right there.
line.
I wonder if he did. There was a big berm on the outside. I wonder if he didn't catch that and get a little squirrely.
That's
if
what we
you-
need. We need an instant replay on that, but I don't think the cameras are on it when it actually started happening.
It was super dusty.
Wow.
But that's a great shot of the four-wheel parts finish line. So we'll get him riding and keep going, and hopefully Frank Vonderheide can keep racing with us.
So what do you think, Miles? Who's going to physically come out? You think Eric's going to take the Joker this line? This lap?
I don't know what to think. Yes, if
I
Eric
think he
Miller
will.
takes a Joker line, he could get around Paul Wolf. But Paul Wolf, I know, is pushing hard. It's going to be interesting. I can't wait. There's Chris Branton driven by Ryan Webb with those huge USD stickies. I love the looks of those things as he hits the Bronco boulders.
That's the 178 right there of Aaron Smith heading out on lap number 2.
We do have our MAO and Ultra 4 recovery crew heading over to help Frank Vanderheide.
Look at that.
So Ryan Webb getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. There goes Chad Hunt pushing. These are the Swiss Army knives of off-road. They race King of the Hammers, Crandon, MAO, Sturgis, California, Tennessee, Kentucky, Oklahoma, huge rocks, mountains, short course jumps, trees, mud, dust, deserts, whoops. They can do it all and do it all well.
So we just had the number 40 come through the Joker line, Liam Maurice.
So it's been a lot of
Is that right?
everybody running the Joker line early, which is, I think, a smart move. Oh, we just said 40. Yep, he did that. Driver is okay, so Frank Vonderheide is okay.
That's a good thing. And on screen right there is the number 47 of Philip McGilton. Or he was on screen.
We need to give a huge shout out to Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King of the Hammers, Progressive, Four Wheel Parts, Optima, Monster, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am, Amsoil, Method, Axial, Spider Tracks, Recaro, Baja Jerky, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Warren, Factor 55, HCR, Yukon, MBRP, and Off the Grid Clothing. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful sponsors, we would not be racing here today.
Who we have here?
Have some more people getting ready to exit the woods.
Looks like
that is Roger King with Team Robbie Bobby.
That just flows off the tongue, don't it?
I love it, yeah. Yeah, his first year racing, he did the Hillbilly, or what was it, the Hillbilly Killer, the Flat Biller Killer back in 2012. I can't remember what it was, but they're always here to have a good time. So this is our second race in the Eastern Series. Our third and final race in the Eastern Series will be at the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin over Labor Day weekend. But our next race coming up will be at Visions at Jay Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors. And that is going to be an off-road festival as Roger King hits the Yukon launch. Levi, are you coming to Visions?
Yeah, I'll be at Visions.
Have you been there yet? To
Yeah,
Mid-America?
we were at Visions last year, and then we were at Mid-America for the Memorial Day race.
Okay,
before
yep,
that.
yep, that's right. You
like
were
last year.
That place is absolutely awesome. It looks like Frank Vonderheide is on all fours. We'll see if he can get the car going and keep on racing with us as Roger King comes in. You know, it's a local
Sounds
caution
like
there.
some
Looks
big
like it gets
horsepower.
started up.
Oh, lots of smoke when he started it up, of course.
And Derek Starr coming out of the woods.
He's been out here getting a lot of practice in. Well, not practice, I should say, a lot of play time because they came out so early and just wanted to be able to do some wheeling out here. And super awesome to see them out here. They're having a blast. Really, a lot of drivers, you know, they take all of the new drivers in and they, you know, give them little tidbits of stuff here and there, information, help them out. It's one big happy family, no matter if you've been around for years or you're brand new.
Derek Starr, is that the one from
Canada.
Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, from Georgetown, Ontario. So it's cool to see. And they're going to be coming down to Visions as well.
Oh, I did not catch that from them. That's awesome. They're going to be here.
Yep, as long as everything keeps going, because obviously they bought that car 2 years ago right before COVID hit,
Yeah.
and then they were stuck there and couldn't race. But they're in good spirits. They're excited to, you know, get out here and play with us with Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoors.
I'm saying the right front.
Yeah, right front tire is low on Roger King. I
that's
guess
not
they just
good.
didn't catch it in the hot pits.
That's
so
going to
he
be
has
a
to do
rough lap.
Yeah, it's going to be a 6-mile lap that he is not going to enjoy.
Hopefully he doesn't get, a half a mile in and realizes he has to change it out there. That's never fun.
That's possible. There's Derek Starr, our Canadian. And that's a 25 miles an hour speed zone through the Amsoil hot pits. And there's the Recaro Rise section right here.
Sorry, I'm flipping over to some Mid-America short course racing here really quick, see what's going on there. They're live racing on the Facebook page for Mid-America. It's
Hey,
pretty
Pam,
awesome.
listen to this. Benji just sent me a text. Eric Miller is physically in front of Paul again and still hasn't taken the Joker. So now he
Wow.
has the Joker in his back pocket and got around Paul Wolf. So Eric Miller is on a mission here to prove a point.
Well,
why
you-
he's won King of the Hammers twice.
And the thing, too, about that, it makes me wonder because there's so many either-ors out there. I wonder if he found one that was a little bit quicker, and so he took that to either-or.
Yeah, there's 12 either ors out there. So yeah, there's a lot of spots where that's where pre-running comes to be an advantage for sure. Did you find a few either ors that you had to take or wanted to take?
Yeah, we found actually when I was sitting out and pre-running and I was broke down.
You were out there for a while, weren't
I was
you?
right at the perfect place. I was at one of the big rock drop-offs. I think they call it Rufus Highway.
Yeah.
But, you know, I found a nice line, passed Paul Wolf on it earlier. It was a little sneaky line. You kind
I
of go
like
to the
it.
right and just miss all the rocks, and it was cool. But, yeah, there was definitely couple lines that were way faster and way smoother. It's not faster, but easier on the car.
And I was my next question of that is, on the either ors, are they getting pretty burned in where you can tell most everybody's taking the one or the other? Was it pretty even or?
For the ones that are like easier on the car, they're pretty well burned in. But like you go up to First Hill right here, the Recaro Rise, I believe.
And there's 3 or 4 different lines
it's
up
just
there, right?
like every one of them's burned in. Like,
and they're
I know
super deep ruts.
A lot of the UTVs took the middle line, but watching the 4400 cars here, they're all going to all the way right.
And trying
which
to
is
carry
the
the speed.
shortest,
Yep.
steepest, but it's also the toughest way.
There's that is Chip McLaughlin heading down with Rufus Racing. He's
I know
back
they-
at the Rigid Ridge.
And they have a slew of people here and a bunch of people at home watching as well. They always have such a large crowd watching them, whether they're here or afar.
So, Miles, this goes back to the question earlier about Eric Miller taking the Joker line. Now he's physically in front.
There he is, right there.
And there's our physical race leader, Eric Miller, heading towards the Bronco Boulders. And like you were just saying,
Let's see how
Levi,
close behind.
He's got the Joker line in his back pocket now.
I'm curious to see how far behind Paul Wolf is going to be because you can hear some motor power coming out of the woods right now as we speak.
And remember, this race is on adjusted time.
There's Paul Wolf.
So Paul Wolf's about that 30 seconds. So on adjusted time, it's going to be super close. But Paul has already ran the Joker, so Eric Miller has that to his advantage. And he's getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. He'll check up just a little bit, but Eric Miller is on a mission with that clean air. I can't wait to see how he got around Paul Wolf.
Hopefully we see Paul. He sent this last lap.
And there he's coming, and he's pushing because he's chasing down Eric Miller's dust. He was able to get around Eric the first lap, and then vice versa. They are definitely mixing it up out there.
That is thick dust in there.
It's nasty. It's hot. It's
That's
sticky.
like the
It's
silt
thick.
from in the desert.
Exactly.
Benji just said lots of leaders heading your way, so we'll be seeing a lot more coming into action. So let's get a time on Eric Miller there, Pam.
Eric Miller at a 19:02. Put him right now in the number 1 position because he's the only one who's gotten as far as he has, so we shall see where he ends up once Paul Wolf hits those markers. Oh, Paul Wolf. Number 1
just
position
in time.
right
I'll
now.
bet you it's only by 3 or 4 seconds.
It is, let's see here. About 50 about 50. No, 10 seconds. Hold on here.
So Eric started on the pole.
Oh,
And
Paul.
Eric Miller is
14.
coming into the pits, or
That was just a drive-through. Sometimes they'll go through. I don't know what they call that again, but they just a drive-by basically whenever they're just checking it over. And here's Paul on screen doing the same thing, just sticking close by, but he is not pitting as well.
so the old solid axle versus IFS, and that's Chris Hickman giving him the huge thumbs up, saying, "Go chase down Eric Miller."
This is going to turn into a Lauren Healy, Paul Wolf battle like it was out at Moab.
All right, hey, getting some more information. Weaver just texted me and said Paul's car stalled out right when he was out there in the woods, and that's when Miller got around him. So not sure what happened, but Paul Wolf may be having some drivability issues.
We just had Josh Blyler come out of the woods.
There is action
Right there,
everywhere
you're going
we
through the
look.
Bronco boulders.
Leaders are starting lap 3, so we're
Almost halfway.
deep into this race, and it is awesome.
At the 9:06.
That was Tad Dowker coming in, chasing down Josh Blyler. Tad Dowker's going to have a great weekend out here. He's been racing with us for, I'm going to say, probably 4 years or so with that car, and having some pretty good success, and I'm excited for him to see him doing so well today.
Look at that dust right there.
That's another Trent Fab two-seat solid axle machine.
Okay, I'm going to go get a bite to eat and watch
Oh, well.
the rest of the race.
Levi, always a pleasure. Thanks for coming in, buddy, and
Yes,
we
sir.
can't wait to see you at Vision.
See you at
Yes,
Vision. It
awesome.
was better this time because it wasn't during my race.
There you
no
go.
doubt.
There you go.
So I see Cody Hardesty, and that may have been Chip McLaughlin.
That right there is that's Rusty Blyler, I
With
believe.
a right front flat tire, it looks like.
Cade
and
Rod
the
just
Bronco
exited.
Boulders.
And Cade Rod just exited the woods area.
Oh, who was that? Was that Cody Hardesty? Came into the rocks hard. I think that's who it was. So look how thick that dust is. You know the rocks are coming, and I think they snuck on him, up on him a little bit more than he anticipated. Yes, that is Cody Hardesty and Chris Wyatt.
There goes
There's
Josh Blyler.
Blyler.
So we have Paul Wolf in that number 1 position, Eric Miller in number 2. And we'll see where we're at once everybody else gets through their laps.
So, yeah, we have the top 4, it looks like. Wolf, Miller. Oh, just the top 2, sorry.
Yes.
So then we'll see where Cody Hardesty, so he may be moving in that 3rd spot. Well, Tad Dowker's out there, too.
Yes, and you can see on screen there is Rusty Blyler with that right front like you guys were saying. So we know he'll be going into the pits.
And there's
That's-
Cody Hardesty heading into the AMSOIL Hot Pits 25 miles an hour section.
We got some horsepower coming out of the woods right now. You can hear them.
And that is Casey
Gilbert.
Gilbert with that Texas Speed machine. He is on a mission, and we know he was in the pits for a little bit. And look, he has no spare tire on the back of that car.
Cody Hardesty on corrected time is in that number 1 position. Paul Wolf in that number 2 position.
I am stoked for Cody
Wow.
Hardesty, that young man running with the big guns. He has got to be stoked right now.
This is going to be a crazy, crazy race to the end today. We are roughly almost halfway through. Cody Hardesty has Tad Dowker close on his tail. So we have in the number 1 position, Cody Hardesty. Number 2, Paul Wolf. Third position, Eric Miller.
And there was Cade Rod that came through, too.
Cade Rod in the 4th position.
And this is all on adjusted time. I just ran out there and gave a big thumbs up to Cody Hardesty and Tad Dowker as they ran out because I like seeing the car from, for a pit crew.
Yes.
I can see if the suspension's looking good, all the tires, and both cars look great. And and Cody Hardesty gave me a double thumbs up. You know he's got his PCI race radio in there and getting all this information as we see Cade Rod heading up the Recaro Rise. What a great race that is unfolding right in front of our eyes. Thank you again for everybody for tuning in. Ultra4Racing.com/live. Get on the Ultra4 and MAO Facebook and YouTube's. Hashtag it up. Hit that share button and start a watch party. This is Ultra4 Racing at its finest. This is an amazing venue for what we do and what we can show off. This is the Rigid Ridge back there. That looks like it's a Rufus car. That is Zandy Willems.
Yes.
On the Rigid Ridge in Nightmare. Casey Gilbert coming out, heading out for another lap. So our leaders are out on lap number 3, correct, Pam?
Yes, they are.
So we're right about halfway through this race right now because they're halfway through this lap. This is a 7-lap race, 42 miles. It's going to be gnarly. Each lap is 6 miles apiece, so it's going to be a wild finish. This is going to be a race to the finish. But to finish first you must finish.
We have 7 cars right here that I see that are out on their 3rd lap right now.
Wow. Oh, yeah, Zandy kissed a little tree there for a second. Looks like he got back going. Look at that drone dancing through the trees. I love it.
The drone footage out here is awesome. People have been commenting on Facebook about it. They do. We all agree with everybody at home watching this. It is great coverage out here. Having the drones being able to follow them through the trees, follow them off the start is what's really, really awesome. Looks like Zandy might be on a different line because that tree that's down in front of him I've been seeing all day long, but cars are normally on the lane that's left to it. There you go. Now he's back on track.
Yeah, he probably clipped that tree and it bounced him off a little bit, so good to see him back running. Sounds like we may have a car on the Joker line. I can see the lights coming through the trees. And this shows
Is that Eric Miller?
I don't think he's that far yet. Nope,
No,
that is
he
an
shouldn't be
IFS
that far.
machine. So that is Chip McLaughlin. So this is absolute. There's Chris Kaufman coming up watching the Jumbotron, and he is pacing fast just like Gary was earlier. Everybody's excited to see what's going down. And that just goes to show you how steep that section really is as Chip makes quick work through it. But even up top, what I was calling the easy section is not easy.
And Chris Hickman was in with Paul Wolf earlier in the Can-Am UTV class, so he got to see that track firsthand. And there on screen, I believe that's going to be Chip McLaughlin coming out of the woods.
Yeah, the Joker line comes out just about 20 seconds from where we're at, Pam. So there goes Chip McLaughlin running strong.
Yeah, I love that the Joker line is super close.
Getting lots of feed from Curtis and Benji out on course. Speaking about Benji, we need to give a huge shout out to Benji, Karen, and Eddie for opening arms. They're the ones that run AOP out here, and they're just great to work with. They fit right into the Ultra 4 Mid-America Outdoors family. So thank you to them, and also thank you to Jason and Gayla Robinette for keeping this thing going. All the volunteers, the Ultra 4 and MAO crew, Media Safety, and USAC. Without everybody, would not be racing here today, as well as Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, and King Shocks, and King of the Hammer. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee.
And that was an awesome shot of Chip McLaughlin coming out of the short course, entering into that 25-mile-per-hour zone. It's definitely fun out there. The great photos come from the ones that kick up the dust, and they're definitely doing it out there for sure.
Oh, they are bringing it home. It's great to see. And you can see the flags just barely moving. There's a little bit of wind. We wish it would be a little bit more. And it looks like Zandy. No, that is Chip Oh, he's letting them check it out, and they're doing the party dance, sending them out on another lap.
Oh, my
Everybody's
goodness.
having fun out there. So that's the AMSOIL hot pits. The Chip blows right by. The car still looks like it's in great shape. So Chip and Brad are out for another lap. But on adjusted time, it is Cody Hardesty out front. That is absolutely amazing. And then Paul Wolf, Eric Miller, Cade Rod, Rusty Blyler, Tad Dowker, Josh Blyler, Casey Gilbert, and Chip McLaughlin, the top 9. That is the Rigid Ridge we were just watching right there. I missed that car, sorry. I was watching the live.ultra4racing.com. Same thing, you all can tune in back home.
So, Miles, we still only have 7 or 8 cars that have came through onto their third lap right now.
We have 9, right?
8.
Yeah, so it's going to be a great showing. It's going to be a race to the finish. So far, so good with everything that is going on out there. It's definitely getting hot out here, but it is an amazing venue here for the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee.
We have Mark all the way from Belgium watching today. That's awesome.
I love it when people tune in all over the world. We have a lot of people up in Canada that tune in, down in Mexico, especially
And
over
Portugal.
in Europe. Yeah,
Portugal.
awesome.
And James is asking where we're running at. We are at Adventure Off-Road Park in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee.
We are just right in the middle of Nashville, Knoxville, Birmingham, and Atlanta. This is an amazing place out here in the Appalachian Mountain foothills. Population out here is roughly 3,000 people. The elevation is about 600 feet. We have just about 600 acres and 120 trails out here with everything from mild to wild. And it's open 7 days a week, $20 a person, $5 to dry camp. They've got great showers and bathhouses out here. So if you're ever wanting to come out and play, this is a beautiful part of the country. Come out to Adventure Off-Road Park. And it has been a warm one today, all weekend. Yesterday we almost had a storm roll through. It came through. It looked like it was going to let loose, but it was just a sprinkle. But it cooled down probably 20 degrees.
And we had somebody that said that they live about an hour and a half away. They had huge hail, and they had lost their power and everything. I'm like, thank goodness it wasn't here. But on the map it did. It looked like we were going to get hit with a red, and it just split and went right around us.
Yeah, even right in town, which is only about 10 minutes away, they got hammered with rain for about 45 minutes.
Exactly.
So here's the Rigid Ridge. I missed the car.
I think it is Josh Blyler is who is on there right now.
It definitely looks like a Miller's car. Yes, that does look like it was Josh Blyler.
And that is the Rigid Ridge area, correct?
Yeah, yep. We got an amazing drone out there. It's really cool to see what the Rock Racing TV production crew can bring to you. So who's going to take home that hardware from Cody Wagner and Laser Nut?
We have the 178.
That's Aaron Smith and that new to him Bomber chassis. He bought it as a kit, put it together in his garage, and having some fun out here as he's heading into the Bronco boulders. More of just a speed bump so they're not doing over 100 miles an hour once they reach the wood section.
Jason Pott, he's checking in. He's in Ridgecrest, California. I bet it's nice and toasty there today.
Oh, we've raced there before, and I remember it was 113 real degrees. It was a scorcher.
That was my playground. Yeah, that was my playground. I used to camp there. I raced there. It's definitely a fun place for sure. Shelby's tuning in from Illinois. Thank you guys for letting us know where you're watching from and tuning in from.
So we are just over the halfway point, and who are we going to see first? Is it going to be Eric Miller or Paul Wolf? Here's Philip McJilton coming out of the woods. There he goes by the camera. Have our Believe Cam FPV drone chasing him down. We'll watch him go through the Bronco boulders. He's got Dr. Amanda Ross riding shotgun.
For her
with
first
him.
time ever.
Yeah.
That's
first time
awesome.
ever in an off-road vehicle.
Exactly.
Period. It's pretty impressive that she's going to choose to hop in a 4400 car before she does much of anything. But she's a trooper.
Yeah, it was awesome talking to her. She's super awesome, and to get out here in this, I mean, this is a rough race. And for this to be her first race, and what people are considering to be a mini King of the Hammers because it's so rough out there.
It is rough on everything, but the smile on her face says it all.
Nana Hawk is rooting on Mr. Eric Miller.
Heck yeah.
From Maryland.
Yep, so that's part of Miller's group.
James
I
Pugh,
believe
he
that's
said.
Eric's grandma, if I'm not mistaken.
James Pugh said they're tuning in from the pits.
Awesome.
Probably in your air-conditioned motorhome, too.
I wouldn't doubt that. There's Aaron Smith and that bomber chassis taking off. They resume race speed just to our left of the Nitto studio.
Let's see who that motor power is coming out.
And
That's
there
Brian
it is.
McVeigh.
That is absolutely, Pam. You're getting on this. Great job. That's a wide open design Adam Woodley built machine. He's been racing with us for quite a while.
I really do pay attention, Miles.
Absolutely. Oh, a right front flat possibly on McVeigh.
It does look like something's going on there. If it's not
I
completely
can't
flat,
tell.
it could be going low. There hasn't been as many flats as I thought there would be, but there has been quite a bit.
This morning there was a lot, so I
Yes.
wonder if some of those loose boulders are getting blown out of the way or whatnot. But also a lot of the lower classes have to have a DOT tire. These are race sticky tires, so they are a lot stronger tire.
But out pre-running, a lot of people had issues, though.
Oh,
Definitely.
absolutely.
And that was only a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. The whole entire race course, there was no way they could go any faster.
They weren't supposed
They weren't supposed to. I'm just saying what the rules are.
Looks like Dan
he does
Wyrick
have
is
a-
tuning in while he's doing some race prep on his UTV, and he's watching Paul Wolf race his old car. And yes, Brian McVeigh does have a flat tire. So we'll be heading into the AMSOIL hot pits here shortly. Chris Branton, driven by Ryan Webb, coming out of the woods. You can see him at your top right of the screen, heading towards the Bronco Boulders.
We have Betty Ling. She is saying, go Big B. We have Jed rooting on Paul Wolf from Illinois.
Hey, here's another update from Benji. Eric Miller still hasn't taken the Joker and is about physically in lead by 1 minute.
Wow.
So, Eric Miller is starting to turn it on. It's Paul Wolf has his handful right now. He's new to the 4400 class, and Eric Miller is not. So Eric Miller loves the trees. This is his style. Him and Josh Blyler, this is their back door. They love the tight woods. They love this style of racing, and Paul Wolf's going to have his hands full trying to reel him in. But Eric Miller is starting to pull away with a little bit of a lead with the Joker in his back pocket.
We have Nana. She's chiming in again. She's saying cheers for Gilbert, Blyler, Josh, and Rusty. CJ Kidd said he loves his Axial Racing RC Bomber. Almost feels as good as the real thing. We have Nicole watching from North Carolina. As always, is a good job for you and I, Miles. Lots of people going for Big B. And then we also have somebody chiming in wanting to know, Miles, do you remember the time we led the Heartland Challenge until the last 10 minutes because of a ball joint?
Yeah.
That is Alex
Yeah,
chiming.
Alex, yep. Yeah, he co-drove with me, and we were racing. Oh, this has been probably 8 years ago. We raced the Heartland Challenge. We were winning, but just like everything, to finish, you got to finish, and I broke
Yep.
a ball joint towards the end.
And
So
on
that's-
screen, that is
that's
Roger King in that
That's
124. You
Team
were
Robbie Bobby.
He probably is changing that tire that you saw
Yep,
going low.
Yep, it was going low, and now he's having to change
There's
it.
Eric
So
Miller
there
right
is
now.
Our former two-time king, Eric Miller, on a mission with that Miller Pro chassis, running strong. All 4 Nitto tires looking good as he heads into the Bronco Boulders. Eric Miller is in a good position right now. I think he's going to be in a great headspace. So he is heading out for lap number 4, if I'm not mistaken, right, Pam?
Yes, he is.
It's the Bronco Boulders have been a little bit interesting. It's been more of a speed bump than anything else, and as hard as this course is, I don't see if we'll see anybody launch them to, this weekend or not. There's Chris Branton heading up the Recaro Rise. And there is Brian McVeigh heading out. Sounds like the rest of the leaders are heading by Uncle Steve right now. So there's coming to screen, Paul Wolf, number 218. So he's about, like you said, about a minute behind.
All right, so right now we do have Eric Miller, number 21, in the number 1 position on corrected time right now. So let's see what goes on here once Paul Wolf comes through. But we'll update the timing as much as possible.
So I got some bad news for our Canadian friend. Derek Starr is out with a broken steering at Trail 88, a quarter mile before Rufus Highway. So he's going to wait till after the race to recover. So tough break. I was really hoping he could at least have a smooth race, but he's racing, and I know he'll be excited to get that car back prepped and racing at Visions.
And there goes Eric Miller. He is out starting his 4th lap.
And here comes Paul Wolf across the 4-wheel parts checkered finish line. He's got a few more laps to go. So when is Eric Miller going to take that Joker line? If it was me, I'd probably take it here pretty soon just in case it turns into a bottleneck or something happens out there. I don't know. But, hey, this is his race. This is his strategy, and Eric Miller knows a whole lot more about racing than I do. I'll promise you that. Here comes Paul Wolf. I'm going to go get a visual on his car.
He's looking good on his going out on his 4th lap. I know that his family and friends are all over underneath the pavilion over there watching and cheering him on.
I just ran out and got a visual of Paul Wolf's car. It looks like it's in excellent condition, and I gave him a quick thumbs up, and it was just a half a thumbs up. I mean, this guy is focused. He is ready to chase down Eric Miller. So, you know, Paul Wolf and Eric Miller are on their A-game right now.
We call that laser focused. So we have Eric Wolf in that number 1 position still. Paul Wolf, number 2. Cody Hardesty in the 3rd. But Paul Wolf and Eric Miller are the only 2 that are out on their 2nd lap right now.
And Cody Hardesty
not 2nd lap, starting their 4th lap.
Cody Hardesty started back in 9th position, so he does have adjusted time on his side. And here comes Tad Dowker out, so he's still running strong, so that puts him physically in that 3rd position.
Paul
so Tad
Wolf
Dowker's running strong.
Paul Wolf came through 52 seconds behind Eric Miller.
Oh, so it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out. Here comes Cade Rod. So Cade Rods and Tad Dowker are running one heck of a race.
Hey, Miles, did you know that today was Casey Gilbert's son's birthday?
You know what? I forgot about that.
Aiden's birthday was today. 13 years old today, out here racing with the big boys out here at Ultra 4 Racing.
He had his dad riding with him during the UTV race. So happy birthday to Aiden Gilbert.
Super awesome. Megan, thanks for posting that.
There's a great shot of Liam Morris heading through the Bronco boulders. There is a lot of action out here today. Here comes Josh Blyler, and he is a little light on the throttle as he comes out of the woods, and he's a little off pace. I'm not sure what's going on with Josh Blyler. Hopefully it's something simple and get it going, or maybe he's just saving the car. I don't know.
I don't know if you mentioned this already, but Ron Prindle, he is chiming in and saying good job to us, but he's watching from the Bay Area, missing being behind the wheel. I'm sure he's probably racing next week anyways at NorCal because they're doing their race next week.
I don't know about that. He took a really bad tumble, and I think the car's pretty hurt and it's still getting fixed, but I'm not sure about that. But
yeah, so Ron, if you're racing next weekend at NorCal Rock Racing, just chime in, let us know.
But thanks for tuning in regardless, Ron. There's
Tad
Blyler and Tad
right
Dowker.
behind him. So
yeah,
we
look
have
at the dust.
Oh, listen to this, Miles. Eric Miller, number 1. Cade Rod in that number 2 position. Paul Wolf, 3rd. Cody Hardesty fourth.
So Cade Rod is starting to beat Paul Wolf on adjusted time. I'm excited to see where Cody Hardesty is in the mix with all this. That's why I love this adjusted time racing. They took off in 30-second increments, so at the end of the race, you're racing your own time. Even though there's other cars on track, you're racing your time. And that comes into strategy later on in the game.
I have to say, right now we can see that Paul Wolf now is running in that third position. But what did he do at Moab? Between Paul Wolf and between Lauren Healy, that was such an amazing finish to a race because of the last lap. They both turned it up a notch. I think they bettered their times by like 3 seconds or something on both of them. So once we thought they were running their fastest lap possible, they ended up doing even better. So we'll see if Paul Wolf turns up the heat here. He has 3 laps to go.
Yeah, I talked a lot of strategy with a lot of them, and they wanted to run 70-80% the first few laps, keep the car together, and then the last lap or two, you just turn it on and hope for the best.
Oh, I love it. I love it when people chime in and give people their nicknames. So Cotton Clumber is saying, come on, Caters.
We saw Liam Morris pulling the AMSOIL hot pits for just a second, but he is back out. And I saw Cody Hardesty still out running, and he's on adjusted time in that 4th position. And I'm getting some more info through my PCI race radio. It looks like with current lap times, we'll be finishing this race right around 4:20 or so.
Ryan Rockhold, he's online watching. He's cheering on Rufus Racing.
So there's the Rigid Ridge. It looks like I missed that car. I'm sorry. That is Aaron Smith. Looks like a bomber.
And he is all silver, so he doesn't have a lot of markings on the sides, which is awesome. Kind of distinctive there.
It takes a whole team to put this race on together, so thanks to everybody. I see Frank Vonderheide here. There is Chad Hunt.
Well, that's awesome to see Frank Vonderheide because he took that tumble down there in the short course after he almost took a tumble coming down the Joker lane. So he's, running perfectly fine out there on race course.
I mean, that just goes to show you how tough these cars really are. And again, we're all about safety here. They have to build these cars to a spec to make sure they can hold up and whatnot. So he took a tumble. They've got the car flipped back over, fired up, smoked a little bit, but he's out there running strong and still running at a great pace.
Yeah, that's awesome that he's out there. Tina Smith is going for Liam. She said she's watching from West Virginia. We got some Michigan fans out there. Josh Spots is saying, bring it back to K-Town, Josh.
Casey Gilbert showing off that Texas speed horsepower as he takes off right next to us, and he is still in the hunt. But I think it's going to be a super tight race for that 3rd place position is what it's looking like. 3rd, 4th, and 5th is really turning out to be the race for this one. Eric Miller is starting to run away with it a little bit, but man, it's pretty wild. Cade Rod, Paul Wolf, and Cody Hardesty are on that adjusted time. It's going to be super close, so it keeps mixing up. But Eric Miller started on the pole and is looking good this entire race.
Lori Christensen, she's of course she's cheering on Rufus Racing. She's chimed in as well onto Facebook. So thanks everybody. You're awesome for doing this, letting us all know who's all watching. Too bad you guys weren't here, but watching from your air-conditioned homes today, I could not blame you. We do have a little bit of a breeze here. Isn't that nice, Miles?
Oh, it is beautiful here. Like I said, it's definitely warm, but I can't think of any place else I would rather be.
Oh, same here. I wouldn't change it for the world.
And if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 4 Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. That was Frank Vonderheide rolling through, still running strong. So Paul Wolf's going to have his hands full. We'll see if he can start reeling them in or not. But Eric Miller is definitely one to be. He's a tough one to beat for sure when he's in his A game, and he is in the zone right now.
I love hearing that noise coming out of the woods. We shall see who it is, and that's Frank Vonderheide on screen right now. But we do have somebody getting ready to exit the woods section. It is a Rufus Racing. That looks like it's going to be the 24.
That is Zandy Willems, Mr. Rufus Racing himself. And a straight axle machine called Nightmare with a right front flat tire.
Yes, and this is where they're definitely going to have to take it easier over their boulder section, but they have just quite a bit of ways to go before they can come in and get that change, because they have to go through the short course before they can enter into the hot pits.
And they've got a great pit crew there. They've got a new a guy they picked up. They nicknamed him Littlefoot. He'll be in there in the pits ready to change that tire. But the Rufus crew is always fun to hang out with. They're a great time. They're a little bit of clowns from time to time, but that's just part of what we love about them.
Looks like we have somebody named Jed Harper. He's going to be out here next weekend racing rock bouncers, so that's super exciting. And we have a familiar name chimed in, giving us the yay hands, is RDP.
All right. Ryan Delpon, how's it going, buddy? We'll see you around shortly, I am sure.
Here's some more of that.
That's some fast car coming through. I'm not sure who that is.
Casey Gilbert. No, he probably just came through. So it's a Rufus Racing possibly? Yes, it is. That is Chip.
Chip McLaughlin. He is on the pipe.
I like playing the guessing game of who it is coming out of the woods.
A lot of them have a distinct engine noise, that is for sure, as Chip heads through the Bronco boulders.
Even with the UTVs earlier, like we know who which Can-Am is which or whatever, but who is it? My mind went blank. Cole Clark, his Polaris definitely sounds a little bit different.
Definitely unique, that's for sure. It's got a great stance to it as well.
Yes, it does.
Looks like they're waiting to flag Zandy in there at the Rufus Racing Amsoil Hot Pits as Chip hits the Yukon launch. Zandy is pulling into the Amsoil's hot pits as we speak. So we'll see how quick they can get that right front tire changed out. But they, like I said, they've got a great crew down there, and this is a great shot of the Amsoil hot pits to see how everything's going on. Nobody's going to be fueling in this race. It's only a 42-mile race. It's 7 laps, 6 miles per lap. There are 12 either-ors out there. There's the Joker line we keep talking about. You can only run it once, but you have to run it once. And all the leaders have ran it except for Eric Miller. So we'll see how that shakes out on the end of this race. So there's another Rufus guy passing by slowly. Chip McLaughlin heading by. I'll go get a visual.
So, and it looks like we have Zandy is pulling around to the side. He has a right front flat, but he just pulled off of the race course out of the hot pits.
And I just ran out there and got a double thumbs up from the Chip McLaughlin. He is excited. And what'd you say about Zandy?
Zandy, his right front flat, but he pulled off of the race course.
So more into the pits?
So he was on the pits on screen. When he came towards us on screen, he made a left. So I'm not sure if he's going back to the main pit or what's going on.
Well, his hot pits is the main pits. I'm not sure what's going on there, so that's a tough break.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Hopefully get something figured out and get it back out there.
The tire was not changed. It was still flat as well.
Bummer. That's a bummer for Zandy. He had a great qualifying run yesterday. I believe this is the Rigid Ridge. And it's amazing what they can do by shooting the internet all over the place. That looks like a Jimmy's car. I'm going to guess that's Cade Rod. I couldn't quite tell. But we are shooting internet all the way to the back of this park. So the internet's a little bit, so that's why it's a little bit pixelated, but still a huge shout out by Rock Racing Production for putting on this live show alongside with Mid-America Outdoors and Ultra 4 Racing.
It's pretty amazing.
Brian McVeigh coming to screen at the Rigid Ridge section.
It's pretty amazing to see what we can do. Just like when we were at Rush, Kentucky. I mean, we have no cell phone service.
Yeah, I can't
even
get a text out.
Right, and then we had internet
show.
service, and we're doing a live feed. It's just pretty awesome what this whole entire production crew can do.
Brian Hinks is tuning in. It's going to be a nail biter right till the end. I completely understand that, Brian. Thanks for tuning in.
So we are halfway through this race, Miles. We're almost done with the racing for the day. I can't believe how fast it's gone by.
A little chatter through the PCI race radio. It sounds like Chip McLaughlin just called the race. Not sure what it was, but tough break for Rufus Racing and Zandy Willems. But Chip McLaughlin's still out there, so we'll see how that shakes out.
That is a bummer.
What a wonderful day of racing it has been, and we are not done. We are nearing the end, but it is not near over yet. We still have a couple more laps to go for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park.
Yes, they will be coming through, finishing up that fourth lap as we are speaking right now. So over the halfway point at this time.
And listen to this, Pam. Eric Miller is heading to the Joker line, so hopefully we can get a camera on him. So we'll have him here in just a couple minutes. And, yes, Zandy Willems is officially out of the race.
That is such a bummer.
So hopefully we can get our camera there at the Joker line and watch our current leader, Eric Miller, coming down. Yes, I see those lights on that Miller Motorsports Pro chassis. The gold is glowing there in the woods. I love his cars. He's been racing Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers for a very long time. He's won King of the Hammers twice. He got a podium here, third place last year, and this looks like it's his race to lose. He's starting to pull away with a little bit of a lead.
But he has Cade Rod, who is bringing up the rear here, trying to
and adjusted
make up some
time is on everybody else's side. He takes a little bit of that right-hand line, but just walked the dog at nice like. So we'll have him out here in about 20 seconds or so. But Eric Miller, we'll see what kind of lead he's pulling over physically over Paul Wolf. Because I think it's an advantage for Eric Miller to run that right now. So I was talking strategy earlier, and
there he
Eric
is.
Miller knows what he's doing. So there goes Eric Miller heading down to the Bronco Boulders, and he is not just lighting it on fire. I think he knows he's starting to pull away with a commanding lead as he makes easy work through those Bronco Boulders. So almost everybody has ran the Joker line. There's a few that I'm not confirmed on, but I'm not sure if they're in the mix for the lead or not. There's Aaron Smith with Smith Off-Road running strong in that straight axle bomber chassis. So where's Paul Wolf? He's starting to pull off the pace just a little bit, but on adjusted time, Cade Rod and Cody Hardesty are starting to look pretty good as well with Tad Dowker.
Yes, and Eric Miller as starting on his fifth lap. That's going to more than likely be Paul Wolf, I think, coming through right now.
So Benji says Eric was over 2 minutes ahead of Paul
I was wrong.
at the Uncle Steve spot. That is Cade Rod coming out of the woods.
40. That was a 47?
44.07 of Cade Rod. Oh, was that Philip McGilton?
Yes.
Maybe that's the number 47. Sorry. Both red Jimmy's cars.
I'm sitting here going.
Nope, you were 100% correct. I thought I had it, but I was wrong. Both red Jimmy's car, but yeah,
Yes.
that was Philip McGilton. And there's Aaron Smith back on screen. You were giving me the look. I'm like, what? And I was like, oh, I was calling it wrong.
It happens. I do it too.
It's been a long day. The brain's starting to get a little fried.
The heat.
Getting a little tongue-tied.
I mean,
it
it feels
getting hot.
It does feel great under the shade. I'm very thankful for having the shade. They are providing their Mid-America, the trailer that they bring all of this equipment in. They have used that for us and an easy up overs. Thank goodness, because otherwise we would be frying right now. That's why I give a huge shout out, and we give a huge shout out to everybody that's out here on course working, because they're out there in the heat. Not all of them have the shade that we have here. That's the 178 of Aaron Smith just went out. He is going on his 4th lap. So where's Cade Rod? Where's Paul Wolf? And we have Cody Hardesty as well.
So Eric Miller is out on his 5th lap out of 7. So we are 2/3 through this race, and Eric Miller just has a couple more. He's got to finish this lap. So he basically has 3 more laps to go.
Exactly. It looks like he's coming through with a right or a left rear. It looked like it was low, but it is not once he passed by us.
So the only cars that have not hit the Joker is Chris Branton, Chad Hunt, Roger King, and Daryl Kresbach. So there's just 4 that are still running that haven't hit the Joker line.
And we saw Roger King earlier on screen, so I'm wondering if they got going again.
Yeah, Ryan Webb is in the driver's seat for Chris Branton. He's got his son Blaine riding shotgun with him. They race in the 4,800 class as well. Chris Branton was unable to make it this race, so you can have 1 fill-in driver per season. And they're using, there's Paul Wolf, physical 2nd position. But Miller's starting to pull away with a pretty good lead. So this is absolutely Eric Miller's race to lose. But Paul's still in the hunt to be in the podium.
Yes, he is.
And, oh, you know what? Cade Rod is already, no, did he come through? He has not.
I have not seen Cade Rod.
That was McGilton, remember?
Yes, it was. You tried to call it as Cade, though.
So Paul Wolf still running strong in that UFO Joe Thompson built machine.
A man on a mission right there on screen, Mr. Paul Wolf. He's turning a lot of heads in this sport for sure, and he has a lot of help that people within this sport have been, giving him pointers and this and that, and it's awesome just to see that people are welcoming him and not being like, who's this new guy coming out here and beating us?
Yeah, he's not new to off-road. He's
Exactly.
just new to Ultra 4. His brother Nathan has raced with us a few times, but Paul Wolf has really stepped up this year with his Can-Am and his UFO car and doing some great things with us here at Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoors. He's racing the Mid-America Side-by-Side Championship Series as well. So he is hitting that 25-mile-an-hour speed zone, and he'll be coming up through the AMSOIL hot pits. We'll see if he stops or not.
So depending on where Cade Rod and Cody Hardesty come in, there is Tad Dowker and
Cade Rod
are neck and neck, but right now Paul Wolf is in that number 2 position behind Eric Miller. Miles, I don't think either one of us are going to be in our seats at the end of this race. Oh, look at that. Tad got a little crooked on the rocks there.
Get a little slideways as he bounces through there.
And Cade is just eating his dust right now. And there goes Mr. Rusty Blyler. He's coming out.
The Happy Pappy. So they made it through the Bronco boulders and getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. And Cade Rod is all over Dowker's tail. We'll see what happens. Paul Wolf heading out for lap number 5. So Paul Wolf still having a very smooth race, but it is Eric Miller's day. He was leading this race. Eric Miller was leading this race last year as well, and then it ran into some issues, power steering if I'm not mistaken, and still got on the podium. So on adjusted time, Cade Rod is still in that 2nd position, then Tad Dowker
in the third.
So
yes.
Paul Wolf's going to have to step it up to get on the podium.
I don't know if you saw it, too. It looked like Tad Dowker let Cade Rod by down there in the short course.
Okay, that's good because he was all over his tail.
Yes, he was.
I'm not going to have a voice at the end of the night, I'll promise you that. So there's Cade Rod, I believe, and Tad Dowker right behind him. I'm going to run out and get a visual on both of these cars.
Miles getting the thumbs up from all of the drivers just now. Neither one of them did stop at the hot pits.
Yeah, I got a big thumbs up from both Cade Rod and Tad Dowker. And that is a Miller car. Is that the Happy Pappy, I believe, pulling in? Looks like they're checking out the steering left and right quite a bit in the AMSOIL hot pits. So he just pulled in. He probably is saying, hey, I feel something a little goofy. They shake it around, don't see anything on. They lost, what was that, 10 seconds and head back out. Rusty Blyler, the Happy Pappy, back out on course. What a wonderful day of racing it has been thus far, and we are not over yet. They are out on another lap. Are they on lap number 5 or number 6? Out on number 5,
yes.
right? Yep. So for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee, Eric Miller way out front. Paul Wolf still in the mix, but it is Cade Rod and Tad Dowker on adjusted time. So Paul Wolf's going to have his hands full, and Chris Kaufman's on the radio saying, hey, Paul, you're going to have to start pushing if you want on this podium, and he wants him on that podium, I promise you.
Yeah, Chris Hickman, definitely. We've been seeing him coming back and forth, watching the Jumbotron over here with the family and friends under the pavilion. We can see him on screen over here when he's coming through the pits. So he's definitely getting cheered on from all directions for sure. Paul, we know he can turn it up a notch unless he's having something going on. That's the only reason why he won't be turning the heat on the next couple laps.
Well, they've turned the heat on. It's hot out here.
Well, you know what I mean. But no, it's definitely been a great race. We have Eric Miller in that number 1 position right now. Cade Rod in that 2nd position.
And this
Tad
is on
Dowker.
adjusted time, remember?
Yes.
And coming out of the woods, is that Cody Hardesty?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. So Cody Hardesty, he is a little off pace. There's something wrong with this engine. It's not firing all cylinders or something. I hate to see that. He has had such a great race all day long. He was sitting in 2nd position at one point. Actually, he was leading the race for just a second.
Yes, he was.
Cody Hardesty, I hate to see that, but hopefully it's something simple they can pull in and go. And it looks like, yes, there's Chris Branton, driven by Ryan Webb, coming down the Joker line.
And the 124 of Roger King just came out of the woods, which is awesome to see that he got back going.
We saw him change that tire earlier.
Yep, Nicole and Justin Ferguson, they were saying that he'll definitely get it going. They've raced with him before, that he's a wild man.
Who's that?
Nicole and Justin Ferguson.
We're talking about who, though?
Oh, Roger King.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, that was a very slow pace just now by Ryan Webb in Chris Branton's car. And there went Josh Blyler.
So Benji's saying Paul has turned it up, but Eric Miller, you just can't catch that guy in the woods. So we'll see how it shakes out.
It's like his backyard. So we're going to have a guest come in here for a moment while he has just a minute. We have Mr. Chris Hickman coming on. Been on the race course today, out here being crew chief as well. Chris, are you worn out yet?
I'm worn out. The side-by-side class wasn't too awful bad. We had a little bad luck, but I'm wearing myself out walking back and forth right now to keep up with Paul's times.
Do you have a step meter on?
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah, you're out there keeping track of everything. Paul Wolf has had a great day, but Eric Miller, that guy is on a mission,
Eric's
isn't he?
on fire. Just went through the Joker, finally gained another minute and a half on us. So our goal, we're in a bigger car here, longer, wider, get a good solid finish. Paul's keeping his head on there. We've had 0, knock on wood there, flats. He's taking care of it and just a good solid finish for here. So.
Yeah, you guys have recently switched to those Nitto tires, and it seems like they're holding up really well.
Oh, the Nittos are working awesome in the rocks, in the woods, on the short course portion, getting great traction everywhere. But it's just we're trying to maintain. I'm trying to figure out if it's a 5 or 6 lap
it's
or
a
7.
seven lap race.
Okay, because I was hesitant on telling him like go or not go.
Turn on the heat.
So that's got to come here in a little bit.
Yeah, they're out on their 5th lap out of 7. So after this lap, they'll have 2 more to go.
So, but no, he's doing. We can stay right there. I'll be happy.
So obviously, this car is yours. So when you can kind of tell him to pick it up, take it down. He listens to you quite a bit, I assume.
He does, but we both have a competitiveness that when the race shield comes down and the radio comes on, it's
the brain
strategy's out the window a lot of times.
I know the feeling.
I call it race brain.
Yeah, the race brain takes over. But we can maintain and then let him hammer down on this last lap or something, last lap and a half.
McVeigh.
With another right front flat tire.
Yeah, out there on race course today. Did you guys have any flats today on the Can-Am?
We had one flat, then we had a little accident out here with another competitor.
That was coming right in the Bronco boulders, right?
Yeah, we got into the back of a guy in the Bronco. We were drag racing, and he braked, and we wasn't going to brake for the boulders. We were going to hit him, and he braked, and we punted him, but we'd been on the horn trying to get him around for a minute out through there, a couple minutes. And
Well,
that's
it's
a bummer.
it's always something out there, and yeah, it looks like the right front on Brian McVeigh, that right tire is completely coming off the rim, and it is stirring up the dust.
It's going to be a tire day. I mean, that was our thing last night. Survival and the least tire changes is going to be.
Yeah, it's a rough course. It is super hot out here. And it's been a great day of racing. It's been so much fun. I'm going to let you kind of get back in your
yes,
in your
sir.
game
I gotta get back to my little
to figure
zone.
out your times. But Chris, thanks for coming and
Yes.
chatting with us.
Thank y'all
and best
very,
of luck.
very much.
Thank
having
you very
a blast.
much. All right. Yeah, that is definitely – he's getting ready to completely lose all the rubber off of that tire for sure. Chris is going to go over and make sure he tells Paul Wolf, you better turn it up.
And here comes Roger King cruising through the AMSOIL hot pits at 25 miles an hour. And I've got a guy that I do not want to talk to right now, but he's hopping into the Nitto studio with us. We got Mr. Zandy Willems. What happened out there? We saw the right front flat, and what happened?
Well, we was pushing a little too hard and ended up with 2 flats and then steering issues and jack issues. We had all kinds of problems. Everything that could break, yeah. We left it all out there on the trail for someone to find.
Just have to go back later on a trail
We don't
ride.
need it.
There's Philip McGilton out by the Rigid Ridge as we speak. But you had a fun race going. How was it?
It was good. You know, I went out. I felt like I qualified really good.
You
I was
qualified
pushing.
in front of Chip. That's all that matters to you, right?
That's it. But, you know, it's one of those, you win that and then you lose the race. So I'd rather do better in the race than qualify. But
I completely understand that. And that's Chad Hunt. He was all over the throttle, showing off that supercharged horsepower in that Miller car coming in the Bronco Boulders. And he's hitting them a little harder than normal as well. But yeah, that course was absolutely brutal out there.
No,
wasn't it, Xander?
it's rough, and I was pushing way too hard in the beginning.
That's part of it.
That
I
is.
mean, once like we were just talking with Chris, once the visor comes down, you have a whole different mentality, and it's go time.
Yeah, you know, it's like one of those. It's like the game plan is, hey, we're going to conserve tires, we're going to take it easy, and then the flag goes and all that shit goes out the window.
I know the
It's like-
feeling there. And it's time to rock and roll.
That's right. You're trying to catch the person in front of you, and it doesn't work well that way.
Yeah, but you had a good race going until you didn't. That's what
right.
everybody always
That's
says.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, Alex Biddick was tuned in earlier. I was racing a great race, and we were leading the race till the last 10 minutes and popped the ball joint.
Yep.
That's just part of it.
Hopefully Chip can pull a rabbit out of the hat.
He's still, what is he running? He's running that 8th position on adjusted time right now.
Yep.
So he still has a solid run, and there's still a couple more laps to go. Anything could happen.
That's true.
It's been a crazy race out there today. I mean, in this race, of course, it's been close. I mean, it's been between Eric Miller, Cade Rod, Tad Dowker, and Paul Wolf. Cody Hardesty had led a few laps as well, and now it's
really?
he's down in 5th position.
Yeah,
So
his
you said he
engine
was-
wasn't firing on all cylinders there for a
Exactly.
bit. There's Frank Vonderheide. Great to see him still pushing.
He took a tumble in the short course earlier.
Yeah.
Frank
Oh, really?
Vonderheide did,
Yep.
yes.
Oh, wow.
Right before the finish line, that sweeper.
See, we started right behind Dowker.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
we
Tad's
ended
on
up,
a mission, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. We ended up catching him, and then that's when everything went to hell.
Oh, no.
Because you got caught up to him. And
Yeah, we caught him, then that's when we blew our tires.
how is the dust out there?
It's not that well
in the woods. It's
I didn't
not
make
too
it.
bad?
I didn't make it that far in the race to know on the dust. I didn't have to deal with any dust.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
not,
we didn't
even when
make it
you
to
caught
that
up
part.
to Tad, it wasn't
Yeah,
too bad.
No.
And did you take the Joker lane?
No.
Nope. Okay.
No, we did not. I know Chip and
There's
them.
Chip right there.
Chip hit the Joker line in the second lap.
And there
Okay.
he is on screen heading towards
Yep.
the Bronco Boulders. So Chip's got a great run going.
How were the Bronco Boulders? Because when they first laid them out on race course, they were sharp, they were sticking up, they were gigantic. Did you have to check up as much today as you did when you were pre-running? Or did you take them in pre-run?
I took it easy today.
Yeah.
I mean, we were just trying to get it across and get to the pits. So,
Gotcha.
but there was no one has really launched that thing.
No.
Those rocks are not set up to launch.
There's plenty of other rocks that can get you. Might as well
Yeah.
not ruin your
Yep.
day there.
Yep.
Benji just said at Uncle Steve, Eric just passed him, so he'll give me a split time between him and Paul here shortly. So we'll see how it shakes out. But I know that Eric Miller is in the zone. He loves the trees. That Miller
Yes,
motor car
yeah.
is built for this course, period.
He does good in the woods.
Yeah, definitely. It's like their backyard.
Cade Rod is on him though.
Yeah, and he's on adjusted time, so he's got adjusted time on his side. Cade Rod started all the way
Behind
back
us,
in
yeah.
8th position. So what's that, 3.5 minutes?
Something like that.
So on adjusted time, it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out.
So you guys sticking around for the evening? Or are you going to start heading back to Texas
Oh,
tonight?
they're sticking around for the party. There ain't no doubt about it, right?
We never leave earlier. What are
There
you
you
talking
go.
about?
We never leave early either.
No, well, you don't have a choice.
Exactly. I don't mind it, though.
That's awesome.
I'll definitely swing by.
Yeah, cool. Come on.
It's
So-
been a great weekend out here for sure.
So there's Chip. They're kind of checking
Yeah,
it out.
the
They're
weather-
doing the little happy dance.
Oh,
and
my
Chip
goodness.
McLaughlin
The
will be-
weather was awesome yesterday.
It was. I wish it was like that today.
Yeah.
So Chip's back on the throttle in that Tribe 16 2C IFS machine, running strong for Rufus Racing.
What is the flag on the back? What is that blue? Looks like a blue flag.
Oh, I think that's from Hammers, the Progressive.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah,
He hasn't taken it off?
No, he hadn't taken it off yet. I think it's on both of our cars.
Oh, how funny.
Yeah.
The dust has been amazing, or not amazing. It's been pretty bad out there today, too. Out on race course on certain areas, was it bad, or were the mud puddles the worst part?
You know, it was a little wet going up that creek.
Mm-hmm.
Right here at the Recaro Rise?
Huh?
Right here at the Recaro Rise?
Yeah. Right towards the beginning, it was it was wet going up there. There's a lot of water, but not a lot of dust out there.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot of deep mud puddles the other day, though.
Oh,
Oof.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
And if you are just tuning in, we want to thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the AOP Off-Road Park. We want to give a huge shout-out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King, King of the Hammers, Amsoil, Method, Axial, Spider-Trex, Recaro, Baja, Jerky, PCI Race Radios, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Off the Grid, MBRP, Yukon, HCR, Warren, and Factor 55. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing partners, we would not be racing here today. And that is our race leader, Eric Miller, heading into the Bronco Boulders.
Hey, you left out Rufus Racing.
Rufus Racing. I always love you guys. You're a great thing. I mean, you're exactly what Ultra 4 and Mid-America is all about. So, Zandy, always a pleasure. I'm going to let you celebrate a little bit
There
and
you
hang
go.
out with Angie. But thanks for coming into the Nitto booth with
Thank
us.
you both.
We'll see you later, buddy.
Thank you so much.
All right, we love you guys.
Love you. All right. Eric Miller going through, getting ready to go on that Yukon launch.
And he'll be heading out for his 6th lap out of 7. So it's going to be awesome to see how it plays out. We'll pull up our live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing and see what kind of lap time Eric Miller's throwing down. You guys at home can tune into that same thing.
We'll see if he has. He hasn't bettered his lap. He's actually put it down by 2 minutes. His last lap, or his fastest lap, has been a 17:57. This lap was a 19:29.
So he's still doing a strong job. So there's Eric Miller coming through the Amsoil hot pits. Looks like he's already passing where he should be stopping, so I'm going to run out and get a quick little visual from him. So I ran out there and complete laser focus by Eric Miller, both hands on the wheel. And obviously the sun's coming at his eyes, so he had his visor tilted down a little bit, and he had one thing in mind, and that's going fast straight ahead. Eric Miller's running a great, great race, and the car looks like it's in great shape as he comes in the screen once again at the Recaro Rise.
This is where the suspensefulness starts.
Oh, man. So next time around, Eric Miller will be getting the white flag. So he's out on lap 6 out of 7. Where's Paul Wolf? Where's Cade Rod? Tad Dowker? Cody Hardesty still in the mix. Could Casey Gilbert sneak in there? And Chip McLaughlin, Josh Blyler, Aaron Smith, Philip McGilton, Rusty Blyler, Brian McVeigh, Chris Branton, Chad Hunt, Liam Morris, Frank Vonderheit, Roger King, Derek Starr is out, Zandy Willems out, and Derek Krisbach is off. So a tough break for those last 3, but we still have 17 cars out on track running strong as we're back in the Rigid Ridge. And that is a Miller's car. I believe that was Casey Gilbert, because I think he's missing his spare tire.
I wonder if he had to change it on course or if he just didn't run one.
So Paul is 4.5 minutes behind, and then it looks like Philip McGilton is still out going good. And then Tad Dowker and Cade Rod are about 1.5 minutes behind Paul. So thanks, Benji, for that update. He's out there at Uncle Steve making sure everything's flowing smooth and keeping me updated. So thanks for the time splits, buddy. And Rusty Blyler's hot on their heels, so he's starting to turn it up a little bit. These Miller Motorsports cars are absolutely amazing. And don't forget, we're racing over in Jay, Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors for the Side-by-Side Championship Series at Mid-America Outdoors. So while we have a little bit of break in the action, we're going to go check out what's going on at Mid-America Outdoors.
It's free. Stay in the loop on everything and share everything you see, guys. Let's get the message out.
1 and 2 battling it up. Austin Braden trying to hold on.
We've
to
got
the top
a
spot.
good battle going right there.
That's Schroeder. No, that's Willis running in that second position, I believe. Fastest driver on the track in your heats was Austin Braden. We'll see if he can do it again right here in the main.
I want to know what happened to Rusty Pipes.
Rusty didn't get the best start. So he's fighting right now to get out there, and you can see they laid down a lot of water. So at this time right now, it's a different track than what they drove earlier. It's going to be a little bit slicker.
I agree with that. Like when they went back there on the rhythm section between each jump, they were splashing in water holes.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, I hope that Willis has a lot of tear-offs right now, because look at the front of these cars. The only clean car on the track right now is that TMX car in the lead of Austin Braden.
You're right. I just love the scheme on that UTV Race Shop car right there.
Yeah, that thing looks really good. So it looks like we actually have Austin Braden, that's Mickey Schroeder running in the second spot is what we're seeing. And then in the third spot is actually Donovan Willis.
There we go.
Now we got it right. Lots of action right here, this main event, Expert Turbo. Ooh, off the side of the track, Mickey Schroeder using it all, trying to do whatever he can to get around Austin Braden. Austin, whoa, we got another one.
Watch them as they go down through here, splashing through that.
Yep.
Splash. There's a lot of water moving between these places right here.
There is, but the track, honestly, like, this stuff is going to soak right into the track. They're going to have primo conditions coming up here in about half a lap as the track starts to tack up a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree.
But look at Austin Braden still laying it down, coming over that split section there. You can do the inside or you can go outside and rail that. They chose basically the same line. There's TMX car. Big tabletop jump there, coming down nose heavy. I did.
Through the back end of it, he didn't check up at all.
Man, 1 and 2 is tight right now, coming through those rollers.
I just can't believe how hard they're pushing each other. Look how far out away from the field they are right now.
Yep.
And it's just, what, the end of the second lap?
Yeah, they still got a lot of racing left to do. Right now, Austin Braden turning a 220 to a 221 of Mickey Schroeder in that second position. So Mickey Schroeder finding some speed in this main event. Austin Braden just going to try to keep it clean, get all the way to the checkers, and take home a main event win right here for TMX, for all his sponsors.
All right, so first place is starting to pull out.
Yeah, I think he's found his groove.
Is it a blue groove?
I don't know if they got any of that today, but I think he's definitely clicking off some laps now. He looked pretty smooth. He's hitting his marks in the corners. I think he's figured out how to navigate the track when it's a little bit slicker like this right now, and just absolutely out front looking clean, trying to get through this.
Well, how awesome is that to hear Joey and Matt out there at Mid-America Outdoors at Jay, Oklahoma. It's so cool to see what they're doing there while we're racing here. And Pam, fill us in on what happened while we missed. There's a little shake-up there.
There is definitely a shake-up. Eric Miller is still out front on adjusted time. Tad Dowker has now taken over that number 2 position. He is 5 minutes and 44 seconds behind Eric Miller. Paul Wolf just went through. He is 4 minutes and 51 seconds behind Tad, or behind the leaders. So it's pretty exciting what's going on here. Cade Rod, he just came out of the woods, went over the Bronco Boulders.
But he
has
got
a
right
front flat
tire. Yep.
Exactly. Rusty Blyler, he just went through, heading out into the woods. They are on their 6th lap right now. So they all are getting the white flag. They all have gotten the white flag. So it's one more lap to go, right?
Well, they're on their 6th
They're
lap,
on their
right?
6th, so they get their white flag
so they
next
have,
time.
next time around they'll get the white flag because it's a 7-lap race. And there is Cade Rod moving a little slow because he does have that right front flat tire, so he'll pull into the AMSOIL hot pits and get that fixed up. Could be Chip McLaughlin possibly, back by the Rigid Ridge. What a great day of racing it has been for the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee here at the Adventure Off-Road Park for Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoors. It's been an amazing day of racing. Again, a huge shout out to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all the volunteers, Ultra 4 and Mid-America crew, Media Safety, USAC. It's been just a great thing. Everybody's pulled together and put on one heck of an event.
Last night's dinner was amazing. We had the barbecue place that's out here right now still.
They'll be open all night long, so if you're here, come and check them out.
They served up so much food last night. I don't even know how they cooked it all for us yesterday, but it was an amazing dinner last night.
Yeah, the Robinettes have really stepped it up with that. The Racer Appreciation Dinner last night, and then I was lucky enough to get some pork nachos for lunch today, so thanks to them for that.
How was that? Nacho cheese with barbecue sauce on
it
them?
was excellent.
Huh. Are you sure you tasted them?
Oh, yeah. I was in a hurry, but I had something to do. But they were excellent. So huge shout out to the barbecue joint here on site. So that's a great showing of Eric Miller, Tad Dowker, Paul Wolf, Cade Rod, Cody Hardesty, Casey Gilbert. So remember, this is on adjusted time. And remember, Cade Rod does have a flat tire, so Paul Wolf is in that physical adjusted time 3rd position. And this is the Rigid Ridge. And I can't quite tell, but it's definitely a Miller car, I believe.
That's not Eric Miller's. It looks like it's kind of gold.
It very possibly could have been. I couldn't quite tell. Wow, Cade Rod changed the tire extremely fast, under 2 minutes. That is Frank Vonderheide.
He's had
back
quite
in
the
the
day.
Rigid Ridge.
Quite the day. Almost took a tumble when he was coming down the Joker line. Then he actually did take a tumble down in the short course, but he's out running, doing good. Just keep on trucking.
That just, again, goes to show you how tough these cars really are. That Jimmy's car, they build one heck of a machine. So we'll be seeing this car coming out here in just a second.
Chip?
That is, no, that's a Blyler.
No,
that
is
Josh Blyler.
Josh Blyler.
And he is a little off pace also. And then Casey Gilbert is hot on his heels. So yes,
I wonder what's going on with Blyler.
Blyler moves over, and Casey Gilbert is pushing strong. So is he going to be able to get around Hardesty and Rod and get in that with Paul Wolf? It's going to be hard. He's got 2 more laps to go.
Guess we'll know once the checkered flag comes out what's actually going to happen.
It's going to be a race to the finish.
finish.
But to finish first you must finish. Eric Miller still has to keep that car together. I was having a fun little chat last night with him because last year he had a great run going. They had some power steering issues. He was in the pits for probably about 15 minutes, and he said the last lap he was just running 110%. He's like, there's these 2 tight trees where you'd normally check up to go through, and he's actually accelerating through those trees. So Eric Miller can really turn it up when he needs to, and right now he just needs to kind of put it in cruise control.
Mm-hmm.
He's got about a 4-minute lead over everybody, so he just needs to keep on running strong as he Casey Gilbert crosses the line. 2 more laps to go. go for Mr. Casey Gilbert.
That does
and again, let's give a huge shout out to his son, Aiden. Happy birthday to Aiden Gilbert.
And that does put Casey in that number 5 spot right now on adjusted time.
And then remember, K-Rod changed the tire after he crossed that line, so he gets that much time back on him as well. But I'm wrong on that because Casey Gilbert started in front of K-Rod, so K-Rod definitely has Casey. Eric Miller was on the pole this afternoon.
It feels like this morning.
It's been a long day, but it's been a great day. I'm going to go get a visual of Casey. Big thumbs up from Casey Gilbert. He's still out there running strong, and he's going to try to chase him down. We'll see what he does. And it's still awesome to see that Casey Gilbert and K-Rod are still technically driving a 4800 car. All they did is put bigger tires on it.
So Josh Blyler was running very, very slow out of the woods. He did not stop in the hot pits just now, so he's just going on by.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not sure what's going on there. Josh Blyler is just kind of in cruise mode right now. He let Casey Gilbert blow by him.
He must be having some kind of issue, but no flat tires or anything, so just sometimes you just have to finish it. And Josh, he has or has not taken the Joker lane?
Josh has.
Okay.
And that's what I'm kind of catching up right now. The only people that have not taken the Joker line is number 47, Philip McGilton, I believe. And then Chad Hunt has still not. Roger King has not. And then Darrell, he is out of the race, so he hasn't either. So it looks like McGilton, Hunt, and Roger King still need to make the Joker line. Everybody else has ran through. What a great day of racing it has came, and it's going to be down to this last lap that we'll be sending out Eric Miller here very shortly for the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. And speaking of the Joker, it looks like here is Roger King. So there's the right line that we have talked about but haven't really seen. So the normal preferred line is straight down, but it's a big drop. And if you hit it just wrong, you're taking a tumble. So he's taking that ride white line, and it's a little slower, a little less, but it can still trick you up a little bit. But he's taking it around, then he'll be heading out here towards us here in just a few moments. But, yeah, the preferred line is definitely straight down. So now we have Roger King out. So we still need
all right, sounds like he cleared the Joker line, so he is all clear of it.
So the only cars that are still running is Chad Hunt and Philip McGilton that have not ran the Joker line to my best knowledge. So here comes Roger King out, heading towards the Bronco Boulders. Great to see Team Robbie Bobby still out there running strong. He raced earlier this morning in the Stock Sportsman, and I believe he got second place, if I'm not mistaken, this morning. Lots of Laser Note trophies have been given out, so getting a little of a blur going on, but, man, it's been a great day.
Yeah, and Roger did take that right line, like you were saying, Miles, that nobody has done. So that's that we have seen, because not every single one of them have been on video, but definitely taken a different line than everybody else, trying to do a little bit longer, but maybe a little bit easier part of it.
A little safer, yep.
Yes, a little safer, exactly. And on screen, I'm not quite sure who that is. But they do have somebody right behind them.
That is Brian McVeigh.
It is Brian McVeigh.
That's a wide open design buggy. Adam Woodley's just about an hour down the road out of Murfreesboro. He's built a lot of amazing cars out there. I was heard his dad's been out here running around helping us out a little bit, but I haven't seen Adam himself yet.
So on screen there, that is the 124 of Roger King exiting the short course, going into that 25-mile-per-hour speed limit zone.
That is Aaron Smith back at the Rigid Ridge section. And look at this drone just playing dodgeball with these trees. It's very, very impressive.
Yes, like we keep saying, they like to jump out at you, and it seems like that's happened for a few people today, but A lot of them are getting out of them. Some of them is saving their cars as well.
Yeah, it's been a wild day, that is to say the least. And today it's all about the man, Eric Miller. What a great day of racing it has been, and it is not over yet for the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. And while we wait to finish up this race, we'll take a quick break and be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back, world, to the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. And at the top of your screen, what you just missed was Eric Miller coming through. He will be getting the white flag here very shortly. So it's going to be down to the wire, and it's going to be very, very exciting to see how this shakes out. The dust is stirring, and that could be Chip McLaughlin out front. I believe it is. So Eric Miller's going to have to be playing in a little bit of dust right now. So we'll see how it all shakes out. And hopping into the Nitto booth with us is Mrs. Sarah Duffy. How you doing?
I'm good. Well, I've been better.
It's been one of those days. You had your Kawasaki out there running strong earlier in the day. How was your day?
It was good. The first lap, we took a lot of time, and then we built up our speed. Second lap, third lap was going really good. I was probably about 4 or 5 minutes out to come out of the woods, and I've been going over the same rock every time, and I hit the tree a little too hard on the right, and it flipped us into the hole.
Oh, no.
And you went upside down?
Yes.
Oh,
so I didn't have,
right.
I lost all power, and so we couldn't radio anyone. And then so we were just out there winching, and by the time we finally got it up on all fours, we started going, and the big boys were coming.
Gotcha.
So we just pulled it off race course.
Oh, we saw you pull it off race course. We did not know that's what had happened.
Okay.
You remember on screen they pulled her off, or you pulled off.
Chad Hunt. So we should get a visual from Eric Miller. He just got the white flag, so I'm going to run out there and check him out.
So Miles goes and gets thumbs up from the drivers when they're going by as much as he possibly can. But Eric Miller is right on the tail end of Chip McLaughlin.
Oh.
So he's physically in first. On time, he's in first. It's been a great race. Have you been watching the majority of all this?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
and when I was just standing there next to my car debating, do I start walking, do I not? I was watching all of them come down.
Gotcha.
So there's Liam Morris coming towards the Bronco Boulders, and I was able to watch Eric Miller drive by, and again, complete laser focus for that guy. So he's got 6 more miles to go, and again, this is Eric Miller's race to lose. If he can keep this together, it's going to be his.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. He's been on it. He's been doing amazing. But if he loses it right here, that would not be good. I think he's smart enough. He knows what to do, what to push it. He's got quite a lead right now on time.
I saw him going out, and he didn't get all over the throttle. He's playing conservative right now, and that's the name of the game right there.
Well, and he has Chip right in front of him, so he's going to give himself a little bit of playroom, let Chip do his thing, and then when it's the right time, then he'll get past. But he doesn't really have to push it right now with the way his lead is.
Great lead. Yeah, how many minute lead does he have?
It says a lap on here.
Yeah, he's got, I think, roughly a 4 to 5 minute lead on the rest of the field. So we'll see how it all shakes out. Well, Sarah, you've had a great time here at AOP,
Yes,
and
I
you're coming to
have.
Visions with us, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm going to try to be there.
Awesome. I know you're busy with school and all that, but
Yes.
so you got to balance
in the
it,
middle
but-
of graduation,
Yeah.
applying to grad school.
Yeah, busy. But you're out here and you're having fun.
Yes, I am. Thank
A
you.
little warm, though.
Yes.
It's definitely
It
warm.
is
Well,
hot.
Sarah, always a pleasure. Great
Yep.
to see you, and we'll hopefully see you in
Yeah,
Oklahoma.
of course.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's Chris Branton, driven by Ryan Webb. And I do believe I saw the white flag flying for everybody else, so it will be a Grand Prix style finish. So it sounds like Tad Dowker is ahead of Paul Wolf, but just barely. And it's awesome. So there is, I missed that car, I'm sorry. That is at the Rigid Ridge.
It kind of looks like Brian McVeigh, possibly, but I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, I can't guess that one, sorry. So we should see Tad Dowker and Paul Wolf here very soon. That looks like Brian. No, that's Frank Vonderheide. Yes, that's
Yes,
Frank
it is.
Vonderheide, the 4423.
Sounds like his car's missing a little bit. He did now. Chris Branton's car, driven by Ryan Webb, he came out of the woods going very slow like that. So right now he must be just
He may
trying
be
to get a
stuck in
finish.
first gear. That's what it sounds like. He's not shifting. So not sure
be a
what
long
kind
lap.
of issue he's having, but a tough break for him, but he's still moving. And there's Frank Vonderheide clearing the Bronco boulders, getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. What a wonderful day of racing it's again. Again, I want to give a huge shout out to all of our amazing partners out here. We have King of the Hammers, King Shocks, Nitto, VP Racing Fuels, Griffin Race Radiators, Laser Nut, Holly EFI, Progressive, 4-Wheel Parts, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am, Amsoil, Method, Axial, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, ARB, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Cans to be worn, Factor 55, HCR, Yukon, MBRP, and Off the Grid Clothing. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at Adventure Off-Road Park. And I hear some horsepower, and yes, it is Tad Dowker with Paul Wolf all over his heels.
Look,
What
our
a
drone
great
is trying
show.
to keep up with him right there. Look
And it
at
is
that.
a drag race side by side down to the Bronco boulders. Who's going to give up? Tad Dowker does check up just a little bit, so Paul Wolf does get around him.
Wow, that was an amazing drag race
But
down to the Bronco boulders.
as long as Tad can keep Paul within his vision, Paul has to beat Tad by a minute and a half. So he's going to be playing that to his advantage for sure.
You know what happened, right? Chris was over here talking to us. He went over and told Paul, turn on the heat.
And Rusty Blyler is in front of Cade Rod out there. And it sounds like Philip Magilton is broken, fixing, trying to continue. Tough break. And 408, Hardesty is out. I don't know what took him out, but his engine did not sound healthy.
that's
I
such a
hate
bummer.
to hear that because Hardesty had such a great run going early on.
Wow, and look at that dust cloud that is being kicked up by Mr. Paul Wolf right now. Now Paul Wolf right now is in second position. Let's see what happens when Tad comes across that finish line.
Well, on adjusted time, Tad's going to have him because, like I said, he's got to beat him by a minute and a half, and he's
there
only
he
got him
is.
by 15, 20 seconds right now. So it's going to be interesting to see if Tad Dowker can keep Paul Wolf's dust within reason. He's going to definitely have to push hard. But right now it's Tad Dowker, but it's going to be down to the wire between Tad and Paul. How far back is Cade Rod and Casey Gilbert? So Chris Kaufman just said, give her the beans. Give
Chris
it all
Hickman.
you got. Sorry, Chris Hickman. So Paul Wolf got the go-ahead to just give it all he's got on this 7th and final lap, and I can hear the horsepower coming through strong. So this is Paul Wolf heading up the Recaro Rise. And Tad Dowker's not too far behind, and there's Paul Wolf on that, taking that last line there at the Recaro Rise. So Tad Dowker should not be too far behind him. I'm going to say roughly about 30 seconds. But Paul's got to put a minute and a half on him to get that second place position. So it's gonna be interesting. Tad's had a great race going down, and normally these Woods races kind of favor the straight axle, but Paul's a wheel man.
Ooh, my heart just started pumping even
It's
faster.
gonna be good. So I expect, I think Curtis was right on the money with that 4:20-ish finish time today, maybe 4:15. So this is about to come out the woods. I believe that's Aaron Smith in that bomber.
We shall see, and you are correct.
Yes, it is. Aaron Smith still running strong.
Let's see who the next one is, because there's somebody following close behind. That is Mr.
Rusty
Blyler. And then right behind Rusty is Cade Rod.
And Rusty Blyler, I believe, is a lap down, so Cade Rod is still in the mix.
Now, right now, Cade Rod is in that number 4 position.
And he started in 8th, so in reality, he still has a chance, but it's looking good for Tad and Paul right now. But Cade's really got to turn it up, and I think everybody's going to turn it up on this 7th and final lap. They are racing 42 miles here of some of the gnarliest terrain we have to offer for you here at the 4 Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. And we're about to give away some of those amazing trophies from Cody Wagner and Laser Nut.
There's Mr. Brian McVeigh, just came out of the woods.
As we saw Aaron Smith grab the white flag, and there is Brian McVeigh. Pam, you are 100% correct. He's getting ready to hit the Bronco Bowlers.
And look at that, going down the hot pit road. We have 2 cars neck and neck. I'm not sure exactly which ones they are.
They're the dusty ones.
They're the dusty
right
ones. Usually we're saying they're the muddy ones, but today they're dusty.
We'll see if somebody pulls into the AMSOIL hot pits. It looks like Rusty will pull in. Aaron Smith cruises right on through.
Rusty has stopped almost every lap, and I believe that's Cade Rod right there that the drone is going to continue to follow.
So Cade Rod, what's that put him physically in 4th and on adjusted time?
Yes, and he had that flat earlier. That hurt him just a little bit, but right now on adjusted time, we have Eric Miller in that number 1 position, Tad Dowker in that 2nd position, Paul Wolf 3rd, and Cade Rod in 4th.
So the top 3 have not had flat tires to the best of my knowledge. That's pretty impressive. There is Rusty Blyler in the AMSOIL hot pits. Not sure what's going on. He pulled in last time. There's Cade Rod heading up the Recaro Rise. But Rusty Blyler pulled in last time and just did a quick suspension, turn left, turn right, and they sent him on. But now they're spending a little bit more time. Is that Brian McVeigh, I believe, heading out for his final lap? There's the Rigid Ridge.
Okay. See there.
And Rusty Blyler takes off like a rocket out for his final lap. Is that Chip McLaughlin possibly?
It
I believe
definitely
so.
is. You can see the stripes, and then he has a little flag on the back end side.
There's the Recaro Rise section. Sounds like through the PCI race radios, Eric Miller's about 7 minutes out from grabbing the checker flag for the 4 Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee.
He definitely has quite the lead, but the true race of what we're going to have to be on our toes for is that 2nd and 3rd position.
And maybe even 4th. But I think 2nd and 3rd is going to be pretty close between Tad Dowker and Paul Wolf. And I think it's Paul's race. He's got to beat Tad Dowker by a minute and a half, and we saw him pass him right at the Bronco Boulders. This is our second race in the Eastern Series. Our third and final race in the Eastern Series will be at the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin over Labor Day weekend. But up next will be Visions in July. Don't miss it. We're under a month away. It's going to be an off-road festival. We're Ultra 4 racing. We're Mid-America Side-by-Side Championship Series racing. We got pit bikes. We have a rodeo. We have America Pro Rock, a demo derby. We got a little bit of everything, and that's Casey Gilbert, still hot on a mission. We'll see. He's got a top 5 running, but it's going to be tough for him to catch up to K-Rod. Casey Gilbert heading through the Bronco Boulders. Checking up just a little bit.
If you're not out of your seat at home, you will be here shortly after we see who's going to be getting that second, third, and fourth position.
What a wonderful day of racing it has been. We see the white flag flying for Casey Gilbert. We started at 8 a.m. this morning and haven't had a break yet. We were hoping to have some breaks, but the racing has just kept coming at us back to back to back. So we've had no breaks at all, but we wouldn't change that for anything. I know I'm having a blast with Pam. I hope you all back home are having fun. This is some of the best Ultra 4 racing you could get.
Yeah, for sure. This has been an exciting day for sure. I love it out here at AOP. It's such a challenging course for a lot of these drivers. You know, we like to, make it a fun race course for them, but you can't make it too easy. And it's never easy here at AOP.
That is absolutely correct.
And we thought that Kentucky was a hard race. This one right here is definitely probably the hardest regional race, in my opinion, that we go to.
I think you're right.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Moab's hard as well, but that's a West Coast race. But that's difficult. But I have to say,
it's different, difficult. That's for sure.
We'd have to have somebody like Paul Wolf, who has raced all of the races, give us his insight on that one for sure.
That's a great idea. Hopefully, when he gets up
or
on the
Sean
podium,
Rance.
you can ask him that.
Yeah, there we go. And Sean Rance, he's another one that he's only 4 hours from Moab, so he's got a long drive home. But him racing there as well. That's Paul Wolf right there on screen.
That is at the Rigid Ridge area. Casey Gilbert did a quick stop in the Amsoil hot pits, but keeps on going. So Paul Wolf still pushing strong. I'm excited to get a time split. Hopefully Benji can give me that one here in just a few minutes. He'll be passing him in just a little bit. Where is Tad Dowker? Let's stay on this drone for a little bit and see if he can catch up with him. Remember, he's got to beat Tad Dowker by a minute and a half between second and third position. Oh, I see lights. That's not a minute and a half. Oh, Tad knows where he's at. So that's about, I'm going to say 30 seconds or so. So Paul's got to get about another minute lead over Tad Dowker, and I know what Tad's doing. He's watching his dust and pacing him.
Exactly.
He knows how hard to push, and that's what's hard for Paul. He doesn't know how hard to push, but Tad knows exactly where he's at because he can see that dust. So Tad's got him right where he wants him. I love this. Remember, they took off in 30-second increments this morning. This race is on adjusted time. Eric Miller's way out front, but right now it's going to be between Tad Dowker and Paul Wolf. Right now, I think Tad's got it on adjusted time.
And that's where, strategy comes in play. It's like, do you want to push it hard and, qualify really good, or do you want to start in that second, third, or fourth position and not push it so hard in qualifying? So you're not the dust that's being chased. Let the person in front of you set that pace and let you know how hard you need to push it to get through.
Absolutely, Pam. What a great day. I've just all smiles. It's been hot. We've been sweaty all day, and I could keep going. I love it out here.
We always say it's a long day and it's been hot out here, so that's the only thing that's made it long. But in reality, it goes by so fast. I feel like we just started not long ago, and here we are just about ready to wrap up the 2022 four-wheel parts here at AOP.
Yeah, it's been 8 hours straight of racing, like I said, with basically zero breaks in between. Eric Miller has cleared Uncle Steve.
Oh, goodness
So we'll
gracious.
have him here, I'm going to say, in the next 5 minutes or so. So here's another young man I did not want to see here in the Nitto booth with me, Cody Hardesty. What happened?
Yeah, we had a...
there is... who is... That's the Joker line. I'm not sure who is walking there, but somebody's walking down the Joker.
That's never fun.
Yeah, so, hey, Cody, what happened to you? You at one point, you were in the lead. You had a great run going, and then one of your last times coming through, your engine sounded.
A couple cylinders, I think. And
I heard it, and I felt so bad because you've been racing with us for a couple years.
Possibly be our leader coming in right now for the checkered flag. Can't call it, but it's about time for him to come through. And there he is.
And it absolutely is. Eric Miller all over the throttle. He's heading towards the Bronco Boulders as we speak.
Oh, we have a drone down there. Our drone guy's running. So you lost a couple cylinders in the car. Miles definitely heard it. You were limping it through here just a little bit, but otherwise, you were doing great. You were running first place there for a little bit. And
yeah. Like I said, we didn't even know it, but after they told me that after we broke, and I guess it made a bad day a little better.
Yeah, I mean that way you're hanging with Eric Miller, Paul Wolf, Josh Byler, Casey Gilbert. I mean the list goes on. Eric Miller has just cleared the Yukon launch. Eric Miller is unofficially winning the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. The checkered flag is flying for Mr. Eric Miller, two-time king of the. No, Eric Miller was giving it everything he had all the way to the finish line. So we'll get him up here, and looks like he's going to take this down. What a great finish it was.
Awesome. Well, Cody, I know that you were trying to take your headphones off, and I wasn't letting you do that yet because Miles likes to.
Thank you very much.
What is your next race?
We'll be at Visions.
Awesome.
We'll see you in just a few weeks in.
We're hungry for that podium, so we're coming for it.
That's a good one to go get one out for sure.
Well, Cody, always a pleasure. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So Eric Miller is coming up here. We'll have visual on him. The car still looks like smooth. It's unofficial, but first place should go to Mr. Eric Miller. He has got to be super, super stoked about this.
How awesome is that? Getting his little, what do you call it, Miles? Your slideways at the very finish.
Getting a little slideways at the end.
He got little slideways bicycles, what he did.
And then there's that little.
Justin Cowart, he was like, hard hit, Cody. You were kicking some booty.
I know. It's a bummer for him. I always like rooting for the underdogs, and he's just such a nice young gentleman. Him and Chris Wyant were running such a great race today until they weren't. But to finish first.
Eric Miller never lifts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he runs such a great race out there.
I hear some power coming in the background here.
That sounds like it's either Chip or Aaron.
This could be. Who's the other one that I kept missing?
Yeah, it's Chip McLaughlin. You are correct, man. So I believe he is a lap down, though, correct?
Paul Wolf should be just probably about another 45. You think? Did he make it
2 or 3 minutes, maybe?
He came in.
Paul just
maybe 2 minutes.
And I'm pretty sure, I'm 99.9% sure that all of the leaders did run the Joker line, so we should be good there.
And that's something that they will make sure they double check. But, yeah, they've been giving us great information because we've had somebody there making sure they're running.
Once, and you can only run it once, but Eric Miller is looking good. So there's Chip McLaughlin getting the checkered flag, but he is a lap down. But
this is Casey Gilbert, possibly?
No, Mr. Paul Wolf. And he is on a mission. How far back is Tad Dowker?
Oh, my goodness. This is so nerve-wracking right now. I can hear people over there cheering that Paul Wolf's family and friends are over there. This is said, that's my man. Of course, she's at home watching her family. Good job, Eric Miller.
Paul Wolf is on a mission as he hits the Yukon launch. He is starting to push. Roger King on the short course. How far back is
Tad Dowker?
Tad Dowker. I've got my unofficial stopwatch getting ready to hit. So Paul Wolf getting the checkered flag physically in that second position. Hal Flute-Wire. I'm going to say Tad's got about 20, 30 seconds to go before we're going to say.
Not Tad, or is this Tad? I don't think his motor sounds quite like that.
I don't know, Pam. Contention for second place. And this is Tad Dowker.
Oh,
so he's got 55 seconds to go. Does he have a flat tire?
That kind of looked like he might have had a flat.
He's a little bit, yeah, maybe. He may have pushed a little too hard, but it's still looking good for a podium.
Wow,
but
Paul,
he's got 40 seconds from right now to
right rear. I think it's both.
I can't tell with
but
all
that definitely
does.
Right front for sure. He's not letting it slow him down too much, though.
So we got 10 seconds right now, unofficially. Oh, it's going to be super, super close. I'm saying 5 seconds from here. 2,
And he is so
1.
close.
I think he just missed it by 5 seconds. Tad Dowker was so. I think Paul Wolf may have snuck in by 7 seconds.
Right now, unofficially, it is Eric Miller in that number 1 position, Paul Wolf in number 2, and Tad Dowker in that 3rd position. So Paul 7 seconds.
Yep, so it sounds like 7
Wow.
seconds. Wow, it comes. They've been Eric Miller and Paul Wolf. Tad's got to be super stoked. He's got to be bummed he did, that flat tire cost him a podium spot. But to get on the podium, congratulations, Tad Dowker. One heck of a race. And Paul Wolf adds another 2nd position for this season. He's looking good for the national points.
Yes, he is, and definitely running for that in both classes, in his Can-Am UTV and his UFO fabrication.
Well, points, guess what? He didn't finish
finish.
there, so I don't know how that's going to shake out. But it's looking good for the rest of the season for Mr. Paul Wolf.
Wow,
So
what a
Tad
race again. All of our 4,400 races have been so super close this whole entire season. Keeps us all on our toes here at the park. Pretty awesome to watch.
So I think it's looking good, like our podium's going to stand. K-Rod could change it up, but I think he's almost out of time. He started a minute and a half behind Tad. And I don't see him for the 4-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. So there is Josh Blyler. He is a lap down, if I'm not mistaken. He's a little off pace all day, not pace, but he's still trucking along trying to get those points, because you have to complete 75% of the race to get the most points you can. You get 1,000 points for first, 975 for second, 965 for third, and then 5 on down as long as you finish 75%. And then the top 10 that are not qualified for King of the Hammers will move on forward. So we're going to get some.
His
Getting
face
thumbs
is
up
dirty,
from
but you
Casey.
can see his white
Oh,
teeth.
white
That's for
teeth,
sure.
absolutely.
What a great
Oh,
day.
man, what an amazing day. We've been racing for over 8 hours, 8.5 hours going on right now. I mean, it's been a wonderful day. And they're still racing at Mid-America Outdoors for the Side-by-Side Championship Series in Jay, Oklahoma as well.
And then they still have the rodeo there tonight.
The rodeo was last night. Is
That
it
was
both
the
nights?
qualifying.
Oh, that was qualifying. Awesome.
Yes,
okay.
they qualified for the rodeo, so tonight is their main event for the rodeos.
To get on that MAO app and check out the rest of the side-by-side racing and that rodeo this evening. So, yeah, on my unofficial clock, K-Rod is out of the running for the podium, so it looks like they will stick.
Said he is so glad that Dad could keep it together.
How awesome is that? I absolutely love it.
Eric's over there laughing. That's super cool.
So we'll get Paul Wolf up here momentarily. So I'm going to kind of give you a quick rundown on the rest of the season. Up next is going to be Visions Off-Road 4th, and then Nationals is once again Legends of the Fall at Mid-America Outdoors. And we still have a lot of racing to go for Mid-America Outdoors. Lots of hoots and hollers for Paul Wolf. He's got a great fan crowd out there. So up next, we'll be racing Mid-America Outdoors Championship Series during round 8th. We'll be racing with us during Legends of the Fall. So Paul Wolf has a big fan crowd, and Tad Dowker had just heck of a run. And he is all smiles right now. Hey, apparently he pulled in the pits and changed his flat tire.
Yes,
but
he
wow,
did.
what a great run.
All right.
Cam, have some fun out there. So there is Chad Hunt coming into screen, getting ready to hit the Bronco boulders. He's still running strong. And then right behind him is Rusty Blyler, the Happy Pappy. So two Miller Motorsports cars are still racing hard to the finish. First gear, so he ran a whole lap in first gear. And right behind him is Aaron Smith. So Chad Hunt just makes it clear of the Joker line as well. I missed that. But what a wonderful day of racing it's been. We are about to give away those amazing Laser Nut trophies from Cody Wagner and Company. And don't forget, you can buy or order replica trophies for your sponsors or team members. So if you get one of these trophies, get a hold of Cody Wagner, and you can have one made for whoever you want to. And Tad Dowker. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in all day long for the 4 Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the On a Mission. Frank Vonderheide coming out of the woods. He'll be finishing his last lap. So we'll see Rusty Blyler pulling into his pit. We've been racing for over 8 hours. What a wonderful day it's been. So we're just a few seconds away from giving away these amazing Laser Nut trophies. So it looks like
100 Unlimited podium spot. I'm here with third place, Tad Dowker. You barely got third place. It was quite a race out there. Give us a little insight about this last lap.
Yeah, I mean, the whole race was obviously just keeping the car together, keeping the tires in the car. Paul had caught me on the end of the 6th lap. I didn't even know he was behind me till we were side by side going, pushing a little too hard, got that right front, and that probably cost us that 7 seconds. But either way, standing up here, these two guys, that's a hell of a weekend. I'll take it.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, Miles and I over there, we were like at our toes trying to watch the end of the race. You can see right now it's still going on, but you guys are officially in that 3rd position. Who do you want to thank for getting you up here today?
First off, I got to thank my family, wife, and kids. They're all back home. Family and friends, you know. Andy co-drove. This is only his 2nd time in the passenger seat. And then all of our sponsors, Raceline. Off-road research, yeah. I need a list. But, yeah.
Well, if you're going to start being up here on the podium, you have to have that list.
That's the goal. So, I mean, it's this 4,400 class. I mean, that's why we chose to run this class, is because the competition and the level of competition, and it's just really fun to push the car and push ourselves, and these guys are awesome, so it's fun to race against them.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 3 spot. It was only by 7 seconds between you and Paul Wolf. It was down to the wire. And over here, I'm starting to call you the beast out there because you're on it. Mr. Paul Wolf, you turned it up. Chris Hickman comes over, and he's talking on the live feed, and we're like, 7 laps is what he has. He's like, I got to go turn up the heat. How was that on that last lap for sure?
The last lap we were pushing hard. I come by and Chris gave me the sign to just let it run flat out. So, and hats off to everybody here, man. These guys were rolling. Got to send a huge shout out to Nitto Tires, my crew over here that helped me keep this thing going all weekend. And I really appreciate it. Really appreciate everybody that helps us, RCV, all of them, Raceline Wheels. Everybody's great, a lot of great companies, and great competition. I like racing with these guys.
You are definitely a busy man running both races, both the Can-Am UTV and the 4400.
I heard it's pretty rough on vehicles, so I got a lot of prep work before Visions.
Definitely. It's awesome, though. Congratulations on your number 2 spot up here. I know that a lot of the guys that have been in the 4400 class, they're all, helping you out and, giving tips and stuff, but they're not giving you all the tips because obviously you know what you're doing out there.
Yeah, that's what's neat about this sport is these guys will give you help. Eric actually gave me a spare tire, which I ended up needing, so thank you to that. I wouldn't even be in 2nd place if it wasn't for him. It just goes to show these guys want to beat you on the course, not in the pit. Yeah, I do. I got to thank my wife, Christy, and my daughter, Lainey, over there. I really appreciate you both letting me work on stuff all night so I can race. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that number 2 spot. And we're going to move right on over here to our top of the box, Mr. Eric Miller. You guys have the cars that are the ones to beat out here for sure on the East Coast. Amazing day. You were on it all day long. Were you being told in your ears, make sure you keep on it, or did you know the lead you had?
Pam, at this point, our radios have been in and out and bad, and Casey's helmet was junk because he hasn't been in the car for what? I've raced here now for 3 years. First year we came down, we were lucky enough to run clean and take home a win, and last year really, really still haunts me. I lost a steering pump early and almost was able to make it back after losing 15-plus minutes. So after King of the Hammers this year, we were really busy at home. My wife and I have taken on some new ventures, and we got the kids in the shop, and it's crazy. So we unfortunately missed Rush. I was coaching little kids, and you got to sometimes prioritize. But
we were anxious to get back out here. And yesterday, I think I played and hopefully have clean air. I talked to all the guys. I said, "Can you take the Joker lap? When?" Everybody wanted to take it on lap 1. I'm thinking, why? You're going to catch lap traffic so much faster. So we waited and waited, and were patient about taking the Joker lap, and I think that helped us with our time. The other factor that we knew was going to come down, and these boys would have been right with me otherwise, is tires. And there's a reason I run Nittos. We had no flats today, and that's really, I can't say that I didn't try. So keeping Erin 14 pushing me. I've been an athlete my whole life, but I've been, kind of lazy with work and the kids, and she really got me back at it. And been following, her fitness program for me and diet. It comes down to that. And I got back playing soccer, and I'm in not the best shape I've ever been in, but I'm ready to go again, and that's a big thing. Same with the cars. You talked about these pro chassis. This car is fresh from King of the Hammers. We checked the diffs, we changed some fluids, we put tires on it, and brought it out here. This car, it got checked. It didn't get prepped. And I just told the good boys again, I said, she's ready for Mid-America. I want to go home and look at it, but car's good to go. And I think it's a testament to them. We built them to be reliable. We built them to win on the East Coast, but really we built them to win at King of the Hammers. And I think they're proving their might.
Yeah, your cars are definitely proven. And speaking of King of the Hammers, a lot of people that have raced that, they're also comparing this to be like a mini King of the Hammers because the course was so rough. Would you contest to that? 100%.
I was on the horn with Fox yesterday trying to get my shocks right. I actually ended up making no changes because I said the terrain is so similar to the it's pretty indicative if you want to go coast to coast and figure it out. But yeah, we ran straight up the same setup we ran at King of the Hammers. No changes whatsoever. I'm proud to keep her together.
Well, you definitely build a great car, and it's proven because you're up here on top of the box again. Blyler was up here last year, so congratulations. Who all do you want to thank for being up here today?
Yeah, honestly, it's it's only so much driver. It's only so much prep. Like the machine is very important. That's why we set out to build our own cars. And this one's old. This one's 5 years old now, and I'm proud of that. I used to flip them every year just because that's what we did. Original one, built by hand. But I wouldn't be here without people like Spider Tracks Off-Road. I've been with Tom from the beginning. These drivetrains take an absolute just abuse out there. Jeff Ginter built me a motor this year that I said, you tell me what I need, Jeff. You're the expert. And he built one heck of a motor. I've never had anything like it. Maximum Transmission built the trans to hold up to it. Like I said, Fox shocks. I wouldn't be here without Method and Nitto either because that's just what's in contact with the terrain. So Hal steering, that it's tight, it's twisty. You have to have good steering. You have to have good brakes, and you have to have a car that has good parts in it. JE Rail keeps everything spinning, and they've been a huge supporter of the program from everything from seats to belts. It's been great.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on this #1 spot. And let's give it up for our 4400 Unlimited class. We have Mr. Eric Miller, Tad Daukert, and Mr. Paul Wolf.
And what a wonderful day of racing it was. It's been a wonderful day of racing. Thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in all day long. But don't forget tonight, get on that MAO app. We have the rodeo back at Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma. So I think right now we're going to throw the schedule up for the rest of the year, and we're going to sign out. But what a wonderful day. Thank you once again. Up next, we'll head to Visions Off-Road at Mid-America at Jay, Oklahoma, July 13th through the 17th. That is a double points race. And then from there, August 5th through the 7th, we'll go to Wisconsin September 2nd through the 4th, and then we end up the year another huge off-road event. It's going to be a festival. It's Legends of the Fall, October 26th through the 30th for the National Championship. Again, please just make sure you tune in the rest of the season. It's been absolutely amazing. And again, the MAO app, check it out tonight. They will be doing that rodeo. It's going to be a lot of fun.